Good morning, everyone. I would like to call to order this public hearing of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. I'm Councilmember Brooke Pinto, representing Ward 2 and Chairwoman of the committee. The time is 9:14 a.m. on Thursday, June 12th, 2025. We are conducting this public hearing in person in room 412 of the John A. Wilson Building and streaming on Channel 13, the DC Council's website, and X at CM Brooke Pinto, and on YouTube. Today, the committee continues its review of Mayor Bowser's proposed fiscal year 2026 budget and financial plan, with a budget hearing on the proposed budget for an agency that holds an extremely important place in our public safety ecosystem, the Office of the Victim Services and Justice Grants. We lovingly refer to this office as OVSJG. OVSJG's mission is to develop, fund, and coordinate programs that improve public safety, enhance the administration of justice, and create systems of care for crime victims, youth, and their families in the district. OVSJG's grants support district students struggling with attendance, returning citizens, victims of domestic violence and sexual assault, and victims of other violent crimes. OVSJG is the state administering agency responsible for the direction of systemic criminal justice planning, coordination, management, research, training, and technical assistance. OVSJG provides policymaking expertise, advice, and counsel to the executive on the role of victims and offenders in the criminal justice system, evidence-based practices to respond to, intervene in, and prevent violence. And this is all done in part through the work of the Juvenile Justice Advisory Group, which also includes 5 appointed youth members, and the Domestic Violence Fatality Review Board. The mayor's proposed budget offers a total of $83.3 million for OVSJG, which reflects a decrease of almost 24%. I have many concerns about this proposed budget. Most concerning to me is a 67% decrease in the Access to Justice program, which reduces this important initiative by over $21 million. This puts Access to Justice at $10.4 million compared to the $31.6 million we approved last year. Access to Justice helps to fund civil legal service projects in partnership with legal organizations and firms, district agencies, service providers, unions, and coalitions in the health, education, employment, housing, social services, faith, public health and safety, and other spheres. And when we look back to 2023, we see that 40,000 residents received help due to Access to Justice, and the need is ever increasing. And so many of my questions today for OVSJG focus on the need to ensure that DC residents receive these vital services and how this grant will be severely impacted by this proposal. Access to Justice is a vital program. It is crucial for residents and all of our broader public safety goals in the city. There is a clear correlation between public safety and people having their core needs met. This includes stable housing and access to legal representation. This budget reduction returns us to pre-pandemic funding levels, but we know that the need is so great and that these services support many, many valuable needs. This proposed cut, along with a very concerning reduction of victim services by $5.8 million for a total of $50 million, concerns me. The Victim Assistance Network, we refer to as VAN, Policy and Advisory Committee has calculated that the victim services providers need at least $59 million just to continue operating at current levels, which is already minimal. This number accounts for a $4.5 million decline in federal funds and funds to stabilize core services and close FY 2025 gaps. I am dismayed to see this. Outside this committee, there have been other proposed reductions for needs, including reductions in the Department of Human Services that will affect victim services, including a $1 million reduction to domestic violence services and reductions to ERAP and rapid rehousing programs. Although DHS funding for core services is not under this committee's purview, my point is that the proposed cuts to victim services in OVSJG, coupled with proposed cuts in DHS, will adversely affect victim services across our city. I hope to learn today from the public witnesses, and I want to thank the almost 100 public witnesses who have joined us today about the impacts of this proposed budget and how we can work together to make sure that our residents' core needs are met. I want to also thank the many public witnesses who are here, many of whom do this important work on behalf of our residents, and we are lucky to have your partnership. Thank you. All of our public witnesses will have 3 minutes to present their testimony. We tried to kind of organize people together. For instance, there are a number of groups testifying about access to justice. Many of you will be together. As many of you know who've testified before me before, I really don't like cutting people off, but because we have 100 witnesses, I'm going to ask for all of your help to stick to our 3-minute time. So thank you in advance for that. We have one public witness who needs a translator, so we're going to turn to her first, who is joining us virtually, and then we'll return to our in-person public witnesses. Never mind, we're waiting for the interpreter, so we're going to turn to our first panel of in-person public witnesses: Kamari Hunter Mays, Julia Coleman, Sarah Tenen, Misty Thomas Zaleski. Hi, and if the first person I call can sit all the way to the right, Kamari Hunter, is that you? Okay, great. Julia Coleman, Sarah Tenen, third, and then Misty Thomas. Okay, and Karen Newton-Cole. Okay, we will get started with Kamari Hunter Mays, public witness.
Good morning, Chairperson Pinto and members of the Public Safety Committee. My name is Kamari Hunter Mays, and I'm a rising senior at DC International School, serving as Teen Legislative Chair for the nation's capital chapter of Jack and Jill Incorporated. I'm here today because the proposed 24% budget cut to the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants isn't just numbers on a page. It directly affects students in DC. I'll be giving my testimony in English and in Spanish to promote inclusivity. The budget shows a devastating $21 million cut to the Access to Justice program and a $5.8 million reduction in victim services grants. What concerns me the most is that this reduction doesn't allow for necessary but new family advocates and emergency shelters. Funding our Jack and Jill chapter saw was needed and therefore requested. We understand this budget cycle is tight, but we know there's an urgent need for family advocates, a new position we're suggesting after volunteering at DC Safe. Through our Jack and Jill chapter's community service work, we contributed items and volunteered at DC Safe. Again, we know firsthand how critical these services are for families and children seeking safety. These family advocates wouldn't just help with paperwork, they'd help kids give a support system so that they can focus on school instead of worrying about where they'll sleep at night. We've seen the immediate need for advocates who can help navigate the system and provide specialized support. The letter from our chapter emphasizes that early childhood education and family stability are crucial for our academic success and emotional resilience. Lack of investment in these programs can undermine the district's support and prioritization of its most vulnerable young people. I urge you to add funding for family advocates and shelters. Our community's children, my classmates, and peers deserve advocates who will fight for their safety, stability, and success. And now I will speak in Spanish. Buenos días, Presidente Pinto y miembros del Comité Judicial de Seguridad Pública. Me llamo Kamari Hunter Mays y soy un estudiante del último año de secundaria en la Escuela DC International. Me desempeño como un representante legislativo para adolescentes en la sección capital de Jack and Jill. Estoy aquí porque el recorte presupuestario propuesto por el 24% a la Oficina de Servicios para Víctimas de Subvenciones de Justicia no solo son números en una página, sino afecta directamente a los estudiantes de Washington, D.C. Daré mi testimonio en inglés y en español para promover la inclusión. El presupuesto muestra un devastador recorte de 21 millones al programa de acceso a la justicia y una reducción de 5.8 millones en las subvenciones de servicios para víctimas. Lo que más me preocupa es la reducción no contempla la financiación necesaria, pero nueva, para defensores de familias en refugios de emergencia. Una financiación que nuestra sección de Jack and Jill consideró necesaria y por lo tanto solicitó. Entendemos que este ciclo presupuestario es ajustado, pero sabemos que existe una necesidad urgente de defensores de familias, un nuevo puesto que nosotros estamos sugiriendo después de ser voluntarios en DC Safe. A través del trabajo servicio comunitario de nuestra sección de Jack and Jill, hemos contribuido con artículos y sido voluntarios en DC Safe. Sabemos de primera mano los cruciales que son estos servicios para familias y niños que buscan seguridad. Sorry, I'm over time, but I have submitted my testimony in Spanish and in English for the record.
Thank you so much. Impressive. Appreciate that. Julia Coleman, public witness.
Good morning. My name is Julia Coleman, and I am a survivor of domestic violence. I'm just 20 years old when I meet Stephen. I received my master's in accountancy and moved to DC as a federal auditor. When I meet him for the first time, I drive past the Washington Monument as the sun sets. I'm hopeful. Stephen intimidates me for the first time shortly after. He swings a hammer at me and spits on me. I tell him if he does it again, I'll leave him. I'm naive. Stephen pins me down and screams in my ear. I cry that my leg is bent into the metal bed frame, but he doesn't stop. When he leaves, he takes all the blankets and pillows. He laughs when I start crying. The welt on my leg rises quickly. I'm cold. Stephen pounds on my door with a loaded gun. He says if I don't come with him, he will shoot me and himself. He says I made him do this and that I need to fix it, but my roommate won't let me leave the house. Her and I didn't talk much after this. I'm lonely. Stephen speaks, and when I interrupt, he throws his whiskey glass across the room. As I try to clean it, he begins slamming my head into the wall. My hair clip snaps. He drags me into the hallway, and I lose consciousness as he throws me into the wall. I wake to him putting a loaded gun into his mouth, saying that he can't live without me. My vision's blurry. I'm hurt. Stephen's drunk and driving erratically over a bridge. He's screaming and ripping my clothes and apologizing for what he's about to do. Drive us off of it. My dog is in the back seat. I cry so hard I vomit. I accept that he will probably eventually kill me. I'm exhausted. One not so special morning, I grab my dog, go to my car, and drive to North Carolina. Bravery does not exist without fear, and at just 23 years old, I'm very brave. I can't come home because if I do, he will find me. The hotline connects me to volunteer legal advocates. I tell my lawyers my story, and for the first time, I do not hold the weight alone. They draft my petition, handle my negotiations, and represent me in court. They educate me, provide me with essential resources, and my CPO is granted. I'm safe and I'm dignified. Volunteer legal advocates provide life-saving services to victims of violent and degrading acts such as myself. I'm afraid that if I did not obtain a CPO, which I couldn't have done without volunteer legal advocates, Stephen would have killed me upon my return to the DMV. If this organization did not receive funding in 2024, I may not be sitting here before you today. They showed me that victims of domestic violence, myself included, are worthy of peace, dignity, and respect. I'm grateful. Upon my return to the DMV, I went on a walk, and the song I was listening to sounded so good that I started dancing. I got a promotion at work and bought my first house. My friends come over to drink wine, and my dog doesn't shake when we laugh too loud. I share my story to emphasize the role that volunteer legal advocates played in saving and bettering my life. I'm a survivor of domestic violence, but I'm also my father's daughter, my brother's sister, my dog's protector. My friend's supporter. I am the 20-year-old Julia that fell into the cycle of abuse and the 24-year-old Julia that survived it. I sit here this morning alive, strong, fully and unapologetically myself, and prompt the council with one question: was I worth the money? Thank you.
Thank you so much. You are absolutely a survivor, and thank you for your incredible bravery and courage in telling your story today. Thank you. Sarah Tenen, Executive Director, Volunteer Legal Advocates.
Good morning, Councilmember Pinto. My name is Sarah Tenen, and I am the Executive Director of Volunteer Legal Advocates, formerly known as DC Volunteer Lawyers Project, a legal services organization here in the district. I'm deeply concerned with Mayor Bowser's proposed FY26 budget cuts, particularly the proposed cuts to the Access to Justice funding and the overall victim services, specifically OVSJG budget. At Volunteer Legal Advocates, we provide free legal services to low-income survivors of domestic violence and gender-based violence and vulnerable children. In 2024 alone, we helped over 3,000 adults and children escape violence and achieve safety and stability. We leverage every dollar to broaden our reach. In 2024, approximately 550 pro bono lawyers working with us contributed roughly 48,000 hours worth over $18 million in free legal services. The FY26 budget and the proposed cuts to both the access to justice funding and victim services are deeply concerning and will be devastating for volunteer legal services and the community we serve. They will gut the safety net we have worked so hard to build and will have impacts that will be felt for generations. Without these cuts, there's unmet need in every one of our practice areas. My ask is that you restore the funding. I direct you to the VAN's request calling for the $9.33 million in recurring local funds to OVSJG to reach the $59.41 million baseline needed to sustain core victim services. Reverse the $67.8 million in proposed cuts to the critical safety net. Restore the $21.2 million to OVSJG for Access to Justice initiative to return to the FY25 baseline. Here are some specifics on what these dollars mean for us. In 2024, 22% of our budget comes from Access to Justice funding awarded to us through the DC Bar Foundation. That's 9 full-time attorneys. 34% of our budget comes from the Office of Victim Services and Justice grant. That funding supports 15.5 attorneys, advocates, and outreach team members. The combined funding is responsible for just over 50% of our organization's budget, 24.5 full-time employees. We lean on private foundations, corporations, law firms, and individuals to support this important work, and we will continue to ask them to do their part. We're asking the district also do its part in funding this work. More about our work and the community we serve is in my written testimony. As you consider the proposed FY26 budget, please keep the Access to Justice initiative and victim services funding among your highest priorities. I'm grateful that you were able to hear from Julia Coleman, one of our clients. We deeply appreciate your longstanding commitment to ensure a safer DC for all residents and your understanding of the critical role this funding has in achieving that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tenen. Karen Newton-Cole, Executive Director of the Neighborhood Legal Services Program of the District of Columbia.
More than 60 years, Neighborhood Legal Services Program has been deeply rooted in the district's most underserved neighborhoods, partnering with communities that face the greatest barriers to justice. We are a nonprofit law firm that has provided civil legal services to low-income residents since 1964. Our work ranges from representing people in court and other tribunals, and also providing counsel and advice, doing educational sessions in the communities. Grounded in community lawyering model, our offices are intentionally located in the city's poorest neighborhoods to be accessible to individuals and families that we serve. While skyrocketing rents have limited our citywide physical presence, in recent years, we continue to reach out through our longstanding partnership with the DC Library. The library branches provide a natural space for us to connect with the residents across the city. We host legal clinics on issues that matter most to each of the neighborhoods, and we conduct intake at the library to make sure people can easily access our services that they need. With the support of the Access to Justice Initiative funds last year, Neighborhood Legal Services handled nearly 1,300 cases, helping close to 3,900 low-income residents of the District of Columbia. This included 365 cases securing vital public benefits like SSI, SNAP, and TANF, and removing barriers to employment, 102 cases focused on family stability, child support, custody, and protection from domestic violence, and over 700 housing cases aimed at improving unsafe living conditions, preserving housing stability, and preventing eviction. We also saw a 67% increase in the number of veterans that we served last year, which highlights the expanded reach of our services. And since the beginning of this year, we've already experienced a 16% increase in the number of cases that we're managing compared to the same time last year. These numbers speak to the rising need and the vital role this funding plays in helping us to meet it. Over the past few years, we've used this funding to deepen our impact and strengthen our collaboration. We've developed a more cohesive, coordinated approach with our fellow legal services providers and community partners. Funding from the Access to Justice Initiative is essential to our ability to serve low-income DC residents. It accounts for 56% of our budget and supports more than half of our 52-member staff. Without it, many residents would face overwhelming barriers to justice, deepening existing hardships and limiting their ability to maintain stable and healthy lives. Thank you once again for the opportunity to testify today. I would also like to thank you for your continued commitment and investment in the Access to Justice initiatives. We ask that the council provide sustained funding at the $32 million level to ensure that we are equipped to meet the continued needs of low-income residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. A few of you kind of touched on the expanded services you were able to provide in the last couple of years because of the increased funding. What did that look like in numbers? Were there, like in your case, Ms. Newton-Cole, did you open physical additional locations? Did you bring on more attorneys? What did that look like in practice? And I'll come to you, Ms. Tennant.
So we did bring on more attorneys to meet the need over the last few years. In terms of physical locations, we have not been able to do that. That's why the partnership with the library is so important. And instead of being in 3 libraries, we increased our presence to 5 libraries. And it's all about how do you reach the people within the community and connect with those people. We have more attorneys than we've had before. A year ago, 2 years ago, we had 39 attorneys. We had 39 personnel, and we're now up to 52. 29 of those are attorneys, and then another 10 of those are supporting the attorneys in critical roles like paralegals, intake specialists, and those kinds of things. We have focused our efforts on making sure that we can get out to other people. We've done it through partnerships with other legal services organizations. We've done it through the operation of LT Land with those partners. We've done it through DC Resource Bridge, which is the coordinated intake and referral center that is just coming up and is housed with Legal Aid Society DC. So we continue to do this work, but what worries us is that we're going to have to roll this back. There are 18 positions that will be eliminated in LSP if this funding is maintained at Mayor Bowser's requested level, at her proposed level. This means that families will not get served. We'll have to make tough decisions about where to go. What are the things that we will manage? How we will do our outreach? Can we do as much outreach as we've been able to do in the past? And the veterans were the real surprise over the last couple of years because we have increased our representation of veterans by 67%. That project, that program, those dedicated resources will go away. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are amazing numbers. How about you, Ms. Tennant?
So we have been able to do a little bit of all of those things. So we've increased our number of clinics. So we now have 10 clinics every week where DC residents can either access us remotely or in person. That is a number that has been able to be increased over the past few years with increased funding. We've also increased special initiatives, our work with the intersection of gun violence and domestic violence and working on extreme risk protection orders and efforts to make the district safer in removing guns from the hands of abusers. We've also increased the number of cases we're just able to handle in each of our practice areas. For example, in our child advocacy practice, which there's a lot more about in my written testimony, we handled about 110 cases last year. We're on track to handle closer to 150, 160 this year. Our staff has tripled over the past 5 years. So in 5 years ago, we had about 16 staff members. We're now at 45 staff members. And the funding from Access to Justice and direct funding from OVSJG accounts for 24.5 positions at our organization, which is more than half.
Thank you so much. Thank you all. for your testimony.
Thank you.
Nancy Drain, Aracelis Gray, Christina Jackson, and Misty Thomas Zaleski. Welcome to you all. And we will begin with Nancy Drain, the Executive Director of the DC Access to Justice Commission.
Good morning, Chairman Pinto. Thank you so much for your strong support for this program. It's my honor today to testify about the Access to Justice Initiative. One of the first things that the Commission did at its founding was to partner with the Council to create the initiative. And we are grateful that this committee has continued to champion the program for the 18 years that have followed. Why has the Council prioritized the initiative? The return on investment is clear. A recent Legal Services Corporation review of 50+ studies shows that an average $7 is saved for each $1 spent on civil legal aid. We have local examples of this with Medicaid savings that follow when lawyers address health-harming legal needs or when lawyers recoup money or benefits for clients. The initiative is a force multiplier. Organizations magnify the impact of every public dollar by recruiting pro bono attorneys. Almost 600 pro bono cases were placed through initiative programs in 2024. Pro bono is only possible when there's a stable legal services network to find cases and provide training and supervision. And the initiative also incentivizes private support for civil legal aid organizations. This return on investment is also felt in other ways. The initiative keeps families safely and stably housed. It promotes a holistic view of public safety by making our neighborhoods more secure by helping people through personal crisis. It promotes economic opportunity. The initiative is critical because, unlike our criminal justice system, there is no right to a lawyer in civil cases when as many as 97% of litigants go it alone, even when their family, home, safety, or health is at risk. Initiative grantees are proactive and preventative. Grantee programs are embedded in the community in all 8 wards, at the courthouse, in homes, at libraries, schools, health clinics, and more, partnering with 200+ district agencies and community organizations to connect district residents with legal help. Yet, the proposed funding reduction undermines these community priorities we all share. We have done the math. A 67% cut could translate to 157 FTEs across the initiative, and the elimination of funded projects, 29 of which across 12 organizations rely on the initiative for 75% of their funding. Our testimony includes statements from initiative grantees, the courts, and the DC Bar describing their fears for our civil justice system if funding is not restored. We hope that the Council will make the initiative a council-wide priority and restore funding to $31.668 million. We also stand with the VAN and its budget platform and recognize that these cuts are intersectional and pose devastating risk to district residents. Thank you so much for taking all the time today to hear about the initiative and its impact.
Thank you, Ms. Drain. Thank you for all you do and are doing to advocate for this very important mission.
It's my honor. Thank you.
Aracelis Gray, Director of Programs, DC Bar.
Good morning. My name is Aracelis Gray, and I'm the Director of Programs at the DC Bar Foundation. Very similar to DC Bar, but a little bit different. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning. As you know, the foundation has proudly administered the Access to Justice Initiative since 2007, a program that now serves nearly 40,000 DC residents annually, thanks to the district's increased investment and commitment to legal aid. As you have begun to hear today and will hear throughout the day, the proposed 67% cut to the FY26 budget will have detrimental impacts on DC's most vulnerable residents. Without the necessary funding, we will create shortfalls and gaps in critical areas like education, employment, health services, housing, and public benefits that will take years to recover from. I want to share a little bit about the important role that this program plays for DC residents, our communities, and our city. The Access to Justice Initiative consists of 3 programs: the Access to Justice Grant Program, the Civil Legal Counsel Projects Program, and the Loan Repayment Assistance Program. These programs have helped thousands of DC residents remain safely housed, and they reduce the number of individuals and families seeking shelter and other public assistance. They address custody placement and other family matters, giving children the opportunity to grow and thrive in safe and loving environments. They help residents protect their rights as consumers and access employment benefits so they can pay for basic living expenses. The Loan Repayment Assistance Program enables legal aid organizations, as you've heard this morning, hire dedicated and qualified attorneys who can help meet the increasing demand for services. Without your continued investment, we risk losing these vital systems of support that promote community stability and help keep our neighborhoods safe. Funding for the Access to Justice Initiative has enabled the foundation to invest in the DC Resource Bridge, a client-centered system that will make it easier for DC residents to access legal aid when facing a crisis. While it is true that your investment has given us the opportunity to grow the capacity of the legal services community, the reality is that there are still many residents who don't know where to turn when they have a civil legal aid need, and never make it to the door of a legal service provider. A cut in funding will undo the progress we have made to create the DC Resource Bridge. A cut in funding will also impact the DC Social Justice Transformations Network, which has driven collaborative efforts across legal aid, social services, and other sectors, allowing for more efficiency in our service delivery. The services and programs that I have mentioned are what's at stake with a 67% funding cut, a cut our most vulnerable populations cannot afford. The unsettling reality is that a funding cut of this magnitude means that we will need to pause or terminate programs, which will inadvertently reverse the impacts of the investments you have made thus far. For these reasons and many others that you'll hear today, I ask the Council to fund the initiative at the FY25 funding levels. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Christina Jackson, Executive Director, Washington Council of Lawyers.
Thank you, Chair Pinto and this committee for your steadfast support of civil legal services and the opportunity to make clear the critical nature of the Access to Justice Initiative and the dire need for continued public investment in civil justice. Cuts to this funding would profoundly impair access to life-changing and life-saving services, and we need your support to ensure that doesn't happen. As the public interest bar that works across organizations, we have a unique understanding of how our city's legal services providers address critical life challenges. We support the lawyers who are on the ground working with our residents every day. My colleagues will share about the direct unmet legal needs and increased government costs if the initiative funding is not restored, but I offer 2 additional points to supplement the perspectives presented by our partners today. First, Access to Justice Initiative trains and retains public interest lawyers. In FY24, we trained 171 legal services lawyers through our DC Bar Foundation partnerships through their scholarships. Our partnership also allows us to bring together certain high-demand practice groups for additional substantive training, mentoring, and community building through our cohorts. Finally, we provided 27 mid-level supervisors at legal services organizations with leadership training and community development through our Leadership Institute. These skills building opportunities would not be possible without initiative funding through the DC Bar Foundation, and allows organizations to direct their limited resources to serving clients. Furthermore, as Ms. Gray talked about, initiative funding allows highly talented law graduates to join and remain at legal services organizations by offering programs like student loan repayment assistance. Continued funding of the initiative ensures that highly qualified, experienced lawyers remain champions of the district's most vulnerable residents. We cannot afford to lose their expertise because they can't afford to repay hefty student loans. The Access to Justice Initiative also equips pro bono volunteers to better serve our community. A large component of filling the access to justice gap here in DC is the ability to leverage the pro bono volunteers. Our legal community has a deeply rooted pro bono culture among law firm and corporations, but lawyers who work in the private sector may not have the precise skills necessary to help with the needs of our residents. Through our partnership with the DC Bar Foundation, we offer pro bono volunteers training and mentorship opportunities, including our litigation skills and programs designed to demystify legal proceedings. We remain deeply appreciative of this committee's continued leadership in securing funding for the Access to Justice Initiative. We urge you to remain steadfast in your commitment to justice, and we beseech the council to properly fund the Access to Justice Initiative in FY26. Thank you for listening. I know this is going to be a long day.
Thank you very much. It was my pleasure. Misty Thomas Zaleski, Executive Director of the Council for Court Excellence.
Good morning, Chairperson Pinto. My name is Misty Thomas Zaleski. It's my pleasure to be here both as the Executive Director of CCE and also as a former civil legal service lawyer. CCE is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization with the mission to make the justice system in the district more equitable for all. And we appreciate the chance to share our organization's views on OVSJG's budget. Note that in accordance to CCE's policy, no judicial member of our board participated in the formulation or approval of this testimony. You know, I share the thanks to you and the council for what you've done in recent years in protecting civil legal services, victims service resources, and returning citizen support. You know, these are some of the people's most stressful moments of their lives. You know, we will hear from today, and we've already heard from people who talk about those moments. And so these are not insignificant investments. And you know, we know, obviously you've heard about the number, and we know you said in your preamble what we're facing as a proposed cut in the mayor's budget, but this is obviously a difficult budget year. We recognize that that's a meaningful hole to fill, but I think in deciding where to make those investments and what are those council-wide priorities, OVSJG's civil legal service, reentry, and victims funding must rise to the top as a council-wide priority. And I won't go through the stats because I know, like others will be talking about the impacts on their client communities or the impacts on themselves, but I want to talk about sort of ripple effects of legal services on our system of justice. I think that not only will the rates of unrepresented parties in our courts increase, but it will also diminish the efficient and effective administration of justice and the strain on those other social safety net programs. So just to be clear, when someone doesn't have a lawyer, it doesn't mean that their legal problem or dispute goes away, right? We don't just poof, erase the problem. Instead, it means that our judges, our court clerks have to work much more slowly, methodically, cautiously to help those unrepresented litigants who may not be familiar with the process or the legal standard, and they need to be cautious to support them. So with our trial courts already facing unprecedented vacancies, which unfortunately this council cannot solve, the mayors can't solve, what we can do to make sure that the wheels of justice don't get slowed down further, and I said judicial vacancies, right? That's the problem, is judicial vacancies right now. So if the council wants to help our courts, as well as the district's low-income residents this year, filling an access to justice gap is a great way to do that, when otherwise we don't have tools in our tool belt. Additionally, I will say that legal service lawyers are also a vital part of protecting equitable justice on a systemic level. They do wonderful client representation, but they also stand up for the rule of law. They bring ideas for how these intersectional things that might impact their clients or the community when laws aren't working. They can help bring to organizations like mine great ideas for innovation in law. They can bring that to council and to the courts. So, you know, they're also, while we're watching law firms being bullied against pro bono and, you know, massive threats to rule of law, we need lawyers able to stand up and challenge that. And the only last point I'd like to make sure to raise is, in addition to the reentry grant cut that's happening at OVSJG, we're also seeing MORCA potentially being cut or subsumed. That's almost a $4 million loss in investment in returning citizens, and that would be a shame in this moment as that rate of population also rises in the district. Help our residents heal, be supported, and thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And I think it's such an important point. We talk a lot about silos in this city, whether it's in the committee structure and the issues that we're each dealing with, or safety and education, and access to justice and victim services is really one of our most shining examples of breaking down those silos in our city and really serving the whole person. So thank you so much for highlighting that. I want to ask you all, as we have been thinking about for months, kind of creative ways to fill this gap. And some of the routes we were considering were DC bar dues, were interest loan accounts at law firms. We're just thinking about other ways to try to at least fill some of this gap. And I want to ask you, especially our first two panelists, do you have other ideas about how, I mean, the community writ large, but really the legal community can be a helpful partner in coming up with a funding mechanism that might be creative, even if it is just temporary, as we try to manage this huge gap? Because as important this is to me, just I don't know where I'm going to find 20 million in the committee budget. We're going to try. We are trying. But what do you think?
I'm happy to start. You know, one of the things that the commission does in addition to this public funding work is to encourage private giving among law firms. We have a campaign called Raising the Bar, where we set a standard for what law firms should do and honor firms that meet that standard. So, you know, there are efforts, and I think that our law firm community, they could certainly do more, but they are very generous and philanthropic. I think this program really incentivizes them to do more. We say, look what the council is doing. Look what the public funding is doing. Like, you need to match that. You need to do more. So yes, I think there are opportunities to leverage this support to get our private community to do more, but it will never replace public funding. You know, there has to be a partnership. And, you know, I think the way that I look at this, like, this is a public good that the public government should be funding. You know, this is work that is core to serving district residents. And so I agree we can leverage it, but I also really think there's an importance to the public showing its commitment. Just quickly on the DC Bar dues, I know this has come up in past years, and I won't speak for the DC Bar, but you know, there is currently a mechanism, as you know, because you're a DC Bar member, for folks to donate to the DC Bar Pro Bono Center. And I think the theory is that net, we probably wouldn't, if we maybe shifted that to a more generalized fund, I don't know that we would increase the amount of funding that we receive from bar members. Could be wrong about that, but
Yeah.
but you know, I think it's something, you know, certainly I'm sure that the DC Bar would be happy to talk with you about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, thank you. And I'll come back to you in a moment. I had initially been contemplating that not necessarily as a optional payment, but as an additional due, but don't want to cause a ruckus in here. I'm going to turn to my Ward 4 colleague, council member Janice Lewis-George.
Thank you. I want to thank Chairperson Pinto for holding today's budget oversight hearing on OVSJG, as well as thank Director Porter at AFO NITS and the nearly 100 witnesses who will be testifying today. I'm especially grateful for the survivors who have joined us today. Thank you for your bravery, for sharing your stories, and for calling upon all of us to do more support survivors. While I cannot stay long since I have to gavel in the Facilities Committee hearing downstairs that I'll be sharing in just a short minute, the mission of OVSJG and the work of the nearly 150 community organizations who receive grants through this agency provide healing services for crime victims, training for community leaders, and support for returning citizens is necessary and a vital part of our restorative justice system. And I wanted to make sure to just make a statement in support of this work, and also to let them know that, you know, I'll be doing my job in my committee to try to find funds to support these efforts. OVSJG also administers the Access to Justice Initiative, which funds critical legal services and protect the civil rights of families and communities in all 8 wards of the city. I'm grateful for the work they have done for Ward 4 residents, but of all residents here in DC. I'm deeply concerned about the deep cuts to OVSJG this year, especially the devastating 21 million cut to the Access to Justice Initiative, which really jeopardizes the critical safety net and legal services that protect DC families' fundamental rights, as well as a 5.8 million cut to victim services grants. Over the past year, funding from the Access to Justice Initiative have expanded accessible housing for people with disabilities, defended the rights of tenants to demand safe housing conditions, protected low-wage workers from exploitative employment practices, improved transportation equity for people with disabilities, changed discriminatory tenant screening practices, and so much more. For Investing in Access to Justice initiative multiplies public investments. For every $1 spent, it actually unlocks $25 in private pro bono work. We simply cannot afford to throw away this lifeline for DC's families. Chairman Pinto, I hope your committee and my committee will work together, as we've discussed already, to find a way to ensure that the funding for Access to Justice is going to be restored. Thank you again to every witness for sharing your testimonies today and for all that you do to support survivors and ensure justice in our legal system. If any organizations want to send us any additional information to help support as we try to find funding, please do so. Send to Jen Kaufman on my staff who'll be working on this. But thank you all again for your critical life-saving work. And thank you again to the survivors who have testified here today. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Lewis George, and I appreciate your partnership and commitment to this important work. It's going to take all of us through the council as we've discussed, so it's great to have you here. I know Ms. Gray was about to comment on the last question, and then we can turn to you.
That was obvious. Thank you. Yes. So one of the other big role for the foundation is in administering the Access to Justice initiative, but it's also just really looking at civil legal aid and how we ensure that that's available throughout the community. And so the other program that we also administer is the district's Interest on Lawyers Trust account. And so we are working very actively to try and increase the number of law firms that are banking at those banks that provide the highest return interest rate on those accounts, because we understand obviously that there is a big shortfall, right? And we understand that the resources, there are a lot of needs and not enough resources. So we're really trying to build that. And so we have quite an active campaign, also engaging our grantee partners in that effort so that we can shore up the resources available for civil legal aid.
Thank you, Misty.
Yeah, Chairperson, your question and sort of thinking creativity is always like such a welcome thing. But I just, for sort of the scope and record, want to remember that we're so far away from civil Gideon, and so these are already, if I read and understand our stats, we're already reaching less than 20% or around 20% of the need with this combination of law firm, paid legal work, pro bono, the city's investment, and so. If we shrink that today, I mean, we are getting really far away. I mean, we're getting to the point where only 1 in 10, could be represented by counsel in a full range of civil matters. And that just, for a city like the district, while, looking at this multi-billion-dollar budget, and this is a $20 million investment that only gets us to maybe 20% of the need, just feels like not the place to try to cut further. And I know that that's not the spirit of your question at all, but I hope it's a call to your colleagues that we are already a drop in the bucket for the need of people in crisis in our community. And so on the backs of our returning citizens, our victims, and our civil legal service need, we are so far away from the goal. I mean, years ago, we were having conversations of how do we reach civil Gideon. We're not getting there this year. We understand that, but we can't go backwards on the level of representation offered.
Yeah, totally fair. I think that's a great point. Well, thank you all. As I have said to some of our government witnesses in the last couple of days, this is a truncated timeline. And so our committee markup is on Tuesday, June 24th. And so I ask and commit that we remain very in touch over the next couple of days to try to do everything we can. Thank you all. Stephanie Troyer, Kube Gaji, Dawn Dalton, Michaela Deming. Welcome to you all. We'll start with Stephanie Troyer, Legal Director, Direct Legal Services Program, Legal Aid DC. No, I'm so sorry. We're gonna first hear from our virtual witness who the interpreter's here, and then we'll turn to you. Nydia Hernandez, And an interpreter, okay, great. So if you can tell her she can begin. Perfect, perfect. And if you want to pull up a chair too, whichever you're ready. Thank you, Don.
Buenos días, doña Nidia. Si quiere puede empezar y hacemos como discutimos. Usted lo va a leer todo en español y yo cuando termine lo leo todo en inglés. ¿Está bien?
Perfecto. ¿Se escucha bien?
Sí,
Ok.
we can hear.
Ok, cool. Buenos días, señoras y señores del Consejo. Mi nombre es Nidia Hernández y hoy estoy aquí para compartir una parte de mi historia personal. Una historia que refleja el papel vital que desempeñan las organizaciones en el apoyo a las víctimas y sobrevivientes de violencia doméstica. Lamentablemente, experimenté la crueldad de la violencia doméstica en muchas de sus formas, física, emocional y económica. En ese momento me encontraba en este país donde no hablaba el idioma y no tenía el apoyo de mi familia. Era madre de un niño de 10 años y una bebé recién nacida de apenas 4 meses. Sufrir abusos mientras estaba embarazada de mi hija me destrozó por dentro. La sensación de aislamiento, sin contar con nadie de mi familia, me llevó a un estado doloroso de resignación. Acepté la violencia como parte de mi vida porque creía que no tenía otra opción. Durante años viví con miedo y desesperanza, viendo cómo la vida pasaba de largo para mis hijos y para mí. Hasta que un día encontré el valor para hablar y denunciar el abuso. En ese momento todo cambió. Desde la noche que hice la llamada al 911, recibí un apoyo inmediato y con él vino una sensación de seguridad y esperanza que no sentía hace mucho tiempo. Las personas que intervinieron esa noche, a través de refugio, defensores y consejeros, se convirtieron en el salvavidas que ayudó a reconstruir mi vida. Gracias a estas organizaciones, pasé a vivir con miedo a sentirme segura y apoyada y empoderada. Aunque lo había perdido todo, me dieron la fuerza de comenzar de nuevo. Hoy, no solo estoy sobreviviendo, estoy prosperando. Por eso estoy aquí ante ustedes. Estos programas, estos recursos salvan vidas, así como salvaron la mía. Siguen llevando esperanza y sanación a muchas otras personas que se sienten atrapadas y sin voz. No podemos darnos el lujo de perder este apoyo. Les pido respetuosamente que continúen financiando y respaldando a las organizaciones que atienden a víctimas y sobrevivientes de violencia doméstica. Su labor ofrece a personas como yo una segunda oportunidad, la oportunidad de vivir, de sanar y de volver a creer en sí misma. Soy una sobreviviente de violencia y me siento muy agradecida por todo lo que las organizaciones hacen e hicieron por mí. Muchas gracias por su tiempo.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the council. My name is Nidia Hernandez, and today I am here to share a part of my personal story. A story that reflects the vital role played by organizations supporting victims and survivors of domestic violence. Unfortunately, I experienced the cruelty of domestic violence in many of its forms, physical, emotional, and economic. Then I found myself in a country where I did not speak the language and had no support nor family. I was the mother of a 10-year-old boy and a newborn baby of just 4 months. Suffering abuse while pregnant with my daughter is a story that tears me apart inside to tell. The feelings of isolation without anyone to turn to brought me to a state of painful resignation. I accepted the violence as part of my life because I thought I had no other choice. For years, I lived in fear and hopelessness, watching life go by for my children and me, until one day I found the courage to speak. I reported the abuse. That moment changed everything. Since the night I made that call to 911, my life began to change. I received immediate support, and with it came a sense of security and hope that I haven't felt for years. The people who intervened that night through shelters, defenders, counselors, became the lifeline that helped rebuild my life. Thanks to these organizations, I went from living in fear to feeling safe, supported, and empowered. And although I lost everything, they gave me the strength to start over. Today, I'm not just surviving, I'm thriving, and that's why I'm here before you. These programs, these resources, they save lives. Just like they saved mine, continue to carry hope and healing for many other people who have felt trapped and without a voice. And we can't afford to lose that support. I respectfully ask you to continue funding and supporting organizations that serve survivors of domestic violence. They are, their work offers people like me a second chance and the opportunity to live, to heal, and to believe in oneself again. I am a survivor of domestic violence, and I feel very grateful for everything that organizations did and still do for me. Thank you very much for your time and for listening to my story.
Thank you. And thank you so much for sharing your story with us. So sorry for what you've been through.
Sentimos tanto lo que te ha pasado, pero agradecemos mucho toda tu historia y contárnoslas hoy en día.
Thank you. Stephanie Troyer, Legal Director, Direct Legal Services Program, Legal Aid DC.
Good morning, Chairwoman Pinto and members of the committee. Thank you for your opportunity to testify. My name is Stephanie Troyer, and I serve as a legal director at Legal Aid DC. We are deeply concerned about the proposed 67% cut to the Access to Justice initiative in the mayor's FY26 budget. If adopted, this would have devastating consequences for our clients, our staff, and the district's ability to deliver on its promises of fairness and justice. I specifically want to thank the public witnesses today. I am here because this is what I do for a living, but the public witnesses have given of their time to share how vitally important these services are for them. And we are here because we want to be able to continue to serve them and help deliver on the district's promise and the community's commitment to delivering fairness and justice for them. I also want to thank the committee for your commitment over the last 2 fiscal years to filling the gap for previously proposed cuts. It's your kind of championing these funds that we are still here and that the services have continued to grow. I know that you are committed to ensuring that the funds are still here so that we can support district residents, and we are so grateful for your support. I want to talk today just a little bit about how these proposed cuts would affect DC Legal Aid DC's delivery of services and how devastating it would be for our ability to continue serving our client community. First, this cut would drastically reduce our ability to serve district residents. The Access to Justice grants provide more than 40% of Legal Aid DC's overall funding and sustain 80 of our 120 staff members. This includes attorneys and paralegals all across our practice areas. Because of this funding, and with this funding specifically, we expect to help over 5,000 district residents this year. These are people facing eviction, domestic violence, foreclosure, loss of public benefits, or immigration crises. These are not abstract problems. Without the funding that comes from the Access to Justice programs, many district residents will face their court challenges alone without the assistance of a lawyer. And we've heard about what that does also to the administration of justice within our court system. Second, legal services are increasingly essential as access to federal and local safety net programs become less reliable. This is particularly true at this moment in time. At the federal level, the Social Security Administration has made it significantly harder for residents to access basic services. For instance, something as simple as updating direct deposit now often requires a month-long wait for an in-person meeting, or for someone seeking to change their direct deposit to navigate a complex online multi-factor authentication system. Many of our clients lack reliable internet services and are not able to do that without our help. Similar challenges are faced by people seeking to change or seeking services with Department of Human Services and DCHA. Lastly, I urge the council to work with the mayor to develop a long-term consistent funding stream for this. You will hear from so many people today about how critical this is to provide services and to secure necessary government services for district residents. And this annual process of coming back and seeking to fill the gap is stressful to the system and undermines the long-term progress that we've made as a community in ensuring fairness and access to justice for our residents. Thank you.
Agreed. Thank you very much. Kube Nagaji, President and CEO of District Alliance for Safe Housing, DASH.
Good morning. I'm Kuben Gaje, President and CEO of DASH. I also have the distinct honor of serving as the co-chair of the Victims Assistance Network Policy and Advisory Committee, also known as the VAN, and proudly serve as a DC Access to Justice Commissioner. DASH is proud to stand here today and lead our testimony to underscore just how urgent and high priority this moment is for survivors across the district. First and foremost, thank you to this committee, to Mayor Bowser, Director Porter, and the entire OVSJG team. Your leadership and support matter deeply to those of us working every day to keep survivors safe. But today I must sound the alarm. The mayor's proposed fiscal 26 budget threatens to dismantle the safety net survivors rely on. We recognize the district's fiscal challenges. Across the sector, we've already taken steps to reduce costs and drive efficiency. For DASH, that's already included a painful 20% reduction in our workforce, a total of 8 positions that we closed in the last 3 months. But we cannot cut our way to safety. Just minutes ago, a survivor bravely asked if this committee was my life worth the money. That question should stay with all of us. These are not abstract numbers. These are lives that depend on the services we are fighting to preserve. And for DASH, the consequences are already real. Fewer beds, longer wait lists, and more survivors who have nowhere to go. Worse still, this is not new. Year after year, we've come before this committee to protect the basic resources survivors need to live safely and with dignity, and you heeded the call, and we are deeply grateful. Each time we've had to fight to save services that should never be on the chopping block to start. The repeated underinvestment in victim services sends a devastating message that survivors' lives are negotiable. They are not. No survivor should ever have to sit before this committee and question whether their safety is worth the cost. The same way that DC relies on nonprofits to be the final defense in our safety net, we must also rely on local dollars to preserve and restore core services and the intersectional programs that are outlined in the VAN's request. We urge council to meet the VAN's fiscal 26 recommendations and add $9.3 million to restore OVSJG's victim services grants to the true baseline needed to meet the services you hear from survivors today. To restore $21.2 million to Access to Justice and $46.59 million to DHS, which, as you've mentioned, Chairperson Pinto, includes devastating cuts to domestic violence. This 46.59 includes $7.8 million that's needed for domestic violence services, $21.9 million for ERAP, $16.86 million for rapid rehousing, and equitable access for survivors across the district. We also ask you to look at the VAN's request for expanded services for the things that are simply not being done. Thank you so much for your commitment to this work. We stand ready to support you throughout the next days and the weeks to make sure that survivors are protected. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Michaela Deming, Policy Director, DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence.
Good morning, Chairperson Pinto and staff. My name is Michaela Deming. I'm the Policy Director for the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence. The coalition is the federally recognized statewide coalition of domestic violence service providers here in the district and includes domestic violence specific housing providers, counseling and case management services, legal services, culturally specific organizations. Intimate partner violence continues to be a significant safety and public health concern for DC residents of all ages. and the dedicated service providers and staff that you're hearing from today at these programs work tirelessly to address this epidemic of domestic violence across all 8 wards of the district. As you know, here in DC, the rates of domestic violence are higher than they are nationally, with 47% of women and 43% of men reporting having experienced intimate partner violence. OVSJG is the primary DC government funder of domestic violence services here in the district, and we continue to appreciate the openness of Director Porter and her team, their communication and responsiveness to grantees. In October, Director Porter actually attended one of our Survivor Advisory Board meetings and heard directly from survivors like Nadia about their experiences and needs in DC, including critical funding needs and where they believe those funds are most needed at this time. As we collectively face these increasingly challenging times, policies from the new federal administration are creating confusion and concern for many and threatening the safety and stability of our most vulnerable communities. These policies continue to disproportionately impact marginalized communities, including people of color, LGBTQ+ individuals, immigrants, and their families, and deepen barriers that have already existed to accessing safety and justice. We cannot forget that domestic violence and domestic violence survivors are part of every community, and the consequences of these policies and actions for our communities are getting increasingly frightening and alarming. The Coalition remains steadfast in our commitment to protecting and empowering survivors in the face of these challenges. Our work is guided by our vision, our collective vision of safety, dignity, and equity for all, and we remain resolute in advocating for the needs of those who have been silenced and marginalized. As you know, confidentiality of client identity has been the bedrock of domestic violence services since the inception of support services for domestic violence survivors due to the lethal nature of the relationships they're fleeing. We want and need service providers to understand their rights and feel supported in exerting them on behalf of survivor safety, and ask all of the DC government and systems leaders to understand this necessity and be ready to support programs and survivors in exercising and upholding these rights. We would also like to again raise the issue of transparency as the Coalition, the broader VAN, has been doing for several years now. The proposed budget, once again, still does not include information for grantees or the council to identify how the district intends to allocate funding for victim services across the culturally specific service providers, survivor housing, different types of victimization, et cetera. Full compliance with all of these provisions of the Transparency Act of 2022 will enable victim services as a community and council to better coordinate efforts to meet the needs of all victims and maintain the highest quality of services for survivors. It's of heightened importance now as critical longstanding federal funding sources are less secure and more restricted in ways that may result in widespread closure of critical life-saving domestic violence services, specifically those serving the most marginalized and under-resourced communities in DC. Dawn has the rest.
Thank you, Ms. Deming. Don Dalton.
Thank you. My name is Dawn Dalton, and I am the Executive Director for the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence. Building on what my colleague Michaela just shared and the other folks that are testifying today, we know that this is a tough budget year. Our goal is to maintain FY25 programming and service levels across the victim services sector. Survivors of domestic violence need more resources and services, not less. And so we urge the council to restore and provide an additional $9.33 million in funding for OVSJG victim services to $59.41 million to preserve current services. This includes the $6.8 million necessary to maintain specifically current domestic violence services. Our member programs see firsthand the demand for DV services increasing year after year. We've identified early in the fall, $18.65 million in recurring funding over FY25 is actually what's necessary to expand services to meet the demand that survivors have and who are in need of services. Legal services, mental health, housing units, culturally specific services, economic justice and cash assistance, language access, and prevention programming. And you may be hearing that there is a waiting list, no one able to take on survivors' cases or being referred to other services that do not address their specific trauma and victimization related to healing and resource needs. DV survivor services save lives, full stop. I also happen to serve on the DV Fatality Review Board. And as we sit and hear survivors tell their testimony today, we must listen to that before we are hearing those stories told in the DV Fatality Review Board. These dollars are critical to saving lives. The services that are provided by the grantees of OVSJG are critical. Survivors depend on the human services that have been cut in the proposed budget. To have a budget that truly supports survivors, we need the council to fully fund access to justice, reentry grants, ERAP and rapid rehousing, Alliance, SNAP, and other human services that make up the social safety net Washingtonians depend on. Access to justice funds are essential to maintaining legal services for eviction prevention and for services of violence as they navigate legal remedies towards safety. The proposed budget not only cuts over $20 million in funding in access to justice, but also converts nearly half of the remaining funding to one-time funds. Cuts to these programs and all of the others mentioned by our colleagues at the Fair Budget Coalition and the LGBTQ+ Budget Coalition directly impact options for survivors as they journey towards lives free from violence for themselves and their families. We stand with the VAN and continue to demand accountability for the failure to comply with the transparency provisions that my colleague Michaela just referenced. We stand in solidarity with the VAN, the Fair Budget Coalition, and the LGBTQ+ Budget Coalition in calling for critical investments in human service needs across the budget and for a more just and equitable DC for all of our neighbors, especially those most vulnerable. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dalton. Mr. Kaji, when we think about the $9 million delta for victim services, can you talk about what that would mean in practice for the people that would be able to be served?
Absolutely happy to, and thank you for the question. The VAN works really closely with OVSJG in preparing our budget recommendations, and so that 9.3 million request to fill the gap really accounts for a 4.5 million decline in federal funds over the years, as well as funds that are needed to stabilize core services and close fiscal 25 gaps. So in essence, what this funds will allow us to do is maintain what is currently being done. So everything that OVSJG is funded to do on the victim services, ensuring that we get the $9.33 million will allow those services to continue. These are funds that are supporting over 70+ organizations who receive funding from OVSJG and thousands of survivors. The services that will be provided cover housing, they cover mental health, they cover, language access, all the things that you will hear from today. And what we really want to underscore is that this is not a request for growth. Like the 9.33 does not get us more. It's the minimum that's needed to preserve the safety net for survivors and maintain a truly functioning victim services system in fiscal 26 because of all of the other intersectional cuts that are happening. If we lose that, it means that we will not have the infrastructure to be able to respond in the current capacity that victim services is now.
Thank you. And thank you all very much for your testimony and all that you do every day. I know that all four of you are very important leaders in this space, and we appreciate what you do and look forward to working with you in the next couple of days to see how we can fill as much of this gap as possible. Thank you. Indira Hennard. George Jones. Jocelyn Jacoby. Lanny Nelson. Welcome. And we will begin with Indira Hennard, the President and CEO of the DC Rape Crisis Center.
Greetings, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. I will be submitting a full testimony for the record, but I wanted to focus on a few points in my brief time before you. First, thank you, Director Porter and the entire OVSJG team, as well as Mayor Bowser and her team for the critical investments you made in FY24 and FY25 to the victim service community under enormous pressure. We appreciate your support then, but I am here now asking for your support once again. I recognize that DC is having to make some hard decisions, having to make some hard decisions and is experiencing deep and unprecedented cuts as it relates to the FY26 budget. I also recognize that in order for our regional economy to grow and to retain and attract talent to the district, hard decisions have to be made. However, the growth and sustainability of this region is based on the strength and sustainability of the nonprofit sector, especially the public safety sector. You cannot have effective public safety without effective victim services. The effectiveness of victim services continue to rise and meet the moment in time we are in. The DC Rape Crisis Center, like many of our victim service partners, have experienced firsthand the impact of what is happening on the national level, especially as it relates to the unprecedented layoffs of federal workers. The DC Rape Crisis Center has seen a 10% increase in requests for individual and group therapy support, as well as a 15% increase to calls on our 24/7 crisis hotline for federal workers wanting to maintain continuity in their trauma therapy and who can no longer afford private therapy. When the tragedy happened on the Potomac River, the DC Rape Crisis Center was asked to support and provide resources to some of our victim service colleagues who were being impacted firsthand by the tragedy. The DC Rape Crisis Center has been working in lockstep with our immigration partners in providing unprecedented support and safety planning to our immigrant survivors, to include, but not limited to, legal aid support and resources through our Access to Justice partners. Legal aid is one of the top referrals we give, and the Access to Justice initiative under the DC Bar Foundation provides unprecedented and record-breaking support to legal aid organizations who stand shoulder to shoulder and work in intentional partnership with victim service organizations in providing legal aid support. I have said it before and I will say it again, no one does this work alone, and the work we do is intersectional. We cannot continue to do more with less. The work is increasing, but the funding is not. In a season that is challenging the social safety net of this region, we have to remember that victim services play an intricate role in the public safety ecosystem. So today I join my VAN victim service colleagues in respectively urging council to restore $9.3 million to OVSJG to include the $21.2 million to Access to Justice. We continue to know that the clients who are receiving our services, we're seeing a new client profile who are accessing victim services. And so we know that this will disproportionately impact vulnerable residents who sit on the margins. So thank you, Chairman Pinto and Director Porter, for continuing to elevate services as a top priority. We appreciate your support and look forward to working with you, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hennard. George Jones, Bread for the City.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to testify this morning. My name is George Jones. I'm the CEO of Bread for the City. We're a nonprofit that's been serving low-income DC residents for over 50 years, providing food, clothing, medical care, social services, and crucially, legal and aid to over 31,000 DC residents living on low incomes. The Access to Justice Initiative is the backbone of our legal clinic. Because of this funding, we've grown from just 5 attorneys to 20 and built 5 innovative legal programs focused on housing and family law. By providing legal assistance free of charge, Bread for the City helps residents stay housed and off the streets, maintain child support and custody agreements that increase family stability, and promote economic security for low-income families through public benefits assistance. That return for the City Council receives on this investment is this initiative is substantial, far outweighs the costs associated with the fund. For example, in 2024, Bread for the City partnered with 46 pro bono volunteers from 13 firms across the city for a total value of $3.8 million in services, most of which supported the individual representation of DC residents. Pro bono cases are placed and mentored by legal staff funded by the Access to Justice Initiative grants. Without this funding, such generous pro bono assistance for district residents would be hard to come by. Now that funding is in jeopardy. The proposed cuts, a devastating 67% reduction, would force us to lay off 10 attorneys and shut down our housing preservation, domestic violence, and child support projects. It would also eliminate the collaborative legal hotlines and the attorney of the day services that ensure that thousands of DC residents have immediate legal help when they're most in need. Let me tell you about Mrs. Gordon, an elderly woman who's lived in an apartment for 25 years under a housing subsidy. When her landlord tried to evict her, claiming she owed $20,000 in rent, she was terrified. She had rent payment receipts, but no one would listen. It wasn't until she called the Legal Tenant Legal Assistance Network, funded by this initiative, that she was connected with the Bradford City attorney. That attorney discovered Ms. Gordon had been wrongly kicked off of the subsidy program years earlier. After tough litigation and multiple mediations, we got her back into the program. She won her $20,000 back and made her landlord fix her home. She cried and she told her attorney, "No one has ever cared to help me like this before." That's what the Access to Justice funding makes possible. It keeps our neighbors in their homes, protects survivors of domestic violence. It helps families stay together and stand tall in a complicated legal system not built for them. This isn't just a line item, it's a promise to stand with low income and Black and brown DC residents to ensure equity in a city where justice is too often out of reach. On behalf of Bedford City, I really implore you to help us figure out how to find these dollars to avoid and restore these cuts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Jocelyn Jacoby, Program Director and Psychotherapist, the DC LGBTQ+ Community Center.
Good day, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I will be reading a shortened version of my submitted testimony. My name is Jocelyn Jacoby, pronouns she, her, Ward 1 resident, and I serve as the Program Director and Psychotherapist at the DC LGBTQ+ Community Center, overseeing our behavioral health and DC anti-violence project programs known as the DC AVP. The DC Center is proud to announce we have opened our new home in Ward 2, offering expanded life and human supportive services. Thanks to the initial investment from the DC Council, we have welcomed our community and partner organizations into a beautiful and groundbreaking new home. Our free services include, but are not limited to, food, clothing, mail, laundry, shower, storage, and HIV testing, peer support groups, and cultural events. We also continue to provide DC AVP's trauma-informed programs to queer survivors of violence, abuse, and trauma, funded by OVSJG, with our new dedicated therapy and wellness rooms. The new administration has ushered in an increase of hostile laws, hateful rhetoric, and violence towards our community, especially our trans and immigrant siblings. I have seen an increase in crisis sessions along with more clients bringing up current events and trauma therapy. When registering for our Black History Month panel, one participant shared, "This event is important to me because we need to know that in spite of everything that's going against our community, we still have people rallying for us and we still have the representation that is so desperately needed." As a proud member of the DC Budget Coalition, the Center stands in solidarity with over 20 local organizations committed to protecting and expanding critical funding for our LGBTQ+ siblings in the district. As our city faces economic uncertainty and federal threats to home rule, we urge leaders to fully fund LGBTQ+ programs that ensure access to life and human supportive services, particularly for those most impacted by discrimination and systemic barriers. The DC AVP aims not only to maintain our existing programs, but also to expand them to meet the growing needs of our community. With many more folks in economic need, our free trauma-informed therapy and case management services are a lifeline. In FY25, OVSJG awarded us 84% of what we requested. To expand our services, including hosting more community events and hiring an additional part-time therapist to reduce our wait list, we will require a minimum 30% increase in our FY26 budget. The center also seeks an annual commitment from the DC Council of $300,000 to assist in subsidizing the annual cost of maintaining our groundbreaking new home. I leave you with the words of one of our survivors. "I truly believe I am alive today because of the DC Center, and not only alive, but finally living again. All of my symptoms, isolation, depression, severe anxiety, mood fluctuations, and self-destructive behaviors have come down to manageable levels. I even started looking at the sunset again. Thank you for your time and consideration. Happy to answer any questions."
Wow, that was amazing. Time to the second. But thank you so much, and we're thrilled to welcome you to Ward 2 with the new center. Thrilled you're there. Thank you. Lonnie Nelson, caseworker and advocate, the DC LGBTQ+ Community Center.
Good morning, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Lonnie Nelson, and I'm the caseworker and advocate for the DC LGBTQ+ Community Center and the DC Anti-Violence Project. Firstly, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak today for your continued support for LGBTQ+ services in the district. I want to express my deep gratitude for the funding that has allowed the DC LGBTQ+ Community Center to open our expanded facility. This space, with ADA compliant bathrooms and showers, a clothing boutique, kitchen, and meeting rooms, is more than just a building. It's an oasis of safety, affirmation, and belonging. Thanks to OVSJG funding, I support LGBTQ+ residents daily, many of whom are transgender, gender nonconforming, Black, brown, and/or immigrants navigating homelessness, food insecurity, job discrimination, and deep-rooted trauma. We're able to provide essential services like housing referrals, clean clothing, access to benefits, and peer support. But the truth is, despite our beautiful new space, many still live in a constant state of fear. That fear is justified. Our clients face daily harassment, misgendering, and rejection, even in places that claim to be safe. Many say that our center is the only place where they feel seen, heard, and as if they truly exist. While we are proud to provide that, we are stretched thin. The need continues to grow, and our safety net is far from complete. As a proud member of the DC LGBTQ+ Budget Coalition, we stand in solidarity with over 20 local organizations, calling on Mayor Bowser and the council to prioritize equity-focused investments, especially for trans folks, people of color, immigrants, low-income, undocumented, and disabled residents. Our organizations provide life-saving services despite limited resources, and the need has never been more urgent. Fully funding LGBTQ+ programs means affirming healthcare, stable housing, civil rights protections, and community safety rooted in dignity and justice. I also speak from a personal experience. As a Black, West African, genderqueer native of DC, I carry the same fears as the people I serve. I have had to compromise the authenticity in how I show up in spaces every day just to feel safe. While I am aware that I have privilege to be housed and employed, that is never a guarantee. This work is not just personal for me. This work is not just professional for me. It is personal. Again, I thank the council for your investment. Our center stands as a beacon of hope on one of the largest cities on a hill. But hope alone is not enough. We're requesting $300,000 in ongoing funding to continue delivering life-affirming, trauma-informed, and culturally competent care to those who need it most. Our clients deserve more than a moment of safety. They deserve a future of tangible hope. And with your continued support, we can make that hope possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. So one of the things that people will say in response when I say we need to re-raise the funding is these are stable funding levels to what we had before the pandemic. And I guess this is more so for the DC Rape Crisis Center and Bread for the City because the LGBTQ+ Center is new. But over the last couple of years, was your funding 3x'd, or has it directly correlated with the increase in funding that the city provided to OVSJG?
I think ours is certainly doubled. I don't know if that's 3x, but yeah, so we saw certainly increased dollars, and we made increased investments in our capacity to serve those community members. So that going from 5 to 20 attorneys was really a direct response to this additional funding. And again, we were always falling short of meeting the need in our community.
Right.
So this is really critical for us to try to better meet that need.
But just in terms of the numbers alone that you were receiving from 2019 to today, you're receiving twice what you were?
That's right.
Okay. And how about
approximately?
Okay. And how about the Rape Crisis Center?
Yeah, so we also received increased numbers, but I think what's important to recognize is that particularly within the last year, the last couple of years, the profile of our clients are looking different. And so we are seeing clients who are coming from the business community, who are coming from Capitol Hill, who are coming from district government, accessing resources in victim services that they have never done before. And I think that's important to note because there's this assumption out there that, all of our clients are from wards 5, 7, and 8, et cetera, and that is not true because our work is specialized. And so, prime example, you have heart issues, you go to a cardiologist. Same rules apply for us for the most part. If you have sexual trauma, you want specialized services. And so they do not discriminate. And so as we're seeing this new client profile, particularly with the federal workers and accessing trauma support and needing additional holistic services like food and transportation and things like that, the increase is only going to up because the unemployment rate is upping.
Thank you. And I agree that that is an important point. I'm just trying to get a sense of the funding numbers
Yes.
that you received from OVSJG as
Yes.
they compared from 2019 to this year.
It was an increase
By how much?
by 2 times.
It was also 2 times.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then how much did the LGBTQ Center receive this past year from OVSJG?
Oh, I didn't write the exact number on my paper. It was, I think about $347,000 this year from OVSJG for the DC Anti-Violence Project program. We've received funding from other grants as well.
Got it. Okay. Well, thank you all very much. Appreciate all you do for our city every day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle Johns, Cesar Toledo, Natalia Otero, Vaughn Edmead, Michael Johns, or Vaughn. Okay, is Michael Johns on here? Michelle Johns, I'm sorry. Okay, you can come first. Then Cesar Toledo, are you here? Okay, so Natalia gets down, then Vaughn. Zanetta Green. Welcome. All right, Michelle Johns, therapist and advocate, the DC LGBTQ+ Community Center.
Good morning, Chair Pinto and members of the committee, and happy Pride season. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you all today, and thank you very much for the work you all do on a daily basis for the folk of DC. My name is Michelle Johns, and I serve as a therapist and advocate at the DC LGBTQ+ Community Center. In this role, I offer trauma-informed and culturally informed care to clients in Spanish and in English, folks who have been victims of crime or experienced other traumas. I also collaborate with colleagues at the center to educate and advocate for equity for all LGBTQ+ persons. While the center has been around for decades, we have recently, as you have just heard, moved into a spectacular new space. We welcome you all to come and visit and spend some time with us there. We come with deep gratitude for the ways in which you all have helped us move into this new space. We also come with requests for your continued support for this mission. Even as DC welcomed World Pride, we are also experiencing increased threats against our LGBTQ+ community. Queer folks are being targeted explicitly and implicitly by the new administration, which means that the needs and our services are even in greater demand. Folk come to us for food, for help connecting to resources, and truly just to be and to be safe for a few moments. The DC LGBTQ+ Community Center, as a member of the DC LGBTQ+ Budget Coalition, works in solidarity with over 20 other organizations in the district that also focus on protecting and caring for the queer community. We call on Mayor Bowser and the council to prioritize equity-focused investments that directly support LGBTQ+ residents, particularly those most impacted by discrimination and systemic barriers, including our trans siblings, persons of color, low-income individuals, immigrant and undocumented and asylum-seeking community members, and folk with disabilities. These investments are not just necessary, they're a reflection of DC's core values and a commitment to dignity, safety, and the future of all LGBTQ+ residents. Last week, we welcomed a community member who arrived at the center exhausted and depleted and without hope. After taking a shower, getting some clean clothes, having a hot meal, I saw their face soften and a sense of peace come over them. I checked in and I said, "How are you doing?" And they looked at me tenderly and with tears in their eyes and said, "I'm much better now. Thank you." We offer compassion and dignity to folks who have lost hope. The work of the LGBTQ+ Community Center is a life preserver. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I will also submit a written statement. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Michelle. Natalia Otero, co-founder and executive director of DC Safe.
Good morning, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Natalia Otero, and I co-founded DC Safe with a very good friend of mine, Elizabeth Olds. At the time, I was 26 years old. I was caring for my terminally ill uncle. I was newly married and was expecting my first child. Needless to say, I had my hands full at the time. When I told my family and friends that I was hoping to start a nonprofit supporting survivors of domestic violence, their first question was always, "There must be a better way you can help." But I cannot shake the sense of responsibility to myself and to the generations of women that live through unimaginable circumstances. I myself am a victim and a child witness of family violence, and serving survivors like myself and the women in my family has been my labor of life. I wanted to uplift this today just to kind of acknowledge the commitment that exists in this room. I have been showing up to these hearings for 19 years to ask for financial support. And I do have to be honest that at times it has felt like screaming into the void. But with the benefit of my lived experience, I can say that magical things have happened in this room, in this very building, under the leadership of people like yourselves. The DC Council has an extremely important role to play for the well-being of its citizens. Not only do you have budget approval powers, but you also have legislative powers and oversee our executive, are able to create emergency legislation and assign leaders to commissions. As a city, we have experienced times of uncertainty, scarcity, and strife many times over. In preparation for this hearing, many examples of that ran through my mind, times where we could have given up or made things worse. I asked myself about those times, what was poignant about them, and how did we as a city persevere? The first thing that came to mind is that we honor people's humanity. Numbers in a budget are much more than just needles that we move. They can impact people deeply, set them back, or lift them up. I want to ask of you today that as you consider FY26 budget cuts, you lean into decisions that preserve people's humanity and dignity above the bottom line. Second, what we do matters more than what we say. As you are making difficult decisions about cuts, I ask you to think about how implementation of said cuts can change people's lives, and I ask that you make these changes with as little harm as possible. And lastly, but not least, we are stronger together. As a proud Washingtonian, I believe that we have the best minds in our city. OVSJG alone has an impressive portfolio of nonprofits that can think our way under, out of, or around of any scarcity. More communication planning and transparency is crucial to our collective survival. I say all this because our ask today may seem like a lot in a time where you're being pressured to give up a lot. However, the amount that we are asking about in comparison to the entire budget is actually quite small as an investment goes, and the economy of scale is huge. Victim services are essential to a well-functioning, healthy, and vibrant city. Without that, other investments that you make in the city cannot be as fruitful. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Otero. Vaughn Edmead, Director, Intake and Residential Programs, District Alliance for Safe Housing.
Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify.
My name is Vaughn Edmead, and I am the Director of Intake and Residential Programs at the District Alliance for Safe Housing, known as DASH. I would first like to express our sincere appreciation to the committee, Mayor Bowser, Director Porter, and the OVSJG staff for your ongoing commitment to supporting safe housing and holistic services for domestic and sexual violence survivors. DASH is one of the district's largest dedicated safe housing providers for underserved survivors of domestic and sexual violence, and seeks to strengthen and expand the local safety net for survivors by providing high-quality, voluntary, and individualized services. In fiscal year 24, DASH safely housed and prevented housing instability for 305 survivors needing a safe place to call home, including 85 adults and 94 children in our OVSJG-funded housing programs, Cornerstone and Empowerment Project. Cornerstone is DASH's flagship program and the largest safe housing residence in DC. It offers 42 units that house over 75 survivors and their children annually. Residents can stay in an apartment for up to 2 years while recovering from trauma and working with their coach to achieve independence. Continued funding from OVSJG has led to outstanding successes. For example, a survivor whom I shall call Mira came to Cornerstone determined to build a stable future for herself and her family, who were preparing to move from India. With DASH's support, she completed a job training program, was hired by a diplomatic office, and secured permanent housing outside the shelter system. DASH provided flexible financial assistance for driving school, moving support, and her transition into independence. Mira's success reflects what is possible when survivors have access to safe housing, practical support, and the opportunity to rebuild. DASH and OVSJG have been partners since DASH was founded in 2006, and we are immensely proud of what we have achieved together. Like many victim services and housing organizations, DASH relies on OVSJG funds to provide life-saving services. DASH is a vital support system, ensuring that all survivors have access to safety, dignity, and the resources they need to rebuild their lives. We understand that difficult choices need to be made, but we urge the Council and Mayor Bowser to continue investing in survivors so we can partner to protect the district's most vulnerable. To further this critical work, we call on the city to add $9.33 million in recurring local funds to restore the OVSJG Victim Services Grants line to maintain current service levels. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide this testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Zanetta Green, Director, Community Housing Programs, District Alliance for Safe Housing.
Good morning, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Zanetta Green, and I'm the Director of Community Housing Programs at the District Alliance for Safe Housing, also known as DASH. I would first like to join my colleague Vaughn in expressing our sincere appreciation to the committee, Mayor Bowser, Director Porter, and the OVSJG staff for your ongoing commitment to supporting safe housing and holistic services for domestic and sexual violence survivors. DASH's mission is to be an innovator in providing access to safe housing and services to survivors of domestic and sexual violence and their families as they rebuild their lives on their own terms. In fiscal year 24, DASH safely housed and prevented housing instability for 305 survivors who needed a safe place to call home, including 35 adults and 43 children in our Empowerment Project program, which is funded by OVSJG. I oversee the Empowerment Project, one of our scatter site transitional housing programs. The Empowerment Project, or EP, provides survivors and their children with resources and support needed to rebuild their lives on their own terms. DASH's holistic approach also disrupts intergenerational cycles of violence, helping future generations live free from abuse. I want to share a story with you about a survivor I will call Erica. Erica came to EP after fleeing an abusive relationship and was focused on maintaining her job and building her savings for her family's future. When a health emergency forced Erica to leave work, DASH provided flexible financial assistance to help cover essentials and support her recovery. Her DASH coach worked with her on budgeting skills and helped her open a savings account and create a transition plan tailored to her goals. With DASH's support, Erica returned to work and saved over $5,000, leaving the program with a strong foundation and a clear path forward. Erica's story is just one of many that shows how access to safe housing, personalized support, and flexible resources can empower survivors to recover, rebuild, and regain control of their lives. With Dash by their side, survivors don't just find shelter, they find stability, opportunity, and the tools to thrive. We understand the financial challenges the city is facing, but we urge the council and Mayor Bowser to continue investing in survivors. To further this critical work, we call on the city to add $9.33 million in recurring local funds to restore the OVSJG Victim Services Grant line to maintain current service levels. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide this testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Great, thank you so much. Ms. Otero, I just want to ask you about the gap that we have right now in funding. What would that mean for victim services ability to get help to where it needs to go in human costs?
Yeah, I would like to start by saying that domestic violence is an overarching thing. It's also not just a victim services issue, but a public safety issue and so forth. DC Safe is a crisis intervention organization, so we don't have the luxury of saying we're not going to serve a particular population. We just do what we can. That just means more disjointed services, less supportive services, less for everybody, basically. I think I did want to kind of uplift today a historical perspective. So you were asking previously about kind of the increase in the funding. So DC Safe has received 3 times more funding from OVS since 2019. However, the number of calls to our crisis line, for example, quadrupled. Our numbers went up from 8,000 survivors to 13,000. And that's going to be our new normal at this point. However, I would like to state that prior to that, for 5 years, we were flat funded. So although the gap is extremely important, it's extremely important for us to continue to have sustainable funding, which is what I viewed that increase in funding. So when we're talking about the $9.3 million, we are really talking about current services. Anything beyond that would have people having to be homeless more often, having to live through violence more often, not being able to have places to turn. So it's a very serious issue. So I hope that gives you a little bit more of an insight. I did actually want to mention as well that there are ways for us to look at future sustainability. We shouldn't have to come every year, for example, to have conversations around funding infrastructure like shelters and service centers. That should be money that is protected. For example, there is a shelter fund that is part of OVSJG's budget. There is no money that is attached to that fund, so it is sitting empty at the moment. However, those are capital investments that the city has already made, and so that shouldn't be something that counts towards this gap. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And I think that's a really good example of something we were able to work on together last year that we included in the BSA. So that's another invitation for folks about whether it's funding or kind of legislative authority to stick together on to make sure people get the supports they need. Thank you all for what you do every day for our city. Appreciate you. Olubunmi Akinkuo. Kiara Williams. Kelly Neptune. Sadina Montani. Olubunmi Akinkuo. Am I pronouncing your name correctly? Chief Program Officer, District Alliance for Safe Housing.
Thank you. Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Olubunmi Akinkwol, and I'm the Chief Program Officer at DASH. I join my colleagues Vaughn and Zanetta in expressing sincere appreciation to the committee, Mayor Bowser, Director Porter, and OVSJG staff for your ongoing commitment to supporting safe housing and holistic services for domestic and sexual violence survivors. Domestic violence continues to be a widespread and deeply harmful issue affecting people in every community, regardless of age, income, gender, race, sexual orientation, religion, or nationality. Here in the district, it's not only a serious public health and safety crisis, but also one of the leading causes of homelessness. According to the 2025 point-in-time count, nearly half of adults and families experiencing homelessness identified as survivors of domestic or intimate partner violence, and more than 3/4 of them said that the abuse directly led to their homelessness. Among unaccompanied adults, almost 1 in 4 reported a history of domestic violence, and nearly half identified it as a factor in their housing instability. While domestic violence touches every community, its consequences are not experienced equally. At DASH, more than 90% of the survivors we serve are people of color, a reflection of how structural racism, economic inequality, and barriers to safe housing disproportionately expose communities of color to both violence and housing insecurity. In the face of this ongoing crisis, DASH serves as a vital lifeline, providing survivors with the safety, stability, and support they need to escape abuse and rebuild their lives on their own terms. But this lifeline and those offered by other victim service organizations across the district is at risk. Despite the critical role we play in disrupting cycles of violence and homelessness, continued underfunding places the core services that anchor our OVSJG partnership in serious jeopardy heading into fiscal year 26. We know firsthand that the proposed cuts to ERAP, rapid rehousing, and access to justice will be catastrophic, especially for survivors and people of color. These cuts risk pushing countless families back into unsafe situations or deeper into homelessness. We recognize fiscal year 2026 is a challenging budget year. However, failing to resource victim service organizations properly will ultimately cost the city more. We urge the council and Mayor Bowser to continue to invest in survivors and protect the district's most vulnerable. To sustain this life-giving work, we urge the council to restore and add $9.33 million in recurring local funds to the OVSJG Victim Service Grants budget to meet the necessary 59.41 baseline, preserving the safety net for survivors and ensuring a functioning and responsive victim services spectrum in fiscal year 26. Thank you again for this opportunity to give this testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Kiara Williams, public witness.
Good morning, Committee Chair Pinto and members of the DC Council. My name is Kiara Williams, and I'm a proud resident of the DC. I'm here today to ask you to restore full funding for the Access to Justice Initiative, because without it, I don't know where I would be today. This funding makes it possible for organizations like the DC Bar Pro Bono Center to provide free legal help for people like me, people who are trying to move forward but are facing some challenges, some of the hardest challenges life can throw at them. My relationship with the Pro Bono Center began in December 2023. At the time, I had just completed a 6-month rehabilitation program and was starting to rebuild my life. But soon after, I was faced with the fight of my life, just trying to keep custody of my child. I turned to the DC Bar Pro Bono Center, and they stepped in right away. They didn't just help me with legal paperwork and court hearings. They believed in me when I was struggling to believe in myself. Their support helped me stay focused and strong, not only for my case, but for my growth as a mother and a woman. Now, 2 years later, I'm proud to say I've come a long way. Thanks to the Pro Bono Center, I've gained confidence, direction, and strength to keep moving forward. Every time I work with them, I left more motivated, not just to better my life, but to give back to others in my community. Today, I'm gainfully employed and my daughter is thriving. But none of that would have been possible without the Access to Justice Initiative. That funding connects people in crisis to the support they need to survive, heal, and thrive. Cutting it would be devastating, not just to individuals, but to entire families and neighborhoods. So please protect and restore this critical funding so more DC residents like me can get the second chance they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for sharing your story. Kelly Neptune, Executive Director of the DC Bar Pro Bono Center.
Good morning. Good morning, Committee Chair Pinto and members of the DC Council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm the Executive Director of the DC Bar Pro Bono Center, the largest provider of pro bono legal services in the district. Each year, we mobilize thousands of volunteer attorneys to help more than 21,000 individuals and 5,000 nonprofits and small businesses. We ensure that legal help is accessible to more than just a privileged few. First, thank you for saving the Access to Justice Initiative funding last year. Today, I urge you to do the same because the stakes have never been higher. This funding is foundational. It supports a third of our entire budget and staff. Without it, our ability to serve thousands of vulnerable residents would be gravely compromised. Thanks to this funding, last year we provided legal help to over 2,100 DC residents in eviction and housing matters. Our landlord-tenant legal assistance network, a partnership with 6 legal services organizations, primarily served residents in wards 7 and 8, many of whom have incomes under $20,000. Without this funding, residents would face eviction alone. We are also founding members of the Family Law Assistance Network, which provides urgent legal support in custody and divorce and domestic violence cases. Requests for help in these matters have increased 91% in the last year alone. This year, we've seen a 50% rise in public benefits cases. With initiative funding, we launched the Future Planning and Probate Program, helping families prepare wills, transfer property, and protect home ownership in underserved communities. A cut to this funding would have devastating consequences. Families facing eviction would lose lifelines. Seniors and low-income homeowners would risk losing generational homes, and residents in need of benefits may not obtain them. We urge you not to let this happen. We respectfully ask that the council once again stand with our city's most vulnerable residents and fully restore the Access to Justice Initiative funding. Thank you for your time and commitment, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Neptune. Sedina Montani, President-elect of the DC Bar.
Good morning. Chairwoman Pinto, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning on this important issue. My name is Sedina Montani, and I am the president-elect of the DC Bar. The DC Bar is the largest mandatory bar in the country with more than 121,000 members, approximately 66,000 of which are in the greater DC metropolitan area. I'm testifying this morning on behalf of the bar and its past presidents, and I'd like to express our strong support for the Access to Justice Initiative and the restoration of funding to fiscal year 2025 levels. This program really is a model for the nation, and we're grateful to the district government for its longstanding support. Initiative funding has been transformative in delivering critical legal assistance to economically marginalized district residents, which is why reducing the funding by 67% or more than $21 million would really undermine important community progress. These drastic cuts would be devastating, threatening the safety, health, housing, and economic stability of the district's most vulnerable residents. This initiative funding really allows us to leverage the power of volunteer lawyers who are members of the DC Bar. As bar leaders, we are constantly encouraging our members to volunteer, to give their treasure, and to give their time. Our pro bono attorneys giving their time rely on nonprofit legal services providers for case screening, for training, for mentorship, work that requires robust support. Funding cuts would severely limit these providers' ability to harness the volunteer power which we have at our fingertips at a time when it is needed most. A severe reduction in this funding would be especially damaging at a time when economic pressures continue to push more residents into crisis. The demand for civil legal assistance already far exceeds available resources,
and the available volunteers willing to give their time and their treasure. The district's wise investment in civil legal aid has allowed us to develop innovative approaches to meet community needs, and that progress is at risk, and district residents would unfortunately bear the cost. Civil legal aid helps district residents address challenges like eviction, domestic violence, debt, and ensuring that they have the access to public benefits to which they're entitled, all of which have become more urgent amid the rising costs of living. Providing help early in the legal process is good for the community, and it relieves the burden on government agencies, including the financial burden on those agencies. And drastic cuts to this initiative would jeopardize those benefits. The DC Bar, its past presidents, and I thank each of you for recognizing the importance of providing access to justice for district residents. We urge the committee and the council to once again demonstrate the leadership that it has in past years by restoring initiative funding to the fiscal year 2025 levels. Thank you again for the opportunity. I'm happy to answer questions.
Great. Thank you very much, and congratulations on your election.
Thank you.
I look forward to working together. Thank you all for being here and all that you do. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Rhonda Cunningham Holmes, Melissa Millar, Joanne Lynn, Laura Brown. And we will begin with Rhonda Cunningham Holmes, Executive Director of the Legal Counsel for the Elderly.
Good morning, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Rhonda Cunningham Holmes, and I have the privilege of serving as the Executive Director of Legal Counsel for the Elderly. This month, LCE celebrates 50 years of service to older adults in the district. That's 5 decades of defending, protecting, and empowering some of our city's most vulnerable residents. We remain deeply committed to this mission, but the mayor's proposed $21 million cut to the Access to Justice funding puts that mission at risk. In a time of fiscal strain and declining federal aid, the district must not abandon its most vulnerable residents under the banner of austerity. With Access to Justice support, LCE provides integrated legal and social work services that directly improve housing, wealth, health, and financial stability for low-income older adults. Last year, our tenant advocacy and support practice served 355 clients, returning $887,500 in financial benefits. That's about $2,500 per client. These aren't just numbers, they represent seniors who avoided eviction and stayed in their homes and communities. My written testimony will highlight some client stories, but here I'm going to focus on data that demonstrates the impact of LCE's work as a result of the Access to Justice funding. Tenants without representation in DC Superior Court are far more likely to be evicted. Task attorneys provide legal defense, while our tenant empowerment specialists helps clients access emergency rental assistance, public benefits, and alternative housing when needed. A 67% Access to Justice cut would drastically reduce our capacity, leaving more seniors to face eviction alone and leading to increased senior homelessness. Access to Justice also supports our economic and healthcare security practice, which helps seniors secure and maintain essential benefits like SNAP, Medicaid, SSI, and SSDI. With more denials and terminations occurring, our services are critical. We provide representation to appeal these decisions. And without them, more seniors would fall into crisis. Our Homebound Elderly Legal Project serves clients unable to leave their homes. In 2024, it supported 57 seniors with vital documents like wills, powers of attorney, and transfer and death deeds. These legal documents protect against exploitation and allow seniors to live safely and with dignity. Finally, our probate and estate planning project helps clients gain legal title to homes, access tax relief, and pass assets to the next generation. In 2024, this work produced $2.4 2.45 million in client benefits from just $123,350 in council funding. That's a 2,000% return. And that's not just that's just smart policy. It's also smart economics. The council has long recognized that civil legal services are a cornerstone of equity and justice in the district. And every Access to Justice funded LCE program is a part of that cornerstone. Access to Justice funding is a smart investment in the well-being of our city. So on behalf of Legal Counsel for the Elderly and the thousands of seniors that we represent and serve, I urge the council to restore the full $21 million in funding to the Access to Justice initiative. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony, and I'm going to remind everybody to please try to stick with your time. Would help us greatly. Melissa Millar, Policy Director, SEDEC DC.
Good morning, Chairperson Pinto and committee members and staff. I'm Melissa Millar, the Policy Director for ZEDEC DC. We're a small independent law center headquartered in the UDC David A. Clark School of Law. We also have an office in Ward 8. Our mission is to safeguard the legal rights and financial health of DC residents with low incomes dealing with the often devastating consequences of abusive debt collection practices and other consumer-related issues. The Access to Justice Initiative annually funds organizations who assist district residents with debt collection, housing, discrimination, disabilities, public benefits, and domestic violence-related legal needs. With DC Bar Foundation grant support, ZEDEC DC provides free legal help to DC households who are among the 300,000 residents living at or below 400% of the federal poverty level. The Access to Justice Initiative funds 2 critical ZEDEC DC projects, the Debt-Related Legal Services Project and the Disabilities Community Project. In 2024, these projects supported 11 attorneys and 5 non-attorney personnel to serve over 1,000 DC families facing debt and consumer legal issues, saving them nearly $700,000, worked with 84 pro bono attorneys and 29 volunteers, fielded a 15% increase in consumer and debt collection hotline calls, and provided financial counseling services to 26 new individuals. As noted in a letter from our founder director and board chair sent shortly after the budget was released, we urge the council to maintain the $31.668 million in funding for the Access to Justice Initiative in FY26. Nearly 40,000 residents receive civil legal services from nonprofits through the initiative each year. A proposed reduction of $21.2 million could jeopardize resident safety, health, housing, and economic stability while increasing vulnerability for our residents. In 2024, these funds supported assistance to clients like Ms. S. and Ms. D. Ms. S. experienced flooding and inaction by her condo association and property manager, rendering her condo uninhabitable. She experienced prolonged displacement and financial issues and was sued by the condo association for nearly $70,000, prompting a counterclaim seeking compensation. ZEDEC DC, with 4 pro bono attorneys, uncovered evidence of negligence and breaches. We advised Ms. S. to apply to the DC Housing Assistance Fund, from which she received over $100,000. This fully paid her dues and late fees, resulting in dismissal of the condo association's lawsuit. The legal team further negotiated a $155,000 settlement for her counterclaims, totaling more than $250,000 in financial relief. Ms. D, a single mother of 2, faced a wrongful eviction, student loan debt, identity theft, and financial abuse. Since joining our financial counseling program, she applied for student loan forgiveness, disputed identity theft on her credit report, and advanced tax issues toward resolution. The program improved her mental health and rekindled her dreams of financial freedom. The DC Bar Foundation and Access to Justice funds help make financial counseling like this possible. We know the Access to Justice Initiative works and urge the council to prioritize this critical community work. These services strengthen and stabilize our community members, including clients like Ms. S. and Ms. D. These investments in services and people generate economic benefits far beyond the initiative's annual investments. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Millar. Joanne Lynn, Executive Director, Washington Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights and Urban Affairs.
Good morning, Chairperson Pinto. It's an honor to be here to testify about the critical importance of the Access to Justice program. I am Joanne Lynn, the Executive Director of the Washington Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights and Urban Affairs. Your leadership and the Council's collective investment in ATJ has proven to be a game changer for DC justice and equality in recent years. At Washington Lawyers Committee, ATJ is our single largest source of funding, comprising 28% of our annual revenue. Through ATJ, we are able to serve over 2,200 DC residents across the city. Our weekly Workers' Rights Clinic is the only DC clinic offering comprehensive legal services on workers' rights issues. We operate virtual clinics as well as an in-person on-site clinic at the Anacostia office of Bread for the City. We advise workers on issues including wage theft, sexual harassment, and retaliatory termination. ATJ also supports our housing justice work, which involves 3 components. First, we open the doors to housing for people with disabilities by ensuring that properties are accessible to people in wheelchairs. Secondly, we challenge discriminatory tenant screening practices that exclude housing voucher holders and returning citizens. Third, we work with tenant collectives fighting for years to get rid of pervasive mold, collapsing ceilings, bed bug, roach, and rat infestations. Through the ATJ funding, we function as a force multiplier for justice and equality in DC. For every dollar of ATJ funding received, the Washington Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights is able to leverage an additional $25 in pro bono support from DC's law firms, including the nation's leading firms. Think about that. $1 in ATJ funding yields $25 in private pro bono work. Put another way, I recently met with 2 different firms engaged in pro bono cases. One firm had assigned 26 lawyers to our case. Another firm had assigned 28 lawyers to our case. To get a sense of scale, our total number of staff attorneys comes to 10 to cover all of our cases. By pairing one of our nonprofit staff attorneys with 25 private firm lawyers, we're able to build and staff large pro bono teams with the expertise and resources needed to tackle the most intractable civil rights challenges of our time. The ATJ program is a lifeline that keeps families in housing, kids in schools, and workers employed. We urge the council to restore full funding of ATJ at $32 million so justice and equality can be made real for all DC residents, not just those who can afford it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Laura Brown, Executive Director, First Shift Justice Project.
Good morning, Chair Pinto. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today about the Access to Justice Initiative administered by the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. I'm the Executive Director of First Shift Justice Project. We provide employment-related legal services to pregnant and caregiving workers in low-wage jobs in DC. I'm also a member of the steering committee of the Consortium of Legal Services Providers. I'm here to say thank you for the funding made available to DC legal services nonprofits through the Access to Justice Initiative, and to call upon the council to prioritize continued funding. First Shift's Access to Justice grant exclusively funds people's salaries. The equivalent of 1 full-time staff person on our legal services team of 4, and 1.35 FTEs overall out of 10. My testimony today may sound similar to the testimony I gave last week at the OAG hearing. And that is because OAG and the Access to Justice program are First Shift's most significant funders. In 2024, First Shift's legal team advised or represented over 170 DC clients, most with an annual income of less than $44,000. Our clients are restaurant workers, teachers' aides, security guards, cleaners, and clerical staff, and almost all are moms. Including their family members, our work safeguarded the financial stability of almost 500 people, and our clients recovered approximately $475,000 in settlements and paid leave benefits. Our clients keep their jobs because they are approved for pregnancy accommodations and job-protected leave. 5 of our 2024 clients were even reinstated after being fired because of our support. And in the world of employment law, this is practically a miracle. I have included client stories in my written testimony, and later today you will hear from India Highsmith, a First Shift client. I founded First Shift with a colleague over 10 years ago. And before we even submitted our 501c3 application, I scheduled a meeting with the DC Bar Foundation program officer to talk about our plan, get a gut check, and seek assistance in devising a funding strategy. 2 years later, the Access to Justice program funded our first non-founder staff person, a part-time lawyer. To me, Access to Justice funding signified legitimacy as a DC legal services organization. Civil legal services are critical to the health of our community. Access to justice funding is critical to the health of our legal services. Thank you for being our champion and advocating for full funding and restoration of this important program. This concludes my testimony.
Thank you very much. And congratulations on how much it's grown in the last several years. Thank you all for what you do every day. Appreciate you. We're going to call our next panel, Marla Spindell, Mary Fuller, Gabby Majewski, Lindsay Silverberg, Marla Spindell first. Okay, great. All right. Look at this. I never have a hearing where everybody really shows up in their order. Very impressive. We will begin with Marla Spindell, Executive Director, DC Kin-Care Alliance.
Good morning, Chairman Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Marla Spindell, and I'm the Executive Director of DC Kin-Care Alliance. I come before you today not only representing our organization, but also the countless voices of vulnerable DC children and the relative caregivers who step up to raise them. I want to extend our gratitude to your ongoing commitment to DC legal services and your support for the DC Access to Justice Initiative, which is not merely a program, but a lifeline for DC's low-income residents who need access to legal rights and financial assistance. DC Kin-Care Alliance plays a pivotal role in this ecosystem. We serve relative caregivers, often grandmothers, who step up to raise DC children when their parents are unable to do so due to such crises such as mental illness, substance use disorders, incarceration, death, abuse, or neglect of their children, and now deportation. Most of the children raised in kinship care live at or near the poverty line and have faced unimaginable trauma, often leading to poor physical, emotional, and educational outcomes. But it's also well established that kinship care can be a powerful stabilizing force, changing the trajectory of their lives for the better, keeping them out of foster care and the juvenile justice systems. Yet the journey of kinship caregivers is not easy. Unlike when you have a child of your own, where you're getting prepared for a baby for 9 months, and you can plan, this is not the case for our kinship caregivers. Rather, children are dropped off on their doorsteps on a moment's notice, sometimes in the middle of the night, and they have no money or savings to support them. They also typically don't have legal documents for the children or the right to raise them, get them health care or education. As chair of this committee, you know about the violence this city sees every day, where multiple people may be shot on DC streets. In the kinship care community we serve, more often than not, those people on the news are their own family members, and they're asked to step up and take in the children left behind. At DC Kin-Care Alliance, we've dedicated ourselves to addressing the unique challenges faced by DC's kinship families. Since our inception 8 years ago, we've assisted over 1,000 caregivers in more than 1,000 legal matters, such as custody and benefits matters, distributed over 3,500 copies of our one-of-a-kind annually updated relative caregiver resource guide, secured more than $500,000 in benefits for our clients, and partnered with law firms to represent clients worth $11 million in pro bono legal services. The success of our programs relies heavily on funding from the DC Access to Justice initiatives, which constitutes about half of our operating budget. Without this support, we'd face incredibly difficult decisions to severely downsize our operations. It seemed like it went from a minute to no minutes. Wow, it went so fast. one last thing to say. As we look to a future of inevitable economic downturn and severe cuts to the social safety net, research from the COVID pandemic shows that times of economic hardship elevate stress and violence in our communities. Coupled with the immigration policies of this administration, we expect an even greater demand for kinship caregivers to step up. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Mary Fuller, public witness.
Good morning. Thank you so much to the members of the council for your previous support of the Access to Justice Initiative. My name is Mary Fuller and I'm a Ward 8 resident. I've had the privilege of being the caregiver for my 12-year-old niece for the last 9 years, as well as being a mother to my 2 children aged 10 and 16. I am submitting this statement to shed light on the significant barriers I have faced in accessing legal resources while trying to provide the best care for my family. Despite my best efforts to shield my children from the hardships we were experiencing as a result of taking in another child into my home, our family faced many challenges. We battled food insecurity and at one point came uncomfortably close to being homeless. The strain of caring for my niece often meant missing work, which compounded our financial difficulties. Taking her to see doctors became an uphill battle. Many practitioners refused to see her because I was not her biological parent, and those who would required upfront payment that I simply could not afford. I exhausted the little savings I had, feeling as though I was reaching the end of my rope each day without a clear path forward. In my darkest moments, I was met with closed doors and unable to access the help I so desperately needed. Hope was slipping through my fingers until I discovered DC Kin Care Alliance. Their team provided me with comprehensive legal assistance and connected me to various programs that could support my family. They guided me through the process each step of the way, often checking on my progress and well-being. With the help of DC Kin Care Alliance, I became more financially secure and was finally able to purchase essential items and take my niece to the doctor, ensuring she received the critical care she needed. Their unwavering support made an immeasurable difference in our lives, allowing us to begin rebuilding and restoring a sense of normalcy. I had 3 little lives to nurture, and thanks to DC Kin Care Alliance stepping in, I regained hope and stability for our family. However, I was still working full-time, which meant I often missed important moments with my children and struggled to balance the demands of parenting and caring for my elderly parents. I was exhausted. In 2023, I became ill and had to take leave from my job, which made managing daily needs and paying bills nearly impossible. I'm incredibly grateful to DC Kin Care Alliance for offering me the opportunity of a part-time hybrid intake manager and paralegal position at a time when I needed it most. This flexibility allowed me to be present for every meaningful moment with my children while continuing to care for my parents. Thanks to DC Kin Care Alliance, I've found stability, and now I have the privilege of helping other caregivers who are walking a path I know well. My grandmother always told me that when all doors seem to close, we should look for a window. For me, that window was DC Kin Care Alliance. I never would have imagined I would meet such compassionate individuals who truly care. So many families are facing struggles similar to what my own family endured. And it's thanks to the support of DC Kin Care Alliance that we're able to persevere through our darkest moments. The funding we seek is crucial to continue legal support that makes a significant difference for kinship families in need. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for sharing your story. Appreciate it. Congratulations. Gabby Majewski, Executive Director, DC Affordable Law Firm.
Good morning, Chair Pinto and staff. My name is Gabby Molnick-Majewski. I'm the proud Executive Director of DC Affordable Law Firm and a proud Ward 5 resident. Access to justice funding is a lifeline to DC residents. At DCALF, we are bridging the gaps in civil justice for hardworking DC residents and launching the careers of the next generation of public interest attorneys. Access to Justice Grants Program continues to deliver economic security, neighborhood safety, and safe, healthy childhoods across all 8 wards. It is dollar for dollar, one of the best returns on investment in DC government. Access to Justice Grants Program is a preventative measure that results in greater savings to the district, helps DC's strained court system run more effectively, and ensures that organizations who make civil justice possible for DC residents have what they need to meet public demand. I've submitted fuller written testimony, but a few highlights here that I want to note. Access to justice funding helps to cure critical legal issues and prevent exacerbation of others, strengthens our social safety net and families' economic security, enables people to remain as DC residents, and makes accessible justice a reality for the approximately 43% of our city's residents living in households below 80% of AMI. ATJ funds supported 68% of the direct representation cases DC Affordable Law Firm handled in 2024, supporting our direct representation work in all areas of practice. We could not do the work we do without ATJ funding. It comprises 25% of our organization's direct revenue and funds the equivalent of 1/3 of our organization's FTEs. No one goes into public interest work for themselves. And I say that to say that everyone who is appearing before you today is not speaking with an eye to their own self-interest. The people who are called to do public interest legal work are some of the finest specimens of public service that exist. I say this because the people who are attorneys who have appeared before you today could be making exponentially more in the private sector. They are here singularly and exclusively because they have a personal calling to support and advocate on behalf of DC residents who otherwise would go without. We know this is a difficult year for the district. We know that we're preaching to the choir that you and your colleagues on the council have seen and are deeply dedicated to the Access to Justice Grants program. What I hope my colleagues across the sector and I have been able to emphasize to you today is that we are a community that stands with community. We know 20 million restoration will be difficult, so consider us allies in striving to derive solutions that will continue to help the public good. Because at the end of the day, that's what we are doing, and we appreciate your support.
Thank you so much, Mayeski, and I think that's a beautiful way to describe it. But Lindsay Silverberg, Executive Director, Volair.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairwoman Pinto. My name is Lindsay Silverberg, and I'm the Executive Director of Volare, formerly known as the Network for Victim Recovery of DC. Volare provides free crisis response, advocacy, legal, and therapeutic services to survivors of crime with the mission of delivering survivor-defined justice. Since our founding in 2012, we've served over 11,500 individuals. At Volare, we believe every single survivor deserves dignity, respect, and the opportunity to pursue justice and healing on their own terms. And achieving this requires a fully resourced response system that meets the diverse and complex needs of crime survivors. We recognize the fiscal constraints facing our city, but we really encourage that we need to figure out a way to restore the OVSJG cuts that are happening this year. It undermines public safety and ignores the long-term costs of unaddressed trauma. These cuts, combined with our recent loss of a Department of Justice federal award, threaten our ability to sustain innovative programming, especially supporting survivors who choose not to engage with traditionally resourced pathways. Our services providing restorative justice options offer survivors meaningful alternatives. They are also effective public safety strategies, as we know that a recent research article found a 32% reduction in recidivism for those who participate in victim offender mediation. Volare is uniquely positioned to see the needs of survivors who may often be excluded from budget advocacy, those who historically are underserved, without coalition support, or not recognized as crime victims. We require that the FY25 funding levels to continue to provide these core services to the approximately 1,500 survivors that we see through our crisis response advocacy therapeutic services and our legal representation. The proposed cuts would jeopardize our innovative partnerships like the Victim Legal Network that serves approximately 500 people per year, and our medical legal partnership with MedStar's Community Violence Intervention Program, which connects gun violence victims and intentional violence victims to a crime victims' rights attorney. Projections indicate that funding below the FY25 levels will force us to close our intakes for approximately 2 months. That would deny services to around 80 survivors based on our current demand. We also receive $57,000 in Access to Justice funds, or 1% of our total budget, and that's to support DV LEAP, which is a nationally recognized leader in appellate advocacy services. Through DV LEAP, we are able to challenge unjust trial outcomes via appeals, amicus briefs, and litigation to the U.S. Supreme Court. Last year, HEJ funding supported 8 Making the Records trainings, technical assistance for 19 survivors, and legal representation in 2 appeals for DC residents. For survivors and advocates who for survivors and the advocates who support them, we cannot absorb the impact of these cuts. The long-term societal cost of unadjusted trauma far outweighs the savings. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. Ms. Majewski, I want to ask you about the ways your services have changed over the last couple of years. And we think about funding levels from 2019 to today and kind of what type of services you've been able to scale up at the DC Affordable Law Firm.
Thank you for the question. What I would say is that in 2019, we didn't receive access to justice funds as an organization. What that meant is that annually we served about 150 people. We tried to do it through a fee for service model, a reduced fee for service model. That certainly helped to bridge gaps for those residents. What we found and what the pandemic really laid bare in many ways is that our services at the time, affordability really wasn't actually affordable, that it was creating undue stresses for clients that we in fact weren't collecting, and yet we knew people needed representation. And so we had to, quite frankly, abandon that model because it didn't work when people have extraordinary costs of paying for their housing, their transportation, their childcare, et cetera, et cetera. As we have built partnerships and been able to utilize the Access to Justice Grants program, the impacts have been extraordinary. Today, just year to date, through the end of May, our organization has served 521 clients compared to what we did years ago. And Access to Justice funding supports easily 3/4 of those people served. And that we have scaled programs. We built the Family Law Assistance Network in partnership with our peers at DC Bar Pro Bono Center and Legal Aid DC. That in and of itself, the FLAN network, we are at 490 and I believe 4,947 people who have come through our doors seeking rapid response family law assistance since we launched in the pandemic in March 2020. Last year alone, that network served over 1,200 referrals, right? We have people coming through day in, day out, through the phone systems, through email intakes, through the courthouse. And I think that this is what's at stake for people if we don't have the funds there. For FLAN, that is the single source. Access to justice funding is the single source of funding for DC Affordable Law Firms work with FLAN. And if it's a tripod, that entity works because we have 3 legal services organizations, all of which are supported by Access to Justice funding, making that work. If one of those organizations can't do that work because the funding is not there, the network doesn't work. And that means that's 1,400 people who don't have somewhere to turn for their family law assistance. And that's just one piece of the pie.
Right. Okay. Wow. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Helpful context. Thank you all very much for being here and your testimony. Michelle Booth Cole. Faruni Astras. Maggie Koziel. Sandy Bernstein. Faruni Astras, Youth Advocacy Specialist, Sexual Assault Youth Victim Advocate, and Safe Shores, DC Children's Advocacy Center. Am I pronouncing your name correctly? Oh, sorry.
Yes, Faruni Astras.
Sorry, if I can just ask you sit in the order, that just kind of helps us keep track of everybody's testimony. Thank you very much. Sorry, Ms. Koziel. Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Chairwoman Pinto, members of the committee, and staff. My name is Florani Asres, and I serve as a youth advocacy specialist at Safe Shores, the DC Children's Advocacy Center. For the past 4 years, I've worked with teen victims of sexual assault as a sexual assault youth victim advocate through our 24/7 Youth Advocacy Initiative, created as a result of the Sexual Assault Victim Rights Amendment Act of 2019. I'm here to tell you about the life-saving support for young crime victims made possible because of funding from DC's Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. Maria, age 15, was referred to Safe Shores Youth Advocacy Initiative by MPD after disclosing that she had been sexually assaulted by a peer at school. Among other services, we coordinated her forensic interview, connected her to trauma therapy, supported her family in securing legal representation, and helped her apply for crimes victims compensation. Katie, age 16, came to Safe Shores after disclosing that her grandmother's boyfriend had sexually abused her years earlier. During an intake with her youth advocate, Katie shared that she was 2 months pregnant and overwhelmed about how to prepare. Her youth advocate brought her to our clothing closet where she was able to select brand new clothes for herself and her unborn child, provided a $400 Target gift card for baby essentials like a crib, stroller, and car seat, and supported her in speaking up for herself at medical appointments. Katie was also reconnected with a trusted therapist and received resources specific to pregnant teens. Katie expressed her deep gratitude and relief. Daniel, age 17, was referred to Safe Shores by MPD for a forensic interview after disclosing that he and his sister had been raped by their uncle when Daniel was 5 years old. At the time Daniel was brought to Safe Shores, he was in the custody of DC's Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services, DYRS. 2 guards brought him in handcuffs and shackles. Our team advocated for the handcuffs and shackles to be removed during the forensic interview and for the guards to wait down the hall out of hearing distance. The guards agreed to everything except removing the ankle restraints. After the interview, Daniel told me it felt good to tell someone what had happened to him. Sitting in our kids' cafe, soaking in the sunlight, he got to eat his favorite meal, which we ordered for him from Chick-fil-A. He told us it was the best day he had in a long time and asked for future advocacy support to happen in person at Safe Shores. Finally, Jamila, age 14, was assaulted by 2 peers at school. Her mother believed her but needed emotional support herself to deal with the violences her daughter had suffered. We provided both daughter and mother with services, including therapy referrals, psychosocial education, and emotional support. Jamila eventually felt strong and stable enough to continue her healing journey without the support of a youth advocate. These teens are just a small fraction of the children Safe Shores serves each year. Sexually victimized youth deserve safety, dignity, and the chance to heal on their own terms with a professional and compassionate response that meets their unique needs. Safe Shores provides all that and more.
We're gonna observe. Thank you very much. And I'm sorry, I see what I've done. It was my own fault. Michelle Booth Cole, Executive Director, Safe Shores, the DC Children's Advocacy Center.
The CAC specializes in being flexible, so it's all good.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairwoman Pinto and staff. Month after month, the headlines are gut-wrenching. The FBI arrested a DC charter school teacher who was accused of using Cash App to solicit nude photos from a 15-year-old. Head of elite DC preschool arrested after allegedly encouraging dad to send him sex video of a 9-year-old son. A former Metropolitan Police Department officer is facing new federal charges for allegedly trafficking teenage girls. Man kills children's mother in front of them. Teen girl with special needs was sexually assaulted at the seed school. In these instances, coaches, teachers, and trusted adults exploited the very children they're supposed to protect. The details vary, but the message is clear. Children in the district are being harmed today, right now. That's why Safe Shores was founded 30 years ago and why we're still urgently needed today. As DC's Children's Advocacy Center, we provide a coordinated, comprehensive, compassionate, evidence-based response for children ages 17 and younger who have experienced sexual abuse, physical abuse, or witnessed fatal violence. We do this as part of a legally mandated partnership with public and private agencies serving every ward of the city. When an allegation of child abuse arises, our role is to ensure that children are not re-traumatized by the very systems meant to protect them, and that they and their families can access the resources and healing they need. That is why we are asking the council to restore and sustain funding for the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. OVSJG support is what makes our life-saving, trust-restoring, trauma-healing work possible. Despite rising need, OVSJG's budget has been repeatedly cut. Further, the mayor's FY 2026 budget eliminates funding for the Children's Advocacy Center entirely. This despite the consistent quality and recognized excellence of our work. It's deeply puzzling and short-sighted. DC residents deserve better, especially our children. Safe Shores stands in solidarity with fellow members of the DC Victim Access Network today and supports the collective funding priorities presented here to sustain and expand core victim services. We are not asking for luxuries. We are asking for adequate support for the lifelines our organizations provide to the people of the District of Columbia. Because ultimately, this isn't about programs, it's about people. And for Safe Shores, those people are real children who need adults to take a stand for their right to be safe, seen, and supported. Every budget tells a story. Let's make sure DC's FY 2026 budget tells children that they matter. Thank you. I'd be pleased to take any questions that you have.
Thank you very much. Maggie Koziel, Executive Director of the Went Center.
Morning. Good morning, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee, and thank you for the chance to testify. My name is Maggie Koziel. I'm the Executive Director of the Went Center for Loss and Healing. The Went Center is the district's only provider working at the intersection of grief and trauma, serving hundreds of children and adults each year who have been impacted by crime and violence. Every homicide in DC leaves a trail of trauma. On average, 7 to 10 people grieve every violent death. And this means that the 255 murders in the district over the last 16 months have left more than 1,700 residents, including many children in acute psychological crisis. Unaddressed trauma doesn't fade. It shapes how people live their lives, how they parent, how they relate to others. The Went Center is singular in our ability to respond to these layered and lasting needs. We're often the place people turn when trauma has shattered their lives and when traditional mental health services fall short. It's a reflection of the depth of their need and the scarcity of comparable trauma-focused support in our city. One of our clients, a mother of 2 children, came to us after the homicide of her husband. She was severely depressed, struggling to parent, isolated and burdened by shame. Like many survivors of homicide loss, she felt stigmatized and judged by those around her as though her loved one's death somehow reflected on her and her family. It took more than a year of weekly therapy before she began to trust that she would be met at appointments without judgment. With her therapist's support, she eventually connected with a psychiatrist, began medication, and started to reclaim her life. Today, through continued therapy, she reports fewer nightmares and intrusive thoughts and a greater ability to support her children through their own grief. This progress was only possible because she had access to sustained no-cost trauma-focused care uniquely designed for survivors. We can't afford to pull that kind of support and from the systems that are working, especially now. Youth violence is rising, chronic absenteeism from schools in wards 7 and 8 tops 50%. DC's juvenile arrest rate is nearly double the national average, and the number of violent incidents involving young people is surging. Went Center programs build protective factors that change these trajectories by helping young people regulate emotions, build trust, and feel a sense of belonging that buffers them from long-term harm. Our services extend to entire families, supporting caregivers alongside their children and helping to interrupt the multi-generational cycles of trauma that can otherwise take root in the wake of violence. The services funded by OVSJG don't just help people survive trauma, they help entire communities heal and prevent future violence. Yet even with this vital support, critical unmet need remains, especially in communities hardest hit by violence. The current budget proposal for OVSJG includes a cut to its funding, and we urge the council to restore the $9.33 million in recurring local funds, and if not to increase them, to sustain these core victim services and to respond to the growing need. Continuing to invest in these services sends a clear message that Washington, D.C. is committed to leading with integrity, compassion, and care for its people. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandy Bernstein, Legal Director of Disability Rights DC at University Legal Services.
Good morning, Councilmember Pinto and members of the Committee of the Judiciary and Public Safety. My name is Sandy Bernstein, and I'm the Legal Director at Disability Rights DC at University Legal Services. I testify before you today to thank the council for its previous support and leadership and to urge the council to restore full funding for the Access to Justice initiative in the FY26 budget. The significant cuts in the mayor's proposed budget are devastating to the advocacy and representation legal service agency provide to the district's most vulnerable residents. With the funding DRDC receives from the initiative, we advocate for people with disabilities who are experiencing homelessness or stuck in institutional placements because they lack the housing and support they need to live safely in the community. DRDC has been able to represent individuals facing rights violations and abuse and neglect in their DBH or DDS housing placements, sought reasonable accommodations for individuals with disabilities in private and public housing, and represented individuals facing reduction or termination of their life-sustaining Medicaid, home health aid, and nursing services. The ATJ initiative funding has enabled DRDC to assist clients with disabilities who face serious risk of harm due to lack of quality services or unsafe or inaccessible housing. For example, DRDC represents a client in her 60s with physical disabilities who is living in an inaccessible subsidized apartment. The client has been literally crawling up the stairs to her bedroom and to use the bathroom. DRDC learned that the management company that manages her apartment complex was opening another complex in DC with accessible units. The client expressed interest in living there, but was told she was not eligible as she didn't meet the minimum income requirements. DRDC requested a reasonable accommodation to the management's policy since our client was in need of accessible housing and at great risk of harm without it. After some negotiation with our attorneys, the management company identified a unit for her and she assigned a lease for an accessible apartment. This success would not be possible without the ATJ initiative funding DRDC receives. The funding has enabled DRDC to represent individuals institutionalized in psychiatric hospitals, nursing facilities, and prison who need community-based supports to live in the community. For example, we represented a client in his 40s with a psychiatric and intellectual disability who was in prison, and his pro bono criminal defense attorney was seeking his release. The U.S. Attorney's Office was opposed to his release until DRDC assisted the man in seeking services from DC DDA. After being found eligible for DDA services, including community housing and 24-hour staffing, the U.S. Attorney and the court agreed to his release. This client is now living and thriving in D.C. in a DDA residential placement and is receiving the staffing support he needs to keep him safe and to help him lead a meaningful and productive life. The funding we receive from the initiative allows us to represent clients such as these D.C. residents who are often left unhoused and forgotten. It funds 0.87 FTEs, with it funding 40% of the salaries of 2 attorneys. DRDC's assistance and advocacy will be needed even more, likely due to Medicaid and behavioral health services cuts for DC residents. In addition, we're facing possible federal cuts in our federal grants, making this funding even more critical. We appreciate the City Council's leadership and support for legal services and request the Council restore the $31.66 million for the Access to Justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Booth-Cole, can you just elaborate a little bit on what you were talking about of the entire line item being cut?
There's OVSJG, we apply for grants, and I second the person who said to reapply every year for required or legally mandated services, frustrating. But there's funding in there for our certain programs, right? MDT advancement and support, forensic interviews, client advocacy. We apply for a grant for that. We apply for the grant that Frey Winnie works with, which is Savra, right? We do the teen programming, which we created and developed for the district. And then there's effectively appropriated funding that is housed in CFSA. And it started, I want to say, in FY 2006, when Adrian Fenty was chair of Committee on Human Services, and Safe Shores had not received consistent funding through the district, even though there are 2 statutes, well, now 2, there was 1 statute that requires what we do. So that's the funding that goes into historically in the mayor's budget. The council has restored year after year. It started just getting slashed a little bit. They put a little bit back, but that's the funding I'm referring to. It's in the mayor's budget. It's under CFSA, and it's for the CAC specifically, for the Children's Advocacy Center.
Interesting. Okay, so that would need to be replaced in the CFSA budget and the OVSJG budget?
The OVSJG budget is separate. The cut I mentioned is just
for the CFSA line item.
Right.
Got it. Okay. We will follow up with the Youth Affairs Committee on that as well.
I'm going to talk to Joe soon. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all very much for your testimony. Appreciate it. Darnell Keys. Cami Bianchi. Robert Davis, Tammy Seltzer, Darnell Keys, Disability Rights DC. Sure, just make sure you turn your microphone on. There we go.
Okay, perfect.
Cami Bianchi?
Bianchi, yes.
Bianchi, thank you. The Reentry Advocate, Disability Rights DC.
That's right. Thank you. Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee, I am Cami Bianchi, a reentry advocate with the Jail and Prison Advocacy Project, or JPAP, at Disability Rights DC, University Legal Services. JPAP works with DC residents diagnosed with psychiatric and developmental disabilities as they reenter the community. I help clients develop and implement an individualized reentry plan. Because of OVSJG funding, I have the unique ability to start working with clients up to 6 months before their release. This allows me to build strong relationships with my clients and learn about their goals. Most JPAP clients come home with and to nothing. I pick up clients from a DC jail or Union Station and welcome them home with changes of clothing and toiletries. I buy them a hot meal and accompany them to a shelter, or when shelters are not an option, to a hotel room paid for with OVSJG client flex funds. These flex funds also buy phones and unlimited phone plans. Unlike free government phones, these phones are available immediately after a client's release and allow them to maintain contact with their supervision officers without worrying about running out of minutes mid-month. Once my clients have these necessities, I connect them with a core service agency, or a CSA, that provides mental health and substance use treatment, in addition to help with obtaining Medicaid coverage, housing, and other essentials. I advocate for my clients to ensure that their CSAs respect their rights as people with disabilities. For example, I make sure that my clients' care teams involve them in their treatment planning. I often must insist that clients' CSAs provide them with the housing, benefits, and medical support that they're entitled to. Sometimes I must supplement the CSA's work by directly connecting clients with housing, employment supports, and other resources. As you'll hear next from Mr. Keys, I connected him to a year-long housing program. I am also currently advocating for an unhoused client who has not received appropriate housing services. Most of our clients lack a support system outside of JPAP. Our work is necessary for their safe and successful reentry into the community. I thank Mayor Bowser for the OVSJG funds she put into the fiscal year of 2026 budget, but unfortunately, these funds will not be enough to serve the same number of returning citizens that receive services right now. I urge the council to restore OVSJG funding to the current level, and I thank you for your time today.
Darnell Keys, Disability Rights DC.
Good morning, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. I am Darnell Keys, a returning citizen with a psychiatric disability and a client of the Jail and Prison Advocacy Project at Disability Rights DC. I grew up in Ward 2, spending my childhood in and out of juvenile detention facilities. At age 17, I started going in and out of prison as an adult. I was arrested for the last time in 2009 and spent 14 years in prison. My time in prison was long and difficult. Although I was lucky to have a relationship with my daughter, I felt isolated without a support system. When I was transferred to the halfway house in Baltimore in 2023, I did not know where I would live or how I would earn the legal income. I did not know where I would receive the medical care I needed as a person with a disability. I met Cami Bianchi when I was at the halfway house. Cami and I came up with a reentry plan and discussed community resources. After 14 years of complete isolation, I felt that someone else cared about my well-being. After the halfway house, I spent 120 days in the transitional housing program. Cami took me shopping for clothes, toiletries, and groceries and gave me a smart trip card. Cami connected me with a core service agency that provides the psychiatric care that I need to this day. Through my CSA, I obtained SNAP benefits, Medicaid coverage, and employment opportunities. I started working at the Hilton Hotel where I hold a full-time position. But the hard times were not over. My transitional housing program was ending and I was facing homelessness once again. In October, Cami connected me to Malumba House, a year-long housing program run by Catholic Charities. I am now housed until December. After a lifetime in the criminal legal system, I am proud to say that I have successfully re-entered my community. I have a full-time job, stable housing, access to health care, and a strong support system. This would not have been possible without the Jail and Prison Advocacy Project. Every person coming home from prison deserves to have someone in their corner ready to fight for them. I urge the council to give other returning citizens the same life-saving opportunities that I had. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. Robert Davis, Reentry Advocate, Disability Rights DC at ULS.
Hello, Chairperson Pinto and committee members. This testimony I'm reading is one of my clients. He couldn't be here. Hello, Chairperson Pinto and committee members. I'm sorry that I'm not able to testify in person. Because of my disability, I do not do well in big groups. The Jail and Prison Advocacy Project, Disability Rights DC at University Legal Services has been very helpful. One of the best organizations around. I'm asking that access to justice funding be increased so that they can keep helping people like me. In 2021, I wanted to take medication for my mental health, but I was unable to get my medication while I was in the community. I did not know where to go. Because I was not taking my medication, I caught a charge for assault with a deadly weapon. When I was at the DC jail, I was told to reach out to JPAP because they help people with disabilities that could help with my case. That's when I met Natasha Wall-Smith. She looked over my medical records and wrote a letter to the judge about my mental health and intellectual disability. She created a reentry plan and asked the judge to release me so that I could get services in the community. She would visit me at the DC jail and come directly to my cell. No one else could get on the unit, especially back then during COVID. She would check on me and make sure I was getting the right medication and seeing the psychiatrist. She worked on getting my diet right at the DC jail because my A1C was really high. It had never been this high when I was on the street. Natasha was still there for me when I was transferred to the FBOP, still checking in and making sure I was getting my medication. Before I was released, she connected me to my reentry advocate, Mr. Davis. We used the reentry plan she created, and now I'm connected with Mental Health Services and the Rehabilitation Services Administration for employment. I am at home with my wife and stepson, and I have a job. It is hard for us out here because of our disabilities and charges. Nobody wants to work with us. Nobody wants to hire us. JPAP helped me with everything and anything I needed. Without JPAP, I would be a mess. I would be all over the place and possibly reincarcerated. I'm really thankful for the program. Please increase the funding so they can keep saving lives and families like mine.
Well, thank you very much. And please thank your client for us as well for sharing their story. Tammy Seltzer, Public Witness.
Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee, I'm Tammy Seltzer, and I'm actually the director of the Jail and Prison Advocacy Project at Disability Rights DC at University Legal Services. You've just heard from my colleagues and one of our clients about the work we do with some of DC's most vulnerable returning citizens who are diagnosed with psychiatric and intellectual disabilities. They re-enter the DC jail at higher rates than any other group. They're often hospitalized for psychiatric and medical physical problems. They face myriad legal obstacles to housing, supervision, and jobs. Returning citizens with disabilities have pretty ordinary dreams: working, getting healthy, having their own room with a door that locks, or an apartment of their own, and some have never had either of those. JPAP depends on both OVSJG's reentry and ATJ funds to help our clients navigate the many systems and legal requirements they face just to stay in the community. If they want stable housing, they need income. For many with disabilities, SSI is a lifeline. And using ATJ funds, attorney Natasha Wall-Smith recently secured $14,000 in back SSI benefits for a client who was released 2 years ago. That's money that will be spent in DC. OVSJG funds the reentry work that Robert Davis and Cami Bianchi do to help people like Mr. Keys and Mr. Gala. Reentry is not a one-time, short-term fix. It's a process that can take years and involve multiple setbacks, especially for people with psychiatric and developmental disabilities. On average, JPAC works with clients for over a year, and in some cases 2 to 3 years, because that's what it takes. JPAC was founded in 2007 with startup funds from ATJ. JPAP is just 5 people, including 2 attorneys. A 67% cut to ATJ funds would decimate our legal services. The mayor's proposed cuts to OVSJG, which has supported our reentry work for the last 8 years, would jeopardize our reentry model, which is being studied now as a promising practice because it's leading to better outcomes for people with psychiatric disabilities and intellectual disabilities who've cycled in and out of incarceration for years. In some cases, success means living in the community without any further involvement with the criminal legal system, like somebody here. With your advocacy in this committee and with the council as a whole, we can work to close the revolving door of incarceration for people with psychiatric and intellectual disabilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for the incredibly important work that you do. Really appreciate you being here today. Going to call our next panel, David Pasty, Marilyn Lovo, Diana Batris, Yasmin Akami, we will begin with David Pasty, public witness.
I guess good afternoon now. I'm Dave Pasty. I've been practicing law in Maryland since 1988 and in DC, District of Columbia since 2020. For the past 3 years, I've been working at Christian Legal Aid of DC as a part-time staff attorney. We serve DC residents in the areas of criminal record sealing, probate, estate planning, housing, and access to Social Security benefits. We are funded by individual donors, churches, and a few foundations, but almost 40% of our budget comes from a grant from Access to Justice program. Funding legal services for DC residents significantly matters and should be a priority. Why? Let me answer in the words from one of our clients. Early in June, I sent an email to a client with good news that the government did not oppose our motion to set aside his conviction. And he immediately replied, does this mean that once the order is signed, my record will be clear? I want to know if I'll be able to apply to other jobs. This conviction has denied me jobs before. I responded, it means that the conviction has been set aside and is no longer considered a conviction. You can honestly say you have not been convicted of a crime. He then replied, thank you for everything, Mr. Pasty. I am so humbly grateful for your help. And this is a typical reply from those who have had their motions granted. Having practiced law in Maryland and in DC, I have seen the differences of the 2 jurisdictions. And at least in the area of probate and record sealing, Maryland is much more user-friendly, and an individual with no legal experience can navigate the system with minimal assistance. Not so in DC. A motion to set aside or a motion to seal is a very complicated process, and I've seen several pro se motions being denied because they couldn't do it on their own. In Maryland, you just fill out a form for an expungement. I've also had a few Christian legal aid clients who tried several months to simply open a small estate, and they couldn't do it until I got involved. Most private attorneys, won't get involved in small estates because the amount of the estate is so small, the fees would actually exceed the value of the estate. So the only option are legal aid organizations. If our intake manager was here today, she would say she's had a difficult time keeping up with all the calls that come in on a daily basis, especially since the Second Chance Amendment has been passed. There have been more people calling about their record sealing, people that we have helped, but we couldn't help some of their convictions. So now they're calling back because their felonies are now eligible. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you so much. And I do want to note, as it relates to the Second Chance Amendment Act, there was a gap that was created by the law, which made no sense, that essentially said if you had a more serious offense, you could get your record sealed earlier, but if you had a less serious offense, you couldn't. And so I have a bill called Peace DC that we just marked up out of committee yesterday, fixing that gap, and the full council is voting on it this Tuesday, June 17th. So hopefully we can get that over the finish line.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have several pending motions on that very issue.
Great. Thank you. Marilyn Lovo, Language Access Director, AYUDA.
Good afternoon, buenas tardes. Thank you for the opportunity to testify about the vital role that OVSJG plays in the provision of critical victim services. My name is Marilyn Lovo, Language Access Director at AYUDA, a nonprofit organization that helps individuals and families overcome obstacles to succeed and thrive in the United States. Our services include legal representation, therapy, case management, advocacy, and language access. The need for language access within victim services is demonstrated not only by statistics and research, but by AYUDA's Victim Services Interpreter Bank, a project that is modeled after our nationally renowned Community Legal Interpreter Bank, and the degree to which the 40 victim services providers that have access to it rely on it. Providers need interpreters and translators to disseminate information in languages that can be understood by all DC residents, to change perceptions about the accessibility of victim services, and to serve individual clients. Language access is key to ensuring that survivors have a fair chance to access safety and justice. We are grateful that OVSJG recognizes the need to serve all victims, regardless of the languages they use to communicate. The Victim Services Interpreter Bank breaks down language barriers that stand in the way of accessing help for limited English proficient individuals and deaf individuals. In the first 2 quarters of the fiscal year 2025 alone, the Victim Services Interpreter Bank has already provided interpreters on 206 occasions, which represents a 48 increase from this time last fiscal year. The bank has also provided on-demand telephonic and video remote interpretation in nearly 1,000 instances and translated 28 documents. Each time a victim receives culturally appropriate services in their language, faith in the system is restored, and that victim will then relay to members of their community that help is available even for those who do not communicate in English. AYUDA urges the DC Council to restore funds to OVSJG to reach the fiscal year 25 baseline needed to sustain core victim services in fiscal year 2026, to reverse the proposed cuts to critical safety net services, to fund new and expanded victim services, and to ensure full compliance with the DC Code by requiring transparency in OVSJG grant making. Thank you for holding this hearing, and thank you to OVSJG for supporting victims and survivors in our city.
I'm sorry, just to make sure I got the names right. Marilyn Lovo is you. Okay. And then Diana Batteries. Okay. Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
It's Patras.
Batras.
Yes.
Okay. And then are you Yasmin? Okay. Got it. Diana Batras, Language Access Coordinator, AYUDA.
Thank you for allowing us to testify to the vital role that
the Access of Justice Initiative plays in supporting DC Safety Net. My name is Diana Batres. I am a language access coordinator at Ayuda. You have just heard from my colleague Marilyn about our organization, as well as our Victim Services Interpreter Bank project. I will speak on our Community Legal Interpreter Bank, which is accessed by pro bono and public interest lawyers. When the DC Council created the Access to Justice Initiative 18 years ago, it included a requirement to allocate funds toward a shared legal interpreter bank. Ayuda has been home to that bank ever since, ensuring that all DC residents can access critical legal services in their preferred languages. In the first quarter of this calendar year alone, CLIB has already provided interpreters on 161 occasions, a 92% increase from this time last year. CLIB has also provided on-demand telephonic and video remote interpretation in more than 2,000 instances and translated over 59 documents. A service provider that received American Sign Language interpretation from CLIB shared the following. Being able to communicate with my client clearly with help from interpreters was very important because we were negotiating a comprehensive and somewhat complicated custody agreement. My client said more than once how much she appreciated the work of these interpreters. Having a deaf interpreter provide our communication Having a deaf interpreter improved our communication greatly. The interpreter's interpretation made the conversation much clearer, and we specifically requested the same interpreters again for future meetings. Both the hearing and deaf interpreters were amazing to work with and remain incredibly helpful and responsive. After 18 years of working with the legal services community, CLIB has normalized serving clients in languages other than English. The need for language access in legal services has never been greater and continue to grow. The Access to Justice Initiative has allowed CLIB to realize its purpose. We must build on our progress to avoid abandoning linguistically isolated communities in need of language services. We are grateful to OVSJG and the DC Bar Foundation as the grantors for the Access of Justice Initiative and for the vital role they play in ensuring equal access to justice for all of DC residents.
Thank you so much. Yasmin Akami, Immigration and Project and Staff Attorney, Ayuda.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Yasmin Akami, and I work at Ayuda as an immigration and project end staff attorney. Ayuda's clients include survivors of human trafficking, domestic violence, sexual assault, stalking, and other violent crimes. Our client-centered and trauma-informed services ensure that DC immigrant survivors who often face substantial barriers have a safe and reliable place to seek help. My testimony today will focus on the Access to Justice Initiative and its integral role in meeting the legal needs of all DC residents, regardless of background. Access to justice funding is critical to Ayuda's ability to maintain our essential services for low-income immigrants. This funding allows us to offer comprehensive legal services, including legal consultations, legal advice, referrals, extended representation, and community legal education and outreach. Access to Justice also funds Project End, my program, a program unique to Ayuda which combats immigration legal services fraud. Last fiscal year, with Access to Justice funding, Ayuda provided legal services to 126 clients through our Immigration Legal Services and Project End. Amid rapidly changing federal policy under a new administration and the fear and desperation that this generates, we anticipate an increase in consumer fraud by unethical non-attorneys who would take advantage of these uncertain times. I have worked with clients whose identities have been stolen, their credit ruined, their savings drained, and who have endured vicious threats of deportation by people pretending to be immigration attorneys. Now, more than ever, immigrants need access to qualified legal counsel to navigate the complex bureaucracy of the ever-changing immigration system. DC leaders' vision for safe communities and a thriving economy is simply not possible without this assistance for our immigrant neighbors. A 67% cut to this funding at a time of unprecedented increased need among underserved communities is untenable. Cuts will ultimately end up costing the district more, as lack of legal assistance will make DC residents reliant on other more expensive district services. The Access to Justice initiative helps ensure that our immigrant neighbors have access to safety and stability for themselves and their families. We join the Access to Justice Commission in urging the council to meet our request for level funding at $31 million. On behalf of IUDA, we appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Akami, and congratulations on your stand-up of the End program. Great. Thank you all for your testimony. Gabby Smith, Zachary Rigoni, Ariana Evans, Roshanda Hailai Thomas, Ariana or Roshanda? Okay. Is Ariana Evans here? Okay, great. I'm sorry, Roshanda, if we could have Ariana sit third, and then we want to make sure we have all your testimony for the record, so it helps us keep track. Thank you. Gabby Smith, President, Royale Nationwide Ventures.
Good morning, Councilmember Pinto and the esteemed members of the committee. Thank you for your opportunity to speak before you today. My name is Gabby Smith, and I serve as the president of Royale Nationwide Ventures and the program director of Career Shop DC, a workforce development, job training, and most importantly, job placement program here in the district. Today, I'd like to share the impact of Career Shop DC's partnership with the Office of Victim Services and Justice, with a particular focus on the achievements of our most recent program cohorts. After concluding outreach and intake efforts, our vocational training officially began in February of this year, with the majority of referrals coming from the Mayor's Office of Returning Citizens. To date, we've successfully trained 2 cohorts, one consisting of 13 participants and the other 15. Due to the lack of a training wage, we designed the program to include 2 full days of classroom instruction and 3 days of part-time work. Our career readiness curriculum includes digital literacy, resume writing, mock interviews, and financial literacy. By the end of March, just 6 weeks into the program, we had placed 8 of 13 participants, or 61%, into full-time employment before graduation. Understanding the urgency of income, we allowed participants to leave the classroom portion of the program early when we landed them a job. As a result, only 5 people attended graduation because the others had already started working. Today, we're proud to report that 11 of the 13 participants are now employed in full-time positions, an impressive 84%. As many of you are aware, by the time of our next cohort, the signs of DC's tightening budget were increasingly evident. We enhanced our curriculum by bringing in math tutors to prepare participants for entry into various apprenticeship programs. With major construction projects on the horizon, including the Capitol Arena and potential redevelopment of RFK Stadium, we saw a timely opportunity to prepare our returning citizens for entry into skilled labor careers. Now is not the time to reduce OVSJG's FY26 budget. On the contrary, increased investment is essential for programs like Career Shop DC, which serve a vital bridge to employment, stability, and self-sufficiency for returning citizens. Strengthening these efforts is not only support for individuals, it's a win for the district as a whole. As I always conclude my testimony, jobs for returning citizens mean reduced crime, community stabilization, pathways to the middle class, and most importantly, jobs for returning citizens equal public safety. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you. Zachary Rigoni, Policy Director of the National Reentry Network for Returning Citizens.
Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee, thank you very much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Zachary Rigoni, and I serve as the Policy Director at the National Reentry Network for Returning Citizens. I'm here to urge the council to, at the very least, preserve the mayor's proposed funding for reentry grants through the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants, and, if possible, to strengthen that critical investment. We fully understand that the broader OVSJG budget took a significant hit this year, and we do not take the modest reentry increase for granted. But for us, and for the returning citizens we serve, that funding is far more than just a line item on a budget sheet. It is the very foundation of the services that help people rebuild their lives. Because of these grants, we've been able to run Ready for Work, our workforce development program, which has already helped over 65 returning citizens this fiscal year prepare for employment, not just with resumes and mock interviews, but through coaching on confidence, mindset, and vital soft skills that employers look for. We operate a peer navigator program where returning citizens are mentored by others who have lived through the reentry journey themselves, building trust, accountability, and hope in a way no outsider can replicate. We also host monthly information sessions focused on laws and issues that directly impact this community, including the Second Chance Amendment Act, to ensure that people understand their rights and how to access the resources available to them. Additionally, we provide comprehensive case management, wellness support, transportation assistance, and even clothing for job interviews, all of which may seem small, but often make the difference between someone staying on track or falling through the cracks. These are high-impact, community-rooted services. None of this would be possible without OVSJG's consistent support. Let me be clear, the need is not shrinking, it is growing. Thousands of residents return home from incarceration every year, re-entering a city that remains unaffordable, unforgiving, and too often unwelcoming. Without adequate support, the risk of recidivism is very real. But we know what works. A growing body of research demonstrates that well-funded, culturally competent reentry programs can reduce recidivism by more than half. That means fewer people cycling back through prison and more people working, parenting, and contributing meaningfully to their communities. This also translates into real, measurable cost savings. In 2022 alone, states across the country spent approximately $8 billion reincarcerating people who had already been released. Supporting reentry isn't just compassionate, it's smart economics, and it directly contributes to a safer city for all of us. This urgency is compounded now by proposed cuts and restructuring at ORCA, which threatens one of the few offices with a dedicated focus on returning citizens. If that support diminishes, community organizations like ours will rely even more heavily on OVSJG grants to prevent vulnerable people from falling further behind. Reentry funding is not charity. It is sound public policy. It reduces recidivism, strengthens families, saves taxpayers' dollars, and ultimately improves public safety for everyone. Thank you again for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions you have.
Thank you. Ariana Evans, public witness.
Hello. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto. My name is Ariana Evans, but people around the city affectionately know me as Afeni. I'm a community organizer with the Fair Budget Coalition, and I'm here to urge you to protect victim services and to reject the mayor's stark cuts to the Access to Justice funding. A few years ago, I testified in front of this committee about my experience as a survivor of sexual assault. And while my experience differs from those who have survived prolonged domestic violence, I understand that having access to victim services that actually center the wholeness and humanity of survivors is imperative. As a child of a home where domestic violence and child abuse were commonplace, I know firsthand how inescapable the cycle of abuse can feel. My mother met a man while she was stationed in Germany after my father had left her financially desperate. This man filled her empty cabinets and her fridge with food and formula, and she would have never thought that the very same man that did that would be the same man that would go on to abuse not only her, but myself and my brother for almost 2 decades. When we know that the economic health of a household matters, and when it's suffering, DV is more likely. My mom escaped her abuse solely because she had the ability to access financial stability. But what if our socioeconomic opportunity was more limited? My mom, like many other women in FEMS, would need programs like what is provided through OVSJG and victim services. And with the currently proposed cuts, victims will lose vital services like housing placement. We are asking that you add, not only preserve the current funding levels, but you also add $9.33 million to the Office of OVSJG. Sorry, I can't remember what the icon on top of my head right now. And not only to not to increase services, but to just maintain current service levels. In this moment, also where fascism is rising, it is incumbent upon all of us to hold the line to access to due process. Whether that's through civil or criminal proceedings, increasing access to legal representation is essential to the well-being and well-functioning of any legal apparatus. It is our responsibility to protect our residents. Councilmember Pinto, your committee also oversees MPD. And while the mayor is proposing a 67% cut to access to justice, she is also trying to give tens of millions of more dollars to increased benefits for MPD officers. Budgets reflect priorities. And Councilmember, I'm here to ask you what and who is more important in this moment. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for sharing your story of your family. Very, very powerful. Roshonda Highlight-Thomas, Executive Director, Advocates for Justice and Education, Inc.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto. I am Roshonda Hawley-Thomas, Ward 4 resident and Executive Director of Advocates for Justice and Education. I'm here today to urge the Council to restore full funding to the Access to Justice Initiative, which plays a critical role in protecting the rights and the future of DC residents. The mayor's proposed 67% cut would be devastating, not only to organizations like AJE, but more importantly to the district's most vulnerable residents. As Kofi Annan once said, education is a human right with immense power to transform. On this foundation rest the cornerstones of freedom, democracy, and sustainable development. AJE is the federally designated parent training and information center for DC. For nearly 30 years, we have assisted thousands of families, particularly those navigating special education, school discipline, and disability rights to access the educational support their children are legally entitled to receive. Each year, we serve over 2,000 families and provide more than 5,000 residents with legal information to understand and protect their children's rights to an education. For the past 14 years, ATJ funds have enabled AJE to expand this impact. With ATJ support, we launched in 2012 DC's first legal clinic at the Office of Administrative Hearings to support unrepresented parents in school discipline cases. We also created and expanded our pro bono attorney program to connect families with legal representation in school discipline matters. The demand for our services continues to grow. This school year, we have seen a 44% increase in families seeking our services compared to the same period last year. Thanks to increase in level ATJ funding between FY23 and FY25, we were able to increase our number of attorneys from 3 to 6, including our new education justice attorney, who is focused on addressing systemic issues that continue to result in the wrongful exclusion of students from school. Our attorneys are making a difference every day. This year alone, they have helped a returning youth enroll in school after being wrongfully denied entry for 4 months, reverse the expulsion of a child with a disability and secured evaluations for special education services, obtained a safety transfer for a student with a disability who was being harmed in a hostile school environment. Legal services are not a luxury. They are a lifeline and can help maintain stable and resilient communities by keeping youth engaged in their education. Without ATJ funding, we will lose half of our legal services budget and be forced to lay off attorneys, many of whom are DC residents from wards 4, 5, 7, and 8, and families will not have the access to the legal services they need. My written testimony will provide additional details on impact, but in conclusion, the Access to Justice Initiative is not just about legal aid, it's about equity, public safety, and economic stability. I urge the Council to fully restore this funding as an investment in DC families and our collective future. Thank you for your time and leadership. I welcome any questions you may have. And Councilmember Pinto, I would also like to add, we had a client who was supposed to, Charlize Neal, testify, but she's been delayed at a school matter.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. That's helpful to know. And I was going to call her next. So appreciate that and appreciate the work you do and your testimony. I mentioned to the last witness around record sealing, but we are moving Peace DC on Tuesday, which also deals with safe passage and increasing de-escalation training and supporting our safe passage workers on how to deal with all of our children, including kids who may have mental health challenges or neurodivergence. So I appreciate all of your work. And thank you all for your testimony. I think continues to make clear how important this funding is and the many lives that it impacts. So thank you. Emily Volk, Penelope Spain, Tyrone Hall, D'Angelo Covington, who are we missing here? D'Angelo is coming. Okay. Okay, great. We will begin then with Emily Volk, public witness.
Good afternoon. My name is Emily Volk, and I am a Georgetown law student and a DC resident. I've worked in DC since 2019, and I've lived here since 2023. And in that time, I've had the honor to join the DC community and meet many residents. And when I made the decision to attend law school, I knew that I wanted to use my law degree to give back to DC. And during my time in law school, I have engaged with several organizations that provide direct services to the people of DC. I've had the privilege of working directly with the Health Justice Alliance, which is Georgetown's medical legal partnership, both through the law school clinic and as a law clerk with the Cancer Law Project. And this summer, I'm again interning with the DC legal services community. These programs have fostered my passion for public interest law, improved my abilities as a client-centered lawyer, and enabled me to help provide direct services to my DC neighbors. Because of these experiences, my goal is to stay in DC after law school and work as a direct services attorney. However, to allow people like myself to stay here, it's critical that public interest organizations like the Health Justice Alliance have the necessary funds to offer entry-level positions to new attorneys. The funding that the Access to Justice Initiative provides to the Health Justice Alliance and organizations like it is vital to making sure that these positions are available and that students like me can continue to work in DC post-graduation. Grants enable these organizations to open new positions, hire lawyers, provide them with training, and allow them to give back to DC. And without this important source of funding, these organizations may be forced to make the difficult decision to remove these positions. In turn, new lawyers will be forced to leave DC or make the transition to private interest work. I want to make clear that this concern is far bigger than just me. So many of my friends and classmates are planning to pursue public interest law, and many of them have fallen in love with DC during their time here. They, like me, wish to take the legal skills that they've learned right here and reinvest them in the city that they now call home. These are passionate and brilliant future lawyers who the city will be so lucky to have advocating for its residents. But they also need entry-level positions. Without grants to the Access to Justice Initiative, DC is at risk of losing the next generation of talented public interest lawyers simply because they can't find jobs here. And this would be a huge blow to the future of legal services in DC. The Access to Justice Initiative grants enable so many organizations to do amazing work in DC today, but I urge the council to remember the important role these funds play in ensuring that that work continues tomorrow. Myself and many law students like me are so committed to using our education to ensure that district residents have access to necessary legal services, but we need to be able to obtain jobs here in order to do that. Initiative grants can help keep these positions available, ensuring that quality legal services are accessible and available to DC residents for years to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And I can't help myself but to share that as a Georgetown law alum myself, I was so proud to be part of the pilot of the Health Justice Alliance with Vicki Gerard and Yael Cannon. And that was about 10 years ago. So it's amazing to see the fantastic work that you all are doing. Congratulations. Penelope Spain, co-founder and chief executive officer, Open City Advocates.
Good afternoon, council member. My name is Penelope Spain. I'm a resident of Ward 4, and for the past 20 years have served as the co-founder and CEO of Open City Advocates, which provides legal representation and holistic advocacy to youth who have been committed to DYRS. Today, I am absolutely delighted to be joined by two of our former clients, Tyrone Hall and D'Angelo Covington. I'd like to start today by expressing our gratitude to OVSJG for their steadfast support of Open City Advocates. In 2000, In 2006, only 1 year after establishing our organization, OVSJG saw the importance of our mission and provided critical seed funding. At the time, Open City Advocates was still operating out of a closet without heat or air conditioning in a warehouse next to Marvin Gaye Park in Ward 7. 20 years later, we have assisted over 165 court-involved youth and have significantly cut the rate of recidivism for our clients. Through impact litigation, we also successfully established the right to legal counsel for all youth throughout their commitment to DYRS. The mayor's proposed budget contains significant cuts to the programs that help fund our work. In particular, cuts to the Access to Justice program would be devastating at a time when the district is experiencing a quickly growing population of committed youth. Because of the support of OVSJG, Open City Advocates has been able to grow and deepen our practice and take on new clients. We've hired 2 staff attorneys with the support of OVSJG, and cuts to Access to Justice would mean that we cannot continue to employ all of our attorneys to represent youth who are committed to DYRS. This would mean that some children committed to DYRS would go without the critical legal and holistic support that we provide. Kids who are locked up need a lot of individualized support. They have questions about cell restrictions, how to access their schoolwork, why they can't see their mom, or why they can't reach their trial attorney. A child might want to know why team meetings aren't taking place, or why they have not yet been assigned a care coordinator, or why they've been refused their New Beginnings level advancement. A dedicated attorney like those we support at Open City Advocates can dig in, identify root causes, and begin to address such issues. When our clients are released, we strive to ensure their success in every aspect of their lives. We make sure their needs are met, that they're enrolling in school or finding a job. Even when our clients' commitments end, we continue to support them. Our model of holistic advocacy means there's no break in our efforts to make sure they succeed. Like other legal service providers, post-sentencing defense attorneys are an important part of the public safety landscape in the district. We are making sure everyone is safe. What we know from research, not just our own, but nationwide, is that providing this holistic support really goes to the root of delinquency. By improving the lives of youth, we are helping to ensure they don't go back to criminal behavior and that they don't become victims themselves. Our clients, who we meet in the deepest end of the juvenile system, are much more likely to exit our court system altogether than those who do not receive such holistic support. And for that, we express endless gratitude to the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants, as well as to you, Councilmember Pinto, for restoring the funds OVSJG passed along to the DC Bar Foundation's Access to Justice. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Tyrone Hall, client of Open City Advocates.
Happy Tuesday, Council. My name is Tyrone Hall. I'm a proud resident of Ward 2 and a longtime client of Open City Advocates. I first met Penelope and Whitney Lockheimer back in 2010. And to be honest, their mentorship and support of this organization have remained a consistent and vital part of my journey. Over the past 15 years, I've been involved with several programs across the district. Pathways to DC, Project Empowerment, the National Reentry Network for Returning Citizens, Safe Passages, and others. But Open City Advocates stands out because they didn't just support me when I came home, they still support me. Their mentorship has been personal and persistent. Whitney and Alicia checked in with me, hold me accountable, and pushed me to be better. I remember Alicia pulling me to the side, not letting me slide on things others might overlook. That's real mentorship. Just the other day, Tuesday, my own family didn't even wish my daughters a happy birthday. It was Whitney and Alicia that reached out. That was big. Open City Advocates also invested in my growth. They paid for me to take web design and digital marketing. They paid for studio time, and now I can use those to help clients and build my brand, Academics Music Resources Corp. I currently work at Sycamore and Oaks on the grounds of the old St. Elizabeth Hospital. I manage the space, and it's a perfect fit for my passions, food, fitness, and retail. I love to work, and my bosses love what I bring to the table. But I can honestly say I wouldn't be where I am today without the mentorship and support of Open City Advocates. Their commitment doesn't stop at reentry. It continues into career, family, and personal growth. That's the kind of impact you don't forget. Thank you for considering the importance of programs like Open City Advocates. They don't just change lives, they stay in lives, and I'm living proof of that.
I love that. Thank you so much. D'Angelo Covington, client, Open City Advocates.
Good morning, council members. My name is D'Angelo Covington. I'm a resident of Ward 8, where I grew up, and I'm a client of Open City Advocates. I first met Whitney and Penelope in 2007 after joining their mentoring program at Oak Hill. I was paired with a mentor named Susan and formed a connection with her that made a big difference to me. Whitney and Penelope took us on outings and stayed in contact and provided support when I came home. I probably text or have a phone call with Whitney probably once a week, and this 18 years later. They also gave me my first job ever, an internship at their office, and provided me a stipend for that. I filed receipts, wrote newsletters to other organizations about Open City Advocates, and then the work kept me off the streets, kept me from getting into trouble and everything like that. So since then, Open City Advocates has used OVSJG funding to provide stipends to youth attending school or skills training, as well as other necessities like transportation or a phone. More recently, they helped me with assistance so that I could take courses in welding. I was in the Welding Academy on Kenilworth Avenue called Southeast Welding Academy. And they paid me a stipend for attending the Welding Academy and provided me with a laptop and internet hotspot when I returned to society. While I'm currently working now as an Amazon delivery driver in the mornings, I hope to return to welding training and where I could find a career-like job. And, you know, I hope to return to welding training, and I hope that I'm trying to make it so it don't conflict with the courses with my Amazon or whatever. But I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you so much, and congratulations for all of your progress and success. Really appreciate all of you being here today.
Thank you.
We're going to call our next panel Sophie Thackeray, Andrea Faulkner, Chijoke Akamingo, Kendra Brooks, we will begin with Sophie Thackeray, Supervising Attorney, School Justice Project.
Good afternoon. My name is Sophie Thackeray. I'm the supervising attorney at School Justice Project, as well as a Ward 5 resident. SJP is a DC-based legal services and advocacy organization that provides special education representation to older court-involved students with disabilities. Our special education attorneys work with young people while they are incarcerated and throughout the reentry process to ensure they have access to a quality education. The council has recognized that meeting legal needs promotes public safety, and that mission aligns directly with SJP's work. Protecting the education rights of low-income, court-involved young people not only fulfills legal obligations, it also keeps these young people in school and out of carceral facilities. ATJ grants have dramatically expanded SJP's capacity. SJP currently has 4 attorneys, including me, whose salaries are primarily or partially paid with ATJ funds. And for the first time, SJP has been able to hire a social worker to support our clients. Our expanded team is also delivering results. In 2024, 100% of SJP clients released from incarceration re-enrolled in school within 30 days, and 87% of our cases saw mitigated sentencing outcomes after SJP's education advocacy. Without this funding, these students would likely go unrepresented. One such client is a young man that I will call Joshua. At the time Joshua and I first started working together, he was newly 18 years old, held at the DC jail, and had just pleaded guilty in his criminal case. After reviewing Joshua's detailed education records and speaking in depth with him about his family and trauma history, I advocated for his release home on a sentence of probation under the Youth Rehabilitation Act, emphasizing Joshua's commitment to completing his very few remaining credits he needed to graduate, as well as his special education needs to achieve that goal. That request was granted, and Joshua is now back home with his family, including his 1-year-old son. A few weeks after his release from the jail, I went with Joshua to his first day of school back in the community. I text with Joshua almost every day to check in and provide continued encouragement and support. On his most recent report card, multiple teachers noted that Joshua, quote, does not give up even when something is difficult. Despite all the difficulties he has experienced, Joshua is currently on track to graduate from high school and successfully complete his YRA probation at the end of this school year, and is looking forward to bringing his son to his graduation ceremony. Providing education-related legal services to justice-involved young people is not just about individual cases. It has broad public safety and equity impacts. We urge the council to sustain at least the fiscal year 2025 funding level for ATG grants. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrea Faulkner, staff attorney from Carison.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the council. Thank you for the chance to testify today. I'm a staff attorney at the Central American Resource Center, and I am testifying today in support of the Access to Justice Initiative. Through the council's support and the leadership of Chairperson Pinto, the initiative was able to avoid a funding reduction in the past 2 years. The initiative was able to meet the growing demand for housing, legal aid, education, and medical services in the city, benefiting district residents, businesses, and the government. Today, I will testify about your impactful investment in the initiative and the importance of the FY26 budget request for legal services for vulnerable communities in the district. The initiative partners with over 30 nonprofit legal service providers, including those who provide legal aid to vulnerable community members, such as DC children, their parents, crime victims, and workers. About 40,000 district residents receive legal aid through the initiative each year. In Ward 1 specifically, where Carison is placed, over 4,000 low-income residents are served each year. The initiative and its partners create legal partnerships, they host legal clinics and legal intakes, and provide legal Know Your Rights trainings for residents in DC. The legal help that residents receive from the initiative and its partners supports multiple areas that the council are interested in. Legal aid supports economic security in the city, as more individuals are able to affordably resolve legal issues, such as protecting their employment rights and wages. Legal aid also supports public safety, as crime victims feel confident reporting and aiding local and federal law enforcement agencies with investigating crimes such as domestic violence and trafficking. Through legal aid, parents are able to gain medical care, resolve housing issues, and resolve family law issues, creating familial stability for themselves and their children. A 67% cut to the initiative will have devastating effects on the district. A decrease in legal aid will contribute to a decrease in economic stability, leading to unemployment, homelessness, and a lack of adequate medical care. Public safety and Chairperson Pinto's PCC plan will also be at risk, as law enforcement may have more trouble investigating and responding to crime if there is a decrease in collaboration with legal aid providers and their clients. The initiative must be maintained to ensure these critical services continue. As the council considers the budget, we hope that it recognizes the initiative for the beneficial investment it is and supports expanded funding to support legal aid and other important areas beyond legal aid in the city. Thank you for your time and long-term support for the initiative.
Thank you. Chijoke Akamibo, Executive Director, Rising for Justice.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of continued level funding for the Access to Justice Initiative. My name is Chijioke Akamibo, and I am honored to serve as Executive Director of Rising for Justice, a nonprofit legal services provider that has been serving district residents for over 55 years. This investment is not only about access to legal assistance, but also about protecting housing expanding opportunities, and helping district residents move forward with stability and dignity. The need for this support is urgent, and the impact of the proposed cuts will be felt immediately across all our services. In 2024, RFJ served over 6,000 DC residents. Our work includes preventing eviction, assisting residents in expunging criminal records, and providing legal representation in civil protection orders and anti-stalking order cases. In addition, RFJ trains the next generation of public service lawyers and social workers through its clinical programs aimed at area law students and social work graduate students. I've attached 2 client stories to my written submission that provide a glimpse of RFJ's good work in the community, work that is significant and undertaken and relies on your continued support. It is important to know that eviction filings continue to disproportionately affect Black communities in Wards 7 and 8, where residents are twice as likely to face eviction compared to the rest of the city. This disparity is further exacerbated by the fact that most landlords have legal representation, while tenants usually do not. When tenants are represented, they are 5 times less likely to receive an eviction order. With council support, RFJ attorneys and social workers help tenants stay housed by asserting appropriate defenses, negotiating fair agreements, and accessing emergency rental assistance and other benefits, thereby addressing this imbalance. Another area of focus for RFJ is in helping district residents seal criminal records and removing barriers to jobs, housing, education, and access to their children. Of the around 68,000 residents with criminal records, nearly half are eligible for relief. However, the expungement process is complex, and without legal assistance, most individuals never apply. In 2024, RFJ assisted over 260 residents in expunging more than 1,000 records, highlighting the impact of RFJ's work in this area. In civil protection order and anti-stalking order cases, our attorneys help respondents understand the legal process, avoid violations, and protect their family relationships. Our representation improves both fairness and safety. None of this work will be possible without the council's support. RFJ is deeply grateful for your continued investment in the legal services that protect homes, restore opportunities, and strengthen families across the district. Your past support has been invaluable, and we look forward to your continued partnership. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Kendra Brooks, Collaborative Solutions for Communities.
Hi, am I able to read our client's testimony? She was here for about 2 hours, but had to leave to keep an appointment.
Sure. What's your, they sign up to testify?
Yes, Kendra Brooks.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Sure. No problem. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Tisha Cole, and I'm the Director of Program Monitoring and Evaluation at Collaborative Solutions for Communities. I am here to advocate for a prevention and reduction in funding for the Office of Victim Services and Justice grants. This would greatly impact the services that we provide returning citizens. Our program is a beacon of hope for women who are trying to navigate re-engaging with their families, returning to the workforce, and reclaiming their identity and dignity through safe spaces to address trauma and mental health and safe places to live. I will be reading our client's testimony. She was present for about 2 hours, but she had to leave to keep an appointment with a client for microblading, which is a cosmetic skill she actually became certified in through our services and now uses it as a source of income. Good morning, Chairwoman Pinto and council members. My name is Kendra Brooks, and I am a reentry client who has been fortunate to receive services through the Collaborative Solutions for Communities Success and Reentry Program. This program has made a real difference in my life. While at the halfway house, I completed the Tamar curriculum, which helped me heal from trauma and build emotional strength. Through Collaborative Solutions for Communities, I attended financial literacy classes that taught me how to manage my finances, and I was connected to the workforce program, which helped me secure stable employment. Collaborative Solutions for Communities supported me with transportation assistance, job readiness training, and even financial help to earn my cosmetic tattooing certification, which opened the door to a new career path. Just as importantly, I received support in reuniting with my family. Collaborative Solutions for Communities helped me with holiday assistance so I could provide Christmas gifts for my daughter, and I participated in parenting classes that strengthened my communication and connection with her. Because of this program, I am stable, working, and present in my daughter's life. Please continue funding for the Collaborative Solutions for Communities Success and Reentry Program. It gives people like me the tools to rebuild not just our lives, but our families. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And please congratulate her for us on her certification. I heard once recently that the beauty industry is the only or one of the only industries in DC that has been increasing by 5% every year over the last several years. And so important industry to lean into. So that's exciting. Thank you all very much for your testimony and all of the work that you do. Really powerful stories and examples. Appreciate it. All right, we're going to call our next panel of witnesses. Rosalie Brodsky, Judith Sandalo, Latrice Harris, and Robert Barton. Is there anybody else who has signed up to testify in person who I have not called yet? Okay. We will begin. Oh, take your time. With Rosalie Brodsky, Program Monitor and Evaluator, Collaborative Solutions for Communities.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Rosalie Brodsky, and I serve as a Program Monitor and Evaluator at Collaborative Solutions for Communities. I also am a former case manager for our Success and Reentry, or our SIR program. CSC's SIR program is a lifeline for returning citizens, especially women, helping them rebuild their lives and reintegrate into the DC community with dignity and stability. Through wraparound case management services, we've served over 150 women with a 99% success rate in preventing recidivism. Our workforce development program is critical. Returning citizens face significant barriers to employment. We support our clients with job readiness training, resume writing, interview prep, and connections to certifications in fields like phlebotomy, welding, and cosmetic tattooing. These tools help clients re-enter the workforce and build sustainable futures. We also provide essential support services such as housing assistance, transportation, food, clothing, and items for children and infants. These resources, along with monthly or bi-monthly home visits, help stabilize families and reduce the risk of recidivism. Mental health is another cornerstone of our program. We facilitate TAMAR, which is our Trauma, Addiction, Mental Health, and Recovery curriculum, which we offer in the DC Jail, Fairview Halfway House, and in community settings as well. TAMAR provides a safe, structured space for women to address the trauma that often underlies cycles of incarceration. It creates a pathway to healing and fosters social support through group sessions, which last about 12 weeks, and build a sense of trust, understanding, and mutual growth. One of the most powerful aspects of our work is our healing circles. These transformative practices bring returning citizens and their loved ones together to repair harm, share experiences, and begin the process of collective healing. Alongside our family group conferences, they foster open communication, goal setting, and emotional restoration that's vital after incarceration. These holistic supports wouldn't be possible without OVSJG funding. We urge you to continue supporting CSC and our SIR program because our community's ability to thrive depends on strong, sustained reentry support. Thank you for your time and your continued investment in justice and healing, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. That's an amazing statistic. You should be very proud of. That's my page here. I'm sorry. Oh, because I'm looking at Judith. Latrice Harris, public witness.
Hello, Ms. Pinto and Council. My name is Latrice Harris. I am here today to express my strong support for fully funding access to justice grants. These grants enable organizations like Children's Law Center to provide vital legal services to DC families. I'm a mother of 4, a grandmother of 2. I'm a single mother, and I'm also a survivor of domestic violence. I pride myself on advocating for my family, and I often help friends and family navigate DC's complex systems. While government services exist, they are incredibly difficult to navigate. We need organizations like CLC because there are times when a lawyer is absolutely necessary. I view their services like primary care. Sometimes you need expert help because you can't tackle everything on your own. I first met CLC when my oldest daughter pediatrician referred us through their medical legal partnership. My daughter was in a crisis and needed mental health services. CLC helped ensure that the facility providing her support and educational services to stay on track. CLC was by my side through every meeting, and thanks to their support, she graduated on time with her DC diploma. She went on to work in special education and then for the DC government, inspired by her own experiences to help others. CLC also assisted me in advocating for my son, who has significantly learning disabilities. They helped him secure IEP supports, which helped him graduate from both high school and even college. When I was severely ill with COVID, my mother turned to CLC. They quickly helped secure temporary custody so she could care for my children while I was hospitalized for months. And when my youngest daughter experienced learning loss and behavioral challenges after the pandemic, CLC lawyers helped me to get her evaluated and secure services she needed. Most recently, my youngest and I faced eviction. Without CLC, we likely will be homeless. With their support, I was able to secure long-term housing voucher. Having CLC in my corner gives me hope that my kids will do well in school and life and live in a safe environment. In my written testimony, I share more about how I pass this hope on to others by creating and supporting CLC's Client Advisory Board and help their families to defend their rights and protect their children. I strongly ask this committee to fully restore the access to justice grants so all DC families can access legal support for their children. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Judith Sandalo, CEO of Children's Law Center.
Good afternoon. As you said, my name is Judith Sandalo. I'm the CEO of Children's Law Center and a resident of the district. You've been hearing all morning about how access to justice funds literally save lives, transform lives, but perhaps more just are the fabric. I mean, we wouldn't have Ms. Harris making our entire community better without the legal services that supported her. And she is a gift, not just to her own family, but to many of her neighbors. And you hear that over and over, I think. And so I think you and the council know that. But I know you also have incredibly difficult budget decisions. So my written testimony talks more about situations like Ms. Harris's and the work that we do. And why I think this is probably the most challenging time children and families have faced in the district in my 25 years as CEO of Children's Law Center. I just want to make 2 points that perhaps haven't been made. One of them is the role that legal services lawyers across the city play in strengthening government directly. And there's 2 ways I want to mention. One is, in addition to litigating, we often just pick up the phone and call a government agency and point out a mistake they've made so that they can fix it without it being a big deal, without a lot of litigation. It saves a lot of money up front. I know that agency leaders often use this information to improve their systems. On top of that, we also we send our lovely lawyers to work for the government. Children's Law Center alone has lawyers working at DC Public Schools, the Office of the Attorney General, and CFSA. And so we're a training ground for good government employees. But you have tough budget decisions to make. And so I wanted to make the point that we're a really good financial return on investment. Just the Children's Law Center example, the ATJ funding supports our medical legal partnership, Healthy Together, which helped Ms. Harris. Our economic analysis shows that for every dollar we spend on legal services, we save the city $3 in Medicaid costs alone. And that's just Medicaid. It isn't all the other ways in which we're saving costs. When we do our housing conditions work, which is also funded through this money, we save $10,000 in Medicaid costs in just the first 18 months on average. Sometimes it's more than $100,000 for a single family because we're keeping children out of the hospital and the ER. So it is not only life-saving and democracy building to support ATJ, but it's also a really wise financial investment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandalo. Robert Barton, Executive Director of More Than Our Crimes.
Good morning, Councilmember Brooke Pinto, and members of the council. My name is Robert Barton, and I am the co-founder of More Than Our Crimes. And after 30 years of federal prison, I'm finally home. I am one of the fortunate ones. My family provides me with housing and financial support. I have a professional outlet at a nonprofit I co-founded. For me, reentry was joyous experience. But for my friend Jay, and for so many others, this is not the case. Jay came home after decades like me, but lacks a strong support system. He needs a job, housing, financial assistance. While DC has many reentry services, there's no coordination. It's a frustrating maze. Jay spends his days on the metro, running from one organization to another, wasting time and money. He's told one place has laptops, only to find out upon arrival that they have run out. He's pushed into repetitive job readiness programs just to receive a small stipend. He waited over 2 months for a photo ID, a basic necessity to open a bank account or see a doctor. And safe immediate housing is nearly impossible to find. Shelters are not viable solutions. This daily struggle takes a toll on his mental and emotional health, hindering his chances of a successful return to our community. This is not only Jay's story, it's the story of a broken system. I propose 2 solutions. First, every returned citizen needs a dedicated case manager to create and oversee a personalized action plan, coordinate with all service providers to eliminate duplication and fill critical gaps like cash assistance and housing. Second, the district must accurately listen to us. You should be asking returned citizens what's working and what's not. Convene a citizen assembly of formerly incarcerated individuals to share our experiences and make direct policy and budget recommendations. We are the experts on our lives. Let us help you build a reentry system that truly works. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barton. And thank you all for your testimony, everything you do. I really appreciate it. And please make sure, if you haven't already, to submit your testimony to the committee so we can include it in the record. For our virtual public witnesses, you have been invited by our team to join as a panelist. Please make sure to accept that invitation. And we are going to call you in order that we have on the list. Betty Gentles, Senior Director, Advocacy and Public Policy of SUM, Inc.
Greetings, Chairwoman Pinto and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Betty Gentle, and I serve as the Senior Director of Advocacy and Public Policy at SUM Incorporated, a DC nonprofit committed to disrupting cycles of homelessness and poverty by providing material aid, deeply affordable housing, supportive services, and pathways to stability. As a proud OVSJG grantee, we provide trauma-informed community-based services for gun violence survivors. Mayor Bowser has described her growth agenda as a plan for the district's future. Yet this agenda risks making the district's future less safe and less just, especially for low-income and unhoused survivors of violence. To protect critical services, SUM urges the council, in solidarity with all who have testified today, to restore victim services funding to at least $59.41 million and restore access to justice funding to at least $31.68 million. Among the most effective strategies to advance survivor safety and enhance community well-being are maintaining access to Medicaid and robust healthcare coverage and expanding community-based programs, wraparound services, and public awareness of victim compensation. Yet the proposed FY26 budget goes in the opposite direction. It seeks to remove approximately 52,000 residents from their current healthcare coverage while simultaneously cutting community-based programs and legal services. Furthermore, in DC, communities facing high rates of poverty are already bearing the brunt of violence, with the starkest disparities in neighborhoods that have received the least public safety investment and have endured the greatest systemic neglect. These areas often lack safe, affordable housing, full-service grocery stores, culturally responsive health and mental health care, and access to trauma recovery supports. This is why some established the Journey Project. Over the past 4 years, OVSJG funding has enabled some, in partnership with ones, to provide trauma-responsive care to nearly 300 adult gun violence survivors in Ward 7 near the Benning Road Metro Station. Our services include one-on-one support from peer workers, person-centered therapy, alternative healing supports, and flexible funds for urgent needs like clothing, food, transportation, and utility support. Similarly, survivors of domestic violence, many also impacted by gun violence, need consistent, flexible support, especially when facing housing insecurity. As a leading cause of homelessness in DC, domestic violence demands access to safe shelter, legal support, and trauma-informed care. Personally, we've seen a rise in high lethality domestic violence cases, yet DC lacks sufficient emergency housing options. Far too often, survivors must return to unsafe environments while their abuser remains free, not because it's safe, but because limited funding has run out and longer-term emergency housing is unavailable. The proposed cuts to OVSJG's victim services funding, in conjunction with the reductions in DV program funding and other safety net programs under DHS, create a dangerous support gap. These cuts are not just budgetary, they are life-threatening. Equally urgent is the need to restore funding to access to justice. For many residents, free or low-cost legal help is the only safeguard against homelessness, job loss, or continual abuse. In conclusion, we urge the council to protect these resources and reject the false choice between balancing the budget and keeping people safe. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Gentle. Jody Ovka, Executive Director of Access Youth.
Hi, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. It's great to see you all today. My name is Jody Afka, and I am the Executive Director of Access Youth, an OVSJG partner and grantee for more than 10 years. Our restorative justice and truancy prevention programs provide direct support to more than 900 students annually in Washington, D.C.'s highest need middle and high schools, confronting the systemic challenges that disproportionately push disadvantaged Black youth out of school and into the justice system. We appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today about a critical issue, the undeniable link between student behavior issues, truancy, and youth violence. This week's Washington Post investigation into the recent rise of juvenile crime laid bare the reality we see every day. Truancy and student behavior issues are not isolated problems. They are deeply connected to the disturbing level of violence affecting youth in our community. In DC, Black youth face systemic inequities rooted in structural racism and poverty. While Black students represent only 62% of DCPS enrollment, they account for 80% of suspensions. Chronic absenteeism affects up to 90% of students in high-need schools, and only 74% of Black students graduate in 4 years, compared to 97% of their white peers. Truancy and behavior issues are not just academic concerns. Students who are chronically absent or who face exclusionary discipline are more likely to become disconnected from school, disengaged from positive social relationships, and eventually become more susceptible to involvement in criminal activity. At Access Youth, we are working every day to interrupt this cycle. Our evidence-based four-prong model focuses on building trust, consistent relationships, creating plans for improved behavior and attendance that are self-led by the students, and letting them become accountable for their own behaviors and provide opportunities for growth, rewards, and leadership opportunities. This approach addresses the root causes of absenteeism and behavior issues, often stemming from trauma, instability, and lack of opportunity. It helps young people re-engage with their education and their communities. Our approach is working. Recent evaluations show that 90% of students avoid suspensions for the issues with which they originally are referred to Access for. Our students' unexcused absence rates are more than 20% lower than their peers. It is not just about keeping kids in school. It's about preventing the kind of disconnection that leads to violence. It is about providing a clear path forward for our young people that emphasizes their potential and gives them the tools to become leaders in their school communities. Every year, over 250 of our students make the honor roll. They serve as student body presidents, valedictorians, and peer mentors. They are living proof that when we invest in their success, they rise. But all this work is at risk. Equity-focused organizations like Access Youth are at the forefront of addressing the root causes of youth violence and juvenile delinquency. Yet these programs are facing significant drops in funding due to federal funding shifts and the effects those have on local governments like ours. I urge the committee to ensure that the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants continues to fund programs that address the link between truancy, behavior, and youth crime with a focus on restorative justice. We know that when we invest in relationships, in healing, and in the future of our youth, we can break the cycle of exclusion, violence, and crime. By continuing to support programs like ours, we can help young people stay in school, avoid violence, graduate, and become successful leaders that our city needs. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. Allison Medina, Clinical Director of the Women's Center.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Allison Medina. I'm the Director of Clinical Services at the Women's Center. I'm here today to advocate for the continued and robust funding of the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. OVSJG plays a critical role in supporting victims of crime, ensuring justice for all, and fostering a safer and stronger district. The Women's Center's mission is to significantly improve the mental health and well-being of all members of our community through counseling, education, and support, regardless of ability to pay. With OVSJG support, we were able to serve 200 vulnerable district residents. With OVSJ funding, we provide crisis counseling at the DC Safe Emergency Shelter. We also provide individual and group counseling services, both in English and Spanish, to domestic and sexual violence survivors. Without OVSG funding, single parents, victims of human trafficking, college students, and clients without insurance could not receive these specialized, life-changing services. I'd like to share one client's story. And a pseudonym. Chloe, age 50, came to the Women's Center in crisis, seeking emotional support after her husband had threatened her and kicked her out of their house. Crisis and violence was nothing new to her. Growing up in foster care, she'd never had a secure enough place to call home. She'd experienced trauma since she was a child. When she couldn't rely on anyone or anything, she had her therapist. Every week for over a year, she met with her individual therapist and participated in a trauma support group. Being in therapy not only supported her through an emotionally, physically, sexually, and financially abusive relationship, but it gave her the confidence she needed to file for divorce and helped her to better understand the impact of childhood and intergenerational trauma. Ultimately, she finished her college degree and became a substance abuse counselor. She was motivated and resilient from the start, but having access to weekly therapy pushed her to recognize her worth and create the life she always wanted, one with stability and safety. Domestic violence survivors need more resources and services, not less. With ongoing support from a fully funded OVSJG and a robust continuum of care, we can continue meeting the needs of people like Chloe. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. Erin Pollitt, Executive Director, DCFNE.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Erin Pollitt. I'm a forensic nurse and the Executive Director of DCFNE. We provide 24/7 on-call medical forensic care to survivors of sexual assault and domestic violence ages 13 and up. We're the only provider of this specialized care for adults in the district and one of two for adolescents. We exist because DC law guarantees survivors the right to timely, expert, trauma-informed care free of charge. Care that addresses the medical consequences of violence for victims and enables the district to pursue offender accountability. We're proud partners of OVSJG and grateful for their ongoing support, but today I'm here to express serious concerns about the proposed FY26 Victim Services budget, which cuts local funds by over 10%. Together with our partners in the VAN, we encourage the council to restore a minimum baseline of $59.41 million. But even that, I fear, is not enough to sustain essential services. Flat funding threatens to weaken programs like ours quietly but steadily, especially in a city where the cost of living and workforce pressures continue to rise. DCFNE has become the district's one-stop professional response for adult survivors. That didn't happen overnight. It's the result of years of OVSJG's investment. But that progress is fragile. And without annual budget adjustments, we will struggle to keep qualified nurses on call around the clock. In 2024, DCF&E was dispatched nearly 900 times. Our patients are overwhelmingly women and people of color, many of them living in wards 5, 7, and 8. About 15% are unhoused. These are the people who will be most harmed if our 24/7 response were to falter. We're also laying the groundwork to expand our reach, bringing care directly to more hospitals through mobile SANE services. But we can't build that future if we can't preserve what already exists. We respectfully ask the council to consider multi-year funding or a dedicated line item for SAVRA response services in the future. The services we provide are legally required, medically necessary, and in some cases, they're life-saving. Thank you to Director Porter, Deputy Director Dillon, the DC Council, and the Mayor for continued leadership and commitment to survivors. I'm happy to answer any questions, and we will provide a longer written testimony for the record.
Great. Thank you so much. Laura Martinez, Deputy Director, DCF&E.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Martinez. I'm the Deputy Director of DCF&E. In conjunction with Erin's testimony, I'm testifying today to highlight OVSJG's positive investment in the lives of survivors of violence. OVSJG's financial and moral support have allowed DCF&E to sustain and improve our forensic services, including forensic medical exams to victims of sexual assault and domestic violence. DCF&E is often described as the sole provider of forensic nursing care for DC residents. This is true. We are, proudly. But this fact alone is not the true measure of our value to the community and therefore the value of OVSJG's support. Rather, the measure of our value is what we have accomplished as the sole provider, as an independent nonprofit, and how we have evolved, improved, and built trust in the community, including, most importantly, with victims of violence. Over 12 years, we have built an effective collaborative partnership with OVSJG leadership, including Deputy Director Dillon, our former grant manager. We have demonstrated that we are strong fiscal stewards of a cumulative total of $12 million from the DC government, with a strong financial standing year after year. Together, we've ensured that every dollar has been used to provide a safe space for victims of violence, improve the quality of care they receive, and increase access to those most in need. OVSJG's funding has allowed DCF&E to be an impartial safe haven for more than 8,600 individuals across all 8 wards. Victims of violence benefit from the autonomy to seek the confidential care they desire and deserve at no cost. Crucially, OVSJG's support ensures we can respond in person to those who have experienced sexual or domestic violence within 1 hour. Our nurses have responded to victims of violence without fail for over 6 million minutes and counting. Finally, intentional investments in DCF&E have allowed us to grow our organizational capacity. We have grown our team by 58% since our inception to maximize reach and services, and we're still growing. We also provide all staff with the resources to thrive in this challenging field, such as through on-the-job training, an intensive orientation, and incentives to obtain the highest certification for sexual assault nurse examiners, which 65% of our nursing staff have accomplished. As noted earlier, we are the sole provider, but we do not operate alone. Our response depends on the well-established public-private continuum of care between OVSJG and our network of community partners, including the VAN. It is imperative that the progress we have made to meet the needs of victims of violence and empower them to make active choices for their healing is maintained in the fiscal year 26 budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Susie Ju, Co-Chair, DC Consortium of Legal Services Provider.
Good afternoon, Committee Chair Pinto. My name is Susie Ju, and I'm the Legal Director at Bread for the City. but I'm wearing a different hat and testifying as co-chair of the DC Consortium of Legal Services Providers. The consortium's mission is to coordinate the delivery, expand the availability, and improve the quality of legal services for district residents living with low income. Our membership is comprised of 36 DC legal aid groups. And while we as individual organizations have grave concerns about the many proposed cuts to essential services needed by our client community, I'm here today to express the consortium's profound concern regarding the proposed 67% cut to the Access to Justice initiative. Approximately 75% of our member organizations receive funding through the initiative. Several consortium members have already testified, so you have heard about the breadth of critical legal services provided to district residents thanks to the financial support of the initiative. Which means you've also heard about how the initiative has become an essential function of a just and equitable district. The initiative programs reach deeply into neighborhoods and institutions across all 8 wards, with trusted legal help offered through clinics, community partnerships, and embedded support systems. What will be lost with a 67% cut is not only these needed legal services, but 18 years of progress and coordination. Whether it's staffing 5 days a week citywide hotlines or court-based offices to provide same-day legal representation, or coming together to create court pleadings for pro se litigants, our individual member organizations have collectively been able to build innovative and effective systems with sister organizations to increase the number of low-income DC residents who have access to free legal assistance. Chair Pinto, you had asked earlier in the hearing, how can we fill the financial gap in the budget? But one thing I'd like you to remember and the committee to remember is the increased costs that the district will incur without the full investment in the initiative. A 2023 report of this Judiciary Committee estimated that a proposed $18 million cut to Access to Justice funds, so less than what we're facing today, could cost the district upwards of $90 million by having to provide other services for residents in need. The consortium is grateful to you, the council, for its longstanding support of the Access to Justice initiative and urges the council to again fully restore initiative funding to the prior fiscal year 23, 24, and 25 levels. In a time when the district faces significant housing pressures, economic instability, and racial disparities in access to justice, gutting the initiative would push the city in the wrong direction. It is only through sustained investment that our consortium members can continue to work together to protect the health, safety, and stability of district residents who cannot otherwise afford an attorney. Thank you.
Thank you. Farah Fossey, Director of Community Development, Empower DC.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Farah Fossey, and I'm the Director of Community Development at Empower DC, a citywide organization advancing racial and economic justice. Our housing work is in part funded by an Access to Justice grant. I'd like to start by thanking you, Councilmember Pinto, and your colleagues for your strong support of this program, which is essential to housing stability. I urge the Council to protect full funding for Access to Justice and the Office of Victim Services and Justice grants in the upcoming budget. Through this funding, Empower DC conducts direct outreach to residents, primarily in wards 5, 7, and 8, who are facing housing instability. The conversations we have with residents, usually at their front door, often include providing basic information on their rights and options, like how to request a housing inspection or what a notice means, connecting residents to resources, and connecting landlords and tenants to resolve issues. As you've heard today, the legal support provided through Access to Justice is critical in keeping families housed, with broad-reaching positive impacts for both the city and these families. And we know it's a cost saver in the budget. I also want to highlight that the expansion to Access to Justice in 2022 and 2023 led to bringing community organizations like ours, which don't have attorneys, into the project. I think of part of our work as freeing up the attorneys so they can focus on where they're most needed. It allows us to reach people at their homes and neighborhoods before a court process begins, and has allowed grantees to better coordinate and explore new strategies. I'd like to give a couple recent examples of our work through the grant. While canvassing, I met a resident with a permanent supportive housing voucher who had missed her court date, an eviction court date, and had a default judgment scheduled and an eviction scheduled. She put her case manager on the phone while I was at her door, and we realized that the resident who had a cognitive disability had confused her landlord-tenant court hearing with the jury duty summons. We then later connected the case manager and the property manager around the rental arrears, and they resolved it and kept her in her home. My coworker recently met a mom who had a notice to quit because of a noisy toddler. The mom thought she was being evicted. We were able to assure her that she did not have to leave and gave her some practical ideas like putting down foam tiles for toddlers and responding to the notice. Yesterday, I did outreach at a large affordable housing complex that has a high number of recertifications. The property management gave us the list of folks who needed to do recertifications, just their apartment numbers. And I was able to talk to them as a group that's not the property manager, somebody who they might trust a little bit more, and figure out what their barriers were and connects folks to get those done so that both the housing provider and the residents can get the housing provider can get the funding, the residents can stay in their housing. We're also doing similar work at housing with rental arrears to connect property owners and tenants. These examples all could have resulted in extended legal cases or even homelessness. But through the Access to Justice grant, we're able to address these needs, allowing them, protecting affordable housing and stopping homelessness. So I really encourage you to invest in this valuable resource. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Carrie Flora, Staff Attorney, the Quality Trust for Individuals with Disabilities.
Good afternoon, Chair Pinto. My name is Carrie Flora. I'm a staff attorney for Quality Trust for Individuals with Disabilities, or QT. QT is a nonprofit organization that has been advancing the interests of DC residents with developmental disabilities since 2001. QT monitors the quality of the services provided and advocates for whatever changes or improvements are needed to enable people to live full, healthy, and meaningful lives. Since our founding, QT has supported thousands of people with disabilities through our legal, lay advocacy, and monitoring programs, as well as systemic initiatives. I am testifying to support continued funding of the Access to Justice Initiative. ATJ funds play a critical role in the success of QT's Self-Determined Lives Project, or SDLP. The project is an expansion of our previous project, the Ginny Hatch Justice Project. We've expanded our services to better meet the current and evolving legal challenges facing the community we serve. JHJP focused on addressing issues pertaining to undue or overbroad guardianships and promoting alternatives to guardianship. These critical issues will still be addressed under our new project, as we are currently the only primary source of no-cost guardianship diversion services in the district. Thanks to ATJ funding, SDLP expands our services to address other legal challenges low-income DC residents with intellectual and developmental disabilities are experiencing, such as disability discrimination in relation to housing, employment, and public accommodations, as well as advocating for appropriate transition services for youth and young adults receiving special education services. With ATJ funding, QT has been able to support 183 people with disabilities through our JHJP and SDLP projects over the last 2 years. One of these people was a woman with developmental disabilities. She contacted QT because she wanted to terminate her guardianship and restore her legal rights. QT was able to assist her with successfully terminating her guardianship and completing a statutory supported decision-making agreement, allowing her to receive decision-making support while ultimately regaining her decision-making autonomy and her legal rights. If QT loses a portion of ATJ funding, we would only be able to support about half of the amount of people we are currently able to serve. If we lose all the funding, we risk not being able to continue our SDLP work at all and not being able to retain our current staffing to support our SDLP work. ATJ funds are critical in providing us the ability to promptly address the need for our legal services so that DC residents with disabilities are not unlawfully discriminated against in their efforts to live meaningful, self-determined lives. We ask the Council to restore full funding to the ATJ so that residents with little to no income in DC have equal access to the legal services they need. Thank you.
Thank you. Megan Respal, Public Witness.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. I want to thank the DC Council for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Megan Respal, and I'm honored to serve as a board member at the Amara Legal Center. Amara provides free trauma-informed legal services to survivors of sex trafficking and individuals impacted by commercial sex in the DC area. Many of our clients are DC natives who were trafficked within their own communities. With funding from both the OVSJG and the Access to Justice Initiative, Amara is able to provide the kind of specialized legal support that makes a real difference. For example, we represent survivors in urgent custody disputes, civil protection order hearings, and criminal record relief matters. And last year alone, we provided direct legal assistance to over 60 clients, supporting survivors in achieving safety, employment, and a path to long-term stability. And these services are only possible because of the Council's long-standing commitment to funding victim services and the Access to Justice Initiative. And today I respectfully urge the Council to restore the $9.33 million to OVSJG, which will meet the $59.41 million baseline needed just to sustain the core victim services in the coming year, not to grow, simply to maintain what exists. And second, I urge you to restore the $21.2 million to preserve access to justice funding at last year's level. These proposed cuts would have catastrophic consequences, not only for Amara, but for thousands of district residents who rely on legal aid and the district's safety net. A cut of this scale would force Amara to turn away clients, eliminate staff positions, and sharply reduce our ability to provide essential services. Survivors would be left to face their traffickers and the legal system alone, risking further trauma, threats to their safety, loss of custody, and many other challenges. Moreover, cutting OVSJG and access to justice funds would undermine critical district priorities, including public safety, economic mobility, and community well-being. I urge you to restore access to justice and OVSJG funding to at least last year's levels. Without it, organizations like Amara cannot meet the needs of DC's most vulnerable residents, and our entire community will feel the impact. Thank you so much for your time and for your continued support of survivor-centered legal services.
Thank you very much. Jody Ann Borland, Program Coordinator, DC Safe Babies, Safe Moms Program at MedStar Washington Hospital Center.
Good day, Chairperson Pinto and Council members. My name is Jody Ann Borland, and I'm the Program Coordinator of DC Safe Babies, Safe Moms Initiative at MedStar Washington Hospital Center. Today, I testify about the crucial role of free legal services provided to our patients by the Georgetown University Health Justice Alliance Medical Legal Partnership, the Perinatal Legal Assistance and Wellbeing Project, also known as PLAW. These services are essential. Without them, our pregnant and postpartum patients will be left without support and without hope. I manage both the daily operations of OBGYN practice and help lead the Safe Babies, Safe Moms program, ensuring patients receive high quality, timely, and compassionate care. This initiative is more than just a job. It is a mission to protect and uplift pregnant and postpartum patients facing overwhelming odds. Over 84% of our patients identify as Black, are low income, and live in wards 5, 7, and 8. Nearly all rely on public insurance. Many are navigating food insecurity, housing instability, unsafe environments, transportation barriers, limited access to legal and behavioral health services, and are dealing with trauma of systemic neglect. Safe Baby, Safe Mom was designed to change that reality. I work closely with a multidisciplinary team that includes access to free legal services through PLAW. PLAW's impact is best understood through experiences of our patients. I will never forget talking to one patient who was on the brink of becoming unhoused. She was terrified of losing her home and giving birth with nowhere to go. Can you imagine being pregnant and unsure of where you live tomorrow? PLAW's managing attorney, Roxy, didn't just write a letter. She went in person to the leasing office, armed with proof that this was going to be a wrongful eviction, and stopped the threat of eviction that day. That is the kind of critical advocacy and intervention that PLAW provides. In addition to securing housing stability, PLAW protects employment rights, restores access to benefits, and other health-harming legal issues. Issues such as ensuring a high-risk pregnant patient in a shelter has access to a refrigerator to safely store nutritious meals. PLAW gives our patients dignity, safety, and a sense of security during one of the most vulnerable times in their lives. Since 2022, Access to Justice funding has enabled PLAW to recover more than $691,000 in financial benefits for our patients. But the impact goes beyond numbers. PLAW receives 50% of the funding from Access to Justice. This funding allows my patients to access legal services they would never seek out or know how to find. If funding is reduced by 67%, P-Law will have to eliminate at least one of the 3 staff positions, and even fewer patients will have access to this life-saving partnership. This will dismantle one of the most successful parts of Safe Baby, Safe Mom. I strongly urge you to support the funding request made here today. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm available for any questions, and refer you to my written testimony for more information.
Dr. Monique Green.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members and staff of the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety. My name is Dr. Monique Green. I am a native Washingtonian and Ward 7 resident. I would like to express my enthusiastic support for SEDEC DC and the programs that protect the legal rights and financial wellness of low-income residents. I can personally attest to the urgent need for SEDEC DC in our community. The access to justice grants provided by funding from both the Mayor and DC Council and the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants makes this work possible. Many residents of Washington, D.C., particularly senior citizens with low incomes, are often targeted and exploited by unethical scams and business practices. These senior citizens need legal representation for help with financial scams, but often can't afford it and are unaware of available resources. My mother, who is a retired senior citizen, is currently receiving legal advice from SEDEC DC regarding a consumer protection issue. And as a result, she's been able to avoid signing an unfavorable agreement. So access to justice grants provided by this office made this possible. SEDEC DC is a committed organization dedicated to ensuring legal fairness for low-income residents of Washington, D.C. It is my hope that the DC Council takes my testimony into consideration and continues to increase funding for access to justice grants so nonprofits like SEDEC DC can continue to help our community. Thank you.
Thank you. India Highsmith, public witness.
Good afternoon, council members. I am honored to speak here today about the assistance I received from First Shift Justice Project, an organization that receives assistance to justice funding, and to highlight the critical importance of continued funding for legal services programs in the District of Columbia. My name is India Highsmith, and I am a resident of Ward 7. I am a single parent to my son, CJ, who will be 3 years old. I worked as a dedicated teacher's aide during my pregnancy, and I was wrongfully terminated. Shortly after my termination, I sought out legal assistance through First Shift Justice Project. I was devastated to not only have lost my job, but now have major uncertainty about how I would now provide for my child that was arriving in less than a month after being terminated. This would put my family in a detrimental position. Initially, I did not know how to go about handling the situation. I knew I had faced an injustice, but I did not know the legal channels to take to mitigate this situation, but sought answers through First Shift Justice Project. First Shift staff attorney Rosalind Herendine has been an angel. She advised me on what actions I could take, and she helped me every step of the way till I found resolve. We drafted countless statements, collected documents, spent lots of time on the phone, went through mediations and tons of negotiations until both parties reached a mutual agreement. The agreement that we arrived at was the hope that and the lifeline that my son and I desperately needed to make it out of this difficult situation. Without Rosalind or First Shift Justice, I did not know where I would be. This organization saved my life, and I am forever grateful for them and urge the government to continue funding these essential services for residents like myself. I'm happy to speak to you guys about any questions you may have, and thank you again so much for your time.
Thank you. Ayanna Hawkins, public witness. Cindy Colson, public witness. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Cindy Colson, and I'm the Medical Director of the Pediatric SANE Assault Nurse Examiners Program at Children's National Hospital. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony regarding the FY26 budget for the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. Children's National is proud to partner with the OVSJG on providing victim and justice services for youth and adolescents in the District of Columbia. The grant support from OVSJG has been a fundamental part of the Child and Adolescent Protection Center and our Youth Violence Intervention Program. Through our work, Children's National has continued to dedicate a team of interdisciplinary health professionals to provide comprehensive care to children and youth exposed to violence, including physical, sexual, psychological maltreatment, neglect, youth with problematic sexual behaviors, or those at risk for harm in relation to community violence. We've continued to work closely with stakeholders and advocates in the community of victim services. As a recipient of local victim and justice grant funds, we rely on funding from OVSJG to sustain trauma-informed services for children and families affected by violence. This funding supports critical interventions such as sexual assault examinations, forensic evaluations, coordinated case management, and emergency behavioral health care. In FY24, CAPC provided medical services for over 520 individual children, mental health screening for 252 children, and there were 616 scheduled therapy sessions for child victims of maltreatment. CAPC providers had a total of 1,133 medical and mental health encounters. Our pediatric sexual assault nurse examiners also conducted 44 acute forensic medical evaluations for evidence collection. While we recognize it's a challenging financial time for the district, we urge the council to protect the funding for victim services as the sustainability of these programs are critical to strengthening the safety net for children and youth. As a child abuse pediatric nurse practitioner, I've seen firsthand the critical role that timely, compassionate care plays in a child's recovery after experiencing sexual assault or abuse. The physical and emotional trauma these children carry is profound, and how we respond can shape their path forward. The ability to provide specialized exam in a child-centered, trauma-informed setting is essential to a child's recovery and their ability to re-engage and build trust. This work is possible because of the funding we receive through the OVSJG. Children's National is committed to working with the OVSJG and our partners across the district to build a coordinated, trauma-informed system of care. As we look ahead to FY26, we urge continued investment in victim services grants, which allow us to preserve the safety net for survivors. We look forward to continuing our collaboration and partnership with the OVSJG to serve district youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Nakia Petrovic, public witness. Commissioner Peter Wood, ANC 1C03.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Peter Wood. I'm a Ward 1 resident. I serve as an advisory neighborhood commissioner in Adams Morgan. I first want to thank those who testified today and revisited very difficult memories. It's frankly an honor to be in the presence of so many fierce, compassionate, resilient people. So really thank you. And as Kobe Nagaji said earlier in this hearing, no survivor, I'm testifying about domestic violence in particular, no survivor should ever have to sit before this committee and question whether their safety is worth the cost. Please take this message to heart and put it into action. My testimony today is a reiteration of what we have already heard from others. Cutting domestic violence services is expensive. Yes, the fiscal year 2026 budget is even more austere than normal, but some expenses should be taken for granted, and then include support for those who survive domestic violence. We know that for the foreseeable future, federal funding sources are less secure than in recent years. That's probably understating it a bit. We also know that funding domestic violence services saves lives. That is why DC needs to step up. Investing in domestic violence services, both preventative and restorative, is a practical decision. Organizations need money to serve the community, but it's also an important symbolic choice, particularly at this political moment. In a city confronted with a commander-in-chief who himself is an alleged abuser, we as a city need to demonstrate to constituents that DC's leaders are willing to confront those who incite violence. My main requests are what others have called for before me: maintain fiscal year 2025 funding to preserve current domestic violence services, and ideally work to increase the budget by 18.65 million. This should be focused on key areas laid out by the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence. Those include housing, cash assistance, legal services, language access, and a few others. There are a few issues where I personally feel there is genuine effort across different political philosophies to improve lives. Domestic violence is one of those issues. I'd urge this committee and DC Council more broadly to pass a budget that serves the domestic violence community. Doing so will ultimately benefit us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I agree, that was a powerful question to pose. So thank you. Jazz Jackson, Director of Victim and Reentry Services, Community Family Life Services.
Hello, Chairperson Pinto. Thank you very much for taking the time to hear my testimony today and the voices of survivors. My name is Jazz Jackson, and I am the Director of Victim and Reentry Services at Community Family Life Services. Community Family Life Services, also known as CFLS, has been in existence since 1969. We are a nonprofit organization that provides children, families, adults with tools that they need to move beyond poverty and homelessness. Our focus has been to support women who have experienced intimate partner violence and/or women who are returning home following a period of incarceration. We support them by providing wraparound services that guide them towards a path of empowerment and self-sufficiency. We begin our work while women are incarcerated and continue once they return home. Women that have experienced intimate partner violence come to us when they feel safe enough to regain their autonomy. Our programs and services include transitional housing, release planning, health and wellness, HIV services, employment coaching and placement, case management, family education, and emergency services. Our funding allows us to provide these services for up to 5 years. Women are an underserved subset within an already marginalized community. Focusing our services specifically on women allow us to ensure no one slips through the cracks of the DC social system. This also helps us target the specific needs of justice-involved women. According to the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence, 79% of women in federal and state prisons report physical abuse, and over 60% have reported past sexual abuse before being incarcerated. Since many forms of gender-based violence are underreported, studies have suggested that this number is higher. These women require trauma-informed and gender-responsive services, and CFLS is uniquely positioned to provide this support. With the help of DC City government through the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants, we have been able to expand our services to more women in the district and deepen the support we provide to existing clients. These services have been a lifeline to women returning home from incarceration, escaping intimate partner violence, experiencing homelessness, and grappling with HIV and AIDS diagnoses or facing dire economic straits. A reduction in the local funding would impact our ability to provide these services. We urge the council to restore and provide an additional $9.33 million in the reoccurring local funds to OVSJG victim services to reach the $59.41 million baseline and preserve our current services. This includes the $6.8 million necessary to maintain domestic violence services from fiscal year 2025 to fiscal year 2026. CFLS has been a community support that DC citizens turn to for the past 58 years. This support is the difference between incarcerated women integrating back into society successfully, regaining stability after a period of homelessness, or securing safety after fleeing intimate partner violence. With the assistance of the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants, we can continue to be the difference for someone in need. Thank you so much for hearing me today.
Thank you. Bridget Claiborne, Director of Strategy and Advancement from DC SAFE.
Hello, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Bridget, and I am the Director of Strategy and Advancement at DC SAFE. As you know, DC SAFE is the only 24/7 crisis intervention agency for domestic violence in the district, and we are also a proud member of the DC Victim Assistance Network, or the VAN. The VAN is a coalition of nearly 70 organizations working to ensure all victims of crime in the district have access to trauma-informed, culturally responsive, and life-saving support. You heard earlier from our Executive Director, Natalia Otero, about the political and leadership asks that we have of the Council and of OVSJG as we go into fiscal year 26. My testimony today will focus on uplifting our support for the VAN's budget requests. Along with many of our partners, OVSJG provides foundational support, covering about 50% of DC SAFE's total operating budget in a given year. Additionally, DHS funds around 15% of our operations. This means that any funding cuts would require us to seriously consider adjustments in our staffing and our programming access. We are proud to join our colleagues in the VAN in asking the Council to take 3 essential steps in the FY26 budget. First, and at a minimum, we urge the Council to restore and provide an additional $9.33 million in recurring local funds to OVSJG Victim Services. This will ensure that the $59.41 million baseline is preserved and that current services are also preserved. Secondly, we ask that you reverse the $67.8 million in cuts for access to justice and DHS programs. This includes restoring about $21 million in preserving access to justice funding, $7.8 million for domestic violence services, $21.9 million for emergency rental assistance, and $16.9 million to keep rapid rehousing stable. These programs are essential for keeping district residents safe, housed, and stable, and ensuring that no one falls through the cracks due to barriers, confusion, or fear. Lastly, we ask that the Council funds $22.72 million in new and expanded services. This includes mental health care, shelter space, prevention programs, culturally specific services, and full language access. And just as importantly, we ask that the Council ensures transparency in how OVSJG allocates these funds, as is required by DC law. These are modest investments with powerful returns for public safety, for community health, and for the lives of survivors and families in every ward. They are not optional programs. They are a vital component of the city's public safety infrastructure. Thanks so much for your time, and I look forward to any questions.
Thank you. Is Fatima Ba here? Okay, Bruce Moore, public witness. And I'll just...
Hello and good afternoon. First, I want to say thank you for having me here and being open to hear me. I want to share how important it is to have access to a free attorney, not just in theory, but from a personal experience. When I was going through the most terrifying and uncertain time of my life, I was a victim of domestic violence from a serial arsonist who was a stalker to me. I was overwhelmed and completely lost in a legal system that felt cold, confusing, and impossible to navigate on my own. Then I met attorney Nicole Joseph from Bread for the City. Although she only officially represented me in my civil protection order case, she also supported me in the criminal case where I was a victim witness against my abuser. Nicole showed up for me in ways that went far beyond what anyone could expect. Nicole offered guidance, knowledge, and most importantly, kindness. She never made me feel small or judged. She explained things with patience. She listened to me. She treated me like a human being at a time when I felt like I was being reduced to just a case number. Her support, compassion, and commitment gave me strength to face situations I never imagined I'd be in. She listened, she explained things clearly, and most importantly, she believed in me when I felt like no one else did or when I was lacking belief in myself. The kind of support made all the difference, not just in the outcome of my case, but in my life. Nicole helped make some unmanageable times feel manageable. With her support, I didn't feel alone anymore. Her presence gave me the courage to keep showing up and fighting for myself. That's why I'm urging the DC Council to continue funding free legal services like those for Bread for the City provides. Without them, people like me, people who don't have the resources to hire an attorney, will face the system completely alone, and no one should have to do that. This is why it's so important that the DC Council continues to fund free legal representation for residents who can't afford it. I urge the Council to restore the Access to Justice Initiative funding at the fiscal year 2025 level. Everyone deserves a fair chance and a voice in court, regardless of their income. Without programs like this, too many people will fall through the cracks. I urge the Council to keep investing in justice by ensuring that everyone has access to skilled, compassionate, and knowledgeable attorneys like Nicole Joseph. Nicole helped change my life, and I know there are so many others out there who need someone like her in their corner. Thank you for hearing me. Please strongly consider funding for free attorneys in DC. Lastly, I also want to thank those from DC Safe, as that was a place that I had to seek refuge in during my situation, and I felt safe and protected in a very tumultuous and scary time in my life. So thank you to the Bread of the City and the programs and everyone on the panel, and for the council member for holding this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for sharing your story. So sorry for what you went through. I'm going to call our last public witness for today, Lul Muhammad, the Executive Director of the Person Center.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto, and members of the committee. I appreciate you for this opportunity to testify today. My name is Lul Mahmoud, and I am the Executive Director of the Person Center, a community-based, culturally specific direct services provider here in the district, serving survivors of domestic and sexual violence in the African immigrant and refugee community. First, I want to thank the Council for your leadership and support. Your investments in FY24 and FY25 helped protect and stabilize the sector under enormous pressure. The Person Center is a direct result of the investment of the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. Since our relaunch, TPC has served over 150 survivors of domestic, sexual, and family violence, and hundreds of their family members, children, and vulnerable adults. The funding provided by this council has expanded our services to provide robust mental health support, expand outreach, and transform community education and training for survivors and their families. Through your investment, you have given African immigrant survivors the rare opportunity to grow and heal. But today, alongside my colleagues, we are asking for your support to increase the FY26 budget and in order to protect our programs from being jeopardized and the progress that they've made being set back. The Person Center is not only relaunched, but expanded through the direct and life-saving investments of this council into OVSJG. In these past years, we've seen the council reaffirm the importance of culturally specific services for our survivors. And in the face of these devastating cuts, I'm here to ask that you remember the progress being made in our communities as a result of this investment. When our survivors have access to culturally specific service providers, they're not only better understood, but as a result, our survivors continually show an increased willingness and enthusiasm to pursue justice, receive support, and follow through with programs and services that can save their lives and the lives of their children. TPC has even been able to achieve incredible advocacy milestones through the council and OVSJG support. This year, we were able to end child marriage in the district, and this wouldn't have been possible without the work of TPC and other local advocates funded by OVSJG and the council. And I want to highlight that there was a survivor from the Person Center who was able to attend and support that initiative, because 2 years prior we were able to offer her direct services and get her to a point where she's able to advocate for those like herself. I'm here today to request that we first restore $9.33 million to OVSJG. This will meet the $59.41 million baseline needed just to sustain core victim services in the coming year. Second, we want to reverse the $67.8 million in proposed cuts to access to justice and DHS programs. And we want to make sure, lastly, that we fund $22.72 million in new and expanded services. This includes mental health care, shelter space, prevention programs, culturally specific services like the Person Center, and full language access. We thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and we will look forward to submitting more information on why this investment matters. Also happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mohammed. And you're absolutely right. The Person Center was instrumental in getting passed our bill to ban child marriage in the district, something I hope happens nationwide. And it is already kind of inspiring other jurisdictions to pick that up. So thank you and congratulations to all of your work there. I want to thank all of our public witnesses for testifying today. I think it is very clear how fundamentally important these funds are to the lives of district residents across so many different important needs. We talked about housing needs and needs of domestic violence survivors and returning citizens, and healthcare needs and family support and dozens of other initiatives that are benefited and able to carry forward because of the grants coming from OVSJG to so many partners that we have in our city who are doing extremely important and really difficult work every day on behalf of so many of our residents. And I think I was expecting today to be a little bit sad because the work that so many of you do is very heavy, but I actually feel very uplifted and very hopeful and kind of re-inspired to take a even deeper look at our budget and all the ways that we need to support this program and this funding. So I just want all of our public witnesses to know that I hear you, I'm grateful for you, and we are completely leaned in and committed to doing everything we can to get you the support you need so you can keep doing the supportive work you do for our residents. So thank you very much. With that, I'm going to call our government witness, Director Jennifer Porter of OVSJG, and John Nitz, the agency fiscal officer. Welcome to you both. Director Porter, do you have anyone else from your team who's going to be at the table with you? Got it. Okay, great. Welcome. And thank you for being here. I'm going to swear you both in. If you could turn your microphones on, please. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before this committee and the Council of the District of Columbia is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Yes.
Great. Well, thank you very much. And Director, if you have an opening statement, you can go ahead.
I do. Good afternoon. My testimony starts. Good morning, of course. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto, members and staff of the committee. I'm Jennifer Porter, Director of the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. I'm joined today by John Nitz, our agency's fiscal officer. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. And I also want to take the time to thank the community, in particular, our survivors and returning citizens who are not just exercising their right to elevate their voice, but have overcome so much just to show up. And I just want to say thank you to this community who during an unprecedented time has been holding up our continuum of support for our community. And I just want to thank you all for showing up today. This month we celebrate Pride and the importance of commemorating and celebrating all of the strides that we've made from advocacy, including investments to support the unique identity and how we express the freedom to show up and love and live how we want to. It's also Gun Violence Awareness Month, the time of year where we celebrate the strides that we made, but we also take time to highlight the continued advocacy and continued resourcing that we need to do. The district is yet again facing additional challenges this fiscal year, and agencies have had to make unprecedented decisions to sustain the delivery of core services. For fiscal year 26, Mayor Bowser's proposed budget for the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants, that we affectionately call OVSJG, is $83,373,718.79, which includes $65 million in local funds and 40 full-time employees, 27 of which are internal and 13 are intra-district employees who serve at agencies that we fund. The Mayor's Grow DC budget includes investments that focus on public safety and increasing revenue to support city services and programs. These crucial investments include the important role OVSJG plays in healing through community-based and trauma-informed restoration. OVSJG's budget includes $50 million in victim services, $19.8 million in justice grants, $10.5 million for access to justice, and $1.6 million in agency administration. The victim service line includes Sexual Assault Rights Amendment Act services. Over 95% of OVSJG's budget is for grants, including grants to community-based nonprofits, district agencies, who all serve victims of crime and heal returning citizens. The projected fiscal year 26 budget for the Justice Grants Program and operations is $19.8 million. This includes a $3.1 million projected increase in the federal grant program. The reentry budget will be granted to service providers to conduct individual needs assessments and meet varied needs of returning citizens to assist with reintegration, avoid homelessness, and to reduce recidivism. Justice grants funding includes family reunification services, pre-release services, connections to services that support community individuals, leaving incarceration, and the need for success, including parenting classes, financial management, and resources that better position individuals before they are released. The fiscal year 26 proposed budget reflects specific investments in services for victims and survivors of sexual assault, domestic violence, life-threatening intentional trauma, and crime victims in general. We're proud to serve victims of all crime types. And in addition to a recurring $3 million investment to fund the Sexual Assault Victims' Rights Amendment Act, also known as SAVRA, the budget also includes an increase of $2.6 million in special purpose revenue from the Crime Victims Assistance Fund. The local victim services budget reflects an investment of $40.5 million for victims and survivor services, providers to continue to create, to innovate, to heal, to implement accessible and comprehensive victim services, including crisis intervention, including advocacy, including case management, including trauma-informed mental healing, including shelter, and so many other services that promote healing. The targeted services budget this year, includes $707,000 for our private security camera incentive program. It includes the renewal of one full-time employee for additional program support. Our targeted service budget also includes $500,000 for community capacity building and community capacity grants for targeted training, technical assistance, and funding for community-based organizations to enhance their ability to effectively manage district grant funding. In closing, I'd like to thank our Mayor, Mayor Bowser, for her support of the mission of the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. Our shared DC values of healing trauma to prevent trauma, centering survivors in their healing journey of all crime types through district investments. The resources allocated to our agency play a critical role in supporting safety, justice for all residents of the District of Columbia. The council and this committee are critical allies and partners in this effort. And I want to thank you all for your support of OVSJG. My team and I are available for any questions.
Thank you so much, Director Porter. And thank you to you and your team for all you do throughout the year. I hope you heard a lot of the testimony today about how many lives have been impacted by that work. So appreciate you. As you know, the district has been victim of some congressional attacks, including our budget being cut by $1 billion in the middle of the fiscal year. Did this impact OVSJG with any of the hiring freezes or orders that came as a result of that? And did you seek and were awarded any waivers?
It absolutely impacted OVSJG, impacted the entire government. It's the entire, our executive branch. OVSJG has 27 FTEs, as I mentioned. We have 16 employees and 11 vacancies, and we were impacted by that. What I will share about our grants that were impacted, we're really proud of the work and the partnership with the CFO's office and the budget office of making sure and prioritizing through this entire unprecedented time to prioritize healing in the district. For our victim services portfolio, all of our obligated grants are unimpacted. Unfortunately, for our justice grants, we had a couple of grants that we're working with the budget team to continue to work to make them whole during this unprecedented time.
Okay, and what is that going to look like? Do you anticipate the making them whole?
So it looks like what honestly we've been doing across government and across our agency, and working to make sure where there are, we're all working at kind of critical resources, but where there are resources that we could potentially put off to the next fiscal year, or be able to identify areas where the investments that we've made, those may not necessarily be fully implemented for the rest of the fiscal year, being able to identify those supports to support those grantees.
Okay, thank you. So I was just trying to understand, because it looks like there was a $5 million reduction in FY25. Is that accurate for victim services?
One second.
What we're showing as it relates to what the with the supplemental budget adjustments for victim services, we're looking at about 330,000. So not sure what number you're looking at, but I know from our numbers, we're looking at about 330 for the victim services portion of the budget.
Okay. There was a similar issue last year, and maybe that's where this is from, where there was a $5 million reduction and it was supposed to be addressed in the errata letter later, but it wasn't in there. But then we were told it would be accounted for. So I just want to make sure that money got to where it needed to go.
So that was addressed through the errata for FY25. However, when you look at the published budget, it's not reflected there. But the published budget for FY26 is responding to the previous budget that was published. So the $5 million victim services line for FY26, the $5 million four-ish reduction that you see is actually the right sizing of the federal estimate. Because the district's budget is published with it's the full line, both the federal payments and local, you see the reduction that is also inclusive of our federal estimates. So technically, if you're speaking about the FY26 numbers, which let me pull those up. If you're talking about the FY26 victim services line, which is $50,079,000, the change from FY 2025 is 5.8 million, but that is right sizing what you're reflecting last year, the overestimation of the federal, our federal projections.
When you say overestimation, you mean we thought more was coming than did, or we got more than we thought we would get?
So if you remember last year, we talked about how the federal grants were overestimated by $3 to $5 million.
Right.
And we thought we could correct it before the final budget came out, but that just passed. What we're doing in the 26 budget is it's not an increase on a decrease on the federal funds. What we're trying to do is go back to what it was in 24 when it was at the right level. So that when you see the decrease of about $5 million in federal grants and victim services between 25 and 26, you're real that is just a number, because if we had done estimated the grants the way we realize now, that number would not have been $5 million. It would have been straight line between 24, 25, and 26. So that was an anomaly that just kind of caused questions to take place in last year's hearing, and now it's bringing questions for this. And so our goal is that when we go forward, we'll make sure that we stay more in line with what we are doing in the previous year, so it doesn't raise these questions of these anomalies that are coming up.
Okay, but when you say it's just a number, in practice, it's still 5 million less than you others we were expecting, right?
Well,
Get out the door.
Well, if you think, here's what I would say is that for federal grants, that's an estimate. It's an estimate. We take into account what we think we're going to be receiving, and then we try to allocate that accordingly. What happened last year was we overestimated what the grant should have been. And so that's where we had that increase from 24 to 25, and now we're seeing a decrease back to 26. So it's not that those dollars went out the door. What we ended up doing is we're having to right-size that grant in 25. What we're doing now is we're trying to start on track for 26 with what the real estimate should be for federal grants. And so that's why you see that decrease.
So how much are we expecting in 26 for federal grants?
For victim services?
Yeah.
The number you see, which, well, I don't know if you see it or not, but we're looking at about $3.8 million.
So back to the FTEs that you mentioned, Director, you said there are 27 internal and 13 interagency. What are those people doing?
Well, I'll tell you, OVSJG team is working very hard. Majority of our team are grant managers. And of the grant managers, probably half of them are also federal grant managers. So those federal awards, which John is describing, are estimates, they're actively now applying. They're working with our colleagues at the Department of Justice to make sure that they're reporting, sending all of our required data and making sure that we're in compliance with those reports, while also working to make sure that they're administering and sub-granting those awards out locally to our grantees, as well as our local funding, to make sure that we're in compliance. A big part of our role and what they're doing is we have a commitment to our grantees to make sure that we're sustaining these critical services. But we also have a commitment to our victims that those services that we're funding, that they're in compliance, that they are healing. And so they're doing site visits, they're doing trainings with our grantees to make sure that what the government has required and requested of our agencies to do, that there is a partnership and assurance that those things happen. They're also going through technical training throughout the year that is required by the federal government to make sure that they are federally certified. They also spend time, honestly, training other jurisdictions, because our justice system is so unique. Our colleagues actually look to us and a lot of the innovation we've had to create. So we host delegations, we work with member nonprofit associations that work in both grant management as well as the nuances of criminal justice and victims assistance to make sure that they're working at the height of their profession. So those are those people, my people. In terms of the
Wait, and sorry, in terms of those people, you said there were 16 who are hired and there are 11 vacancies?
Yes.
And is that consistent from where you were last year, or did we lose some full-time positions?
Yes. We lost a couple of, we lost a few who moved on to other, opportunities. And unfortunately, due to the timing and what has happened, we weren't able to backfill them, but we have.
Because of the hiring freeze.
Yes, yes.
So with the understanding that, of course, we always want more people to help and your team is working very hard, do you feel that you've been able to accomplish the mission of OVSJG with those 16 full-time people?
Yes, we've been able to accomplish the mission. It may not be as fast as we want to. It may take us longer, but we've been able to. I think, and I took the time to over-articulate our training. I think our team is really the best in the country at what we do because of how unique we are. And so we have it's the talent, Madam Chair, the talent that we have of individuals who know what they're doing. But I think also they are selfless. And so where we've had to, unfortunately, in the case where we've made decisions where we've had to forego internal training to make sure that our grantees have everything, when we've had to, make these unfortunate budget decisions, they are committed. They fight for their grantees. They fight with them, making sure that they are turning things in and turning their invoices in, but they fight for them because we know only they can do what they do. And we truly believe that it is our role to make sure that they get paid and make sure that they are working at the height of what they can. And so we're all feeling it. Our grantees are feeling it. We're feeling it, but we're committed. And the great thing, we did add some additional FTEs. I've been working really hard and grateful for the mayor and the budget team to work on a realignment with the agency to make sure that we have additional core team members, so our finance team. So if one person goes on vacation, everybody won't get paid. So we are really grateful that we have additional budget. Our core team is like our non-grant management team. And so we're really proud of the strides we made there. I would be remiss to not take just 2 more seconds to mention we do have amazing staff that are not grant managers, and they are phenomenal. They run our private security camera program. Shout out to our program lead, Rob. Our unnamed members who work with our address confidentiality team. Shout out to that team that works to help to service our victims who are a part of our address confidentiality program, and the entire core team that supports our grant management staff.
Okay, well, thank you. That is helpful. And then in terms of the interagency folks, what are they doing?
Yes, so a lot of different things. Most of them are funded on our federal awards. And so we pull down awards from the Department of Justice to support our chief medical examiner. We fund some of our toxicologists. We fund some of our medical examiners and their training. We fund staff at the Department of Corrections that are working on our residential substance abuse unit, supporting residents who are on their recovery journey. We fund MPD, we fund the courts. And so much of what we fund is supporting the criminal justice infrastructure, but there's some nexus to healing and supporting individuals that support, whether it's toxicology for sexual assault survivors, storing kits and being able to process those assays. We also fund a staff at the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council and their compliance role to support our Juvenile Justice Advisory Group. And so we're 16 strong but mighty, but with our grantees and our sister agencies, we fund hundreds of FTEs across the city, all healing.
Thank you for that. Where are the rape kits currently being stored?
So they're stored at MedStar.
At which MedStar? Sorry.
MedStar Washington Hospital Center, sorry.
Okay. And is there sufficient space for them there?
So I think I may be conflating two things, but for the kids that are stored that are working their way through the legal process and our process as a part of investigations, they're at, thank you. My team just clarified. So for the kids that are associated with reported assaults, they are stored with MPD and with DFS at the lab. For the kids that are held but are not associated with reported cases, they are held at MedStar. And it is my understanding that MedStar is continuing to maintain those kids, but there is a need for additional support, and we do fund them being able to store those kids.
Gotcha. Thank you for that. So let's talk about access to justice.
Yes.
This is a very important program to tens of thousands of people in the city. The last several years, the funding has been cut in the mayor's budget proposal, and the council has restored it. But from your perspective in working with all these grantees and seeing the impact kind of on the ground, what was your analysis or recommendation to the mayor around the importance of this program and versus the budget presented today?
Well, I'll clarify that we work directly with the Bar Association. So who they fund and the grantees that they fund, we're proud that we share grantees, but we don't work on the ground with their grantees. My analysis, I think unfortunately, we're in unprecedented times. And I think the challenge with access to justice is the same challenge across our entire continuum. The need continues to grow, and we have not met the need. The reality is government probably will never meet the need. And so hearing some of your previous conversation in response to some of the testimony of us working to identify strategies and looking at different ways to support revenue generation, we're all there. I think the challenge here is because we continue, and to your point, over the past few years, we continue to be in unprecedented times. We continue to be in a fiscal climate that does not support the growing demand. My understanding is that, and we heard it today, we heard it right in our testimony, individuals, it pained me to hear Natalia, she's been coming here for 19 years. Like just having to come here, our team having to come, and in addition to the heavy work that we have to do every year, coming to ask for additional funding that will not meet the need. We just want to meet, just sustain. I think what the mayor is trying to do is say, hey, everybody, unfortunately, has to make deep cuts, because the strategy is we have to make investments in some revenue generating opportunities, because year after year, we're going to be here. 19 years. I mean, we have to invest in vehicles that are going to bring in revenue so that we can continue to do this work. We can continue to heal. And it's going to be hard. Everybody across government, and OVSJG, we're not immune. Obviously, we're biased, but we all unfortunately have to take those deep cuts. And so being able to look at what we know about access to justice and across our portfolio, being able to look at those investments that are more centered on consumer-related issues in this deep cut season, this temporary deep cut season, The focus is to sustain those critical, more lethal, not lethal, but the services that I'm taking a step back because it's all critical, Madam Chair. The important work that access to, it's all critical. And you won't find me, and you won't find the mayor say that it's not either. But the strategy that I understand is every agency is making deep cuts. And those cuts are being made so that investments to bring in and bring up our revenue so that when we come, you don't have to worry about finding 20 million. The mayor doesn't have to worry about finding 20 million. And all of the services that are even beyond our current budget, the need, we can continue to find that. And so it's tough. It's tough, but the priorities are really being able to shift to sustain, as I mentioned, and I know there's a lot of confusion around it for victim services. We're working with our partners in the courts. We are projecting to have some additional revenue from the special purpose revenue. Our hope is to sustain victim services. We've pulled down some additional federal funds for justice grants. But you see, for the agency budget, we're continuing to make cuts on our operations to be as lean as possible. Our agency budget is 95%, over 95% grants. So OVSJG, we're lean, and I'm not trying to compare because I actually don't know everybody else's budget, but we're continuing to be leaner. So I don't envy your job here. I don't envy the mayor, but I know that the priority is at some point to make the cuts, to try to make those investments, and to bring in more revenue.
No, I appreciate that. And I am certainly a believer that we have to be proactive about seeking investment and growth in our city, for our residents, for our businesses, for our workers, for our tourists. Like that is absolutely necessary to get our city to where we need to go over the next 5, 10, 40 years. But I also, in looking at both the budget across agencies and other, not just growth strategies, but other grants that we're prioritizing, lead me to have some questions about where that prioritization is coming in for human needs. But then within OVSJG budget, access to justice estimates to have touched about 40,000 residents. I mean, that's almost 5% of our population. That's astounding for one program. And so I guess what I'm trying to get a sense of is, I know it's a hard position for every agency director, because of course you're all advocating on behalf of your agency to the mayor, and then the budget's formulated, and I get you're here, recommending the budget in full. But as you look at your agency budget, are there other programs or grantees or service lines that are meeting that type of need?
Nothing is meeting the need, and I think that's the point, right?
But I mean, even on a comparative basis to access to justice.
Well,
that they were serving last year,
Right.
40,000 residents.
Right. I think, and I would have to get back to you on a number basis. I don't know how access to justice captures those numbers. Those are generated by their team. But my understanding on what they have produced is that close to 20% of their portfolio are victim services, domestic violence, family law, et cetera. And a majority of them are consumer-related issues. And so to do the crosswalk to our portfolio, which a majority of what we fund is closer to family services and victim services, and you've heard, I heard some of the testimony earlier, we've been working to increase those investments. Now, if you ask the grantees, we asked OVSJG for this, we didn't get what we asked, but we are intentionally making sure that they are being increased because we know the demand is greater. So yes, we're working to continue those investments. I think the challenge is there's so many so many more factors in victim services that impact how survivors heal. And so when we look at access to justice, housing is a part of healing, right? Access to supports is a part of healing. And so we fund legal, OVSJG on our victim services line, we fund legal services, but there are also additional resources in the community that provide those services. They in no way meet the need. But the Office of Victim Services, in many ways, in what you've heard today, we are the only place in the district, across government, but in our city that funds as specifically as possible what we do in terms of those healing services for survivors. And so again, in no way, all of it is a priority and none of it is meeting the need. Even in our incremental increases, I think we did the analysis, over 95% of our victim services received increases. It still is not meeting the need. And so again, going back to the Grow DC budget, the call and the strategy is to make these deep cuts, to make investments, to be able to bring in some revenue so we all can do more healing.
Yeah. No, and I appreciate that. And it's not just you. People make this argument all the time. I have a little bit of a problem with it. Of course, but the reason for not funding something at X level can't be because we'll never accomplish the whole challenge. This is a different topic, but it's like when we introduced our bill to support kids who are in the justice system to make sure that they get better resources, we got some pushback from people saying, that's not fair. You should give that to all kids. So agreed, but we're trying to do one thing at a time here. So I hear you that we're not really funding the whole spectrum, but the other thing that's concerning to me, and you and I have talked a lot about this over the last couple of years, is the challenge so many of our grantees have in coming back to the table every single year, making the applications. And I understand the position of the agency with our anti-deficiency limitations, yet another injustice of us not being a state. But this budget, in addition to the cut from the 31 million down to 10, it only has 6 million of that recurring. So 4 million of that 10 million is one-time funding. So what was the thinking there, and how much? That's even less assurance for just even pre-pandemic levels of the baseline funding we were providing.
Specifically for access to justice. My understanding is that access to justice, the one-time funding is the additional funding that was added to the budget. And so because it's one-time funding, it has to continue to be added. But access to justice it's a recurring, not recurring, I'm blanking on the term, but once the Bar Association receives the funding, they receive the whole thing. And so like if they don't spend the end of it, they keep it. Does that clarify? Like for the rest of our grantees, it's a cost reimbursement model. So our team is working with them. They make sure compliance every month or every quarter, depending on how they're invoicing. And if they don't spend the funds at the end of the year, it goes back to the general fund.
Are you suggesting that Access to Justice has not spent all their money?
No. I'm trying to clarify when you say it's recurring, they receive the funds up front. They receive like that investment. Yeah. The 30.7 million, they received it.
Right. I'm just saying it's already a deep cut to say we're going from 31 million to 10 million. But part of that rationale is, as I understand it, everyone's making some cuts. This was the money pre-pandemic level. Okay, but then when we look deeper, it's not even recurring the way that the rest of your agency.
Mean on the OVSJG budget?
Just for your budget is just one-time funding of 6 million. I mean, of 10 million, and the only part that's recurring is 6 million. So I'm just saying it seems to be a possible even deeper cut than at first glance.
I understand.
The federal funds we talked a little bit about with so this was the 5 million that we thought, but now it's at 3.8 million. What are those grants for?
So, and I think that was at the vocal projection.
That was no, crime victims. It was crime victims. That was over.
It was for Stop, VAWA, and CVC. Oh, no, for this year. You're talking about for last year.
Yeah, well, no. For this
No,
year,
no,
it's the
for-
ones you're gonna talk.
For 2026.
So it was for Stop, SASP, and VOCA. Those are the federal funds that support the victim services portfolio. If I may, the challenge here is we are currently going through the applications. Usually we're a little bit earlier when we're having this exercise, but it's usually always ahead of when the applications happen. And Congress, everyone, they're working on the formula. So we don't actually know what the funding is actually going to be. The other piece is, as you mentioned, these are multi-year awards. And so we award them out, but if any of our grantees do not spend the full award, we also include the carryover to award in the next year. I've been working with my team to make sure that we have, that one, we're loading all of the awards and that there's more visibility in giving an estimate of what we'll be getting. One, so that you and the Herculean task that you have and the mayor has to make sure that we're continuing the continuum, that you have visual on funds that we don't have. So when we say there's a cut, and I want to be clear, the continuum of care is not meeting the full need and there are needs. But the cut, and why he was saying it's just a number, is because those were the estimates that we work with the budget team to give of what we're anticipating we're getting. It's never the exact number, but we want to make sure that the budget, local budget projections are meeting what we're anticipating as the need for the entire continuum. So last year, unfortunately, those three federal awards, in the exercise, there was an overestimation. There was an inclusion of those full awards. But again, there's usually the delta of what we have from the previous year. And if we load the full amount, there's still a portion of administrative costs, some of the staff that, we mentioned are supported by some of the federal awards. So, yeah, it feels like a cut. It's a right size for what it should have been.
Okay. No,
And
that's
if we
helpful.
actually if we discreetly look at the local investment for victim services, there is a very slight bump, a little over $1 million.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. So the need is great. Let's say this budget is approved as is, and the applications for grants remain consistent. How are you thinking about prioritization? Let's assume every applicant is compliant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What's your direction to your team about how to prioritize the need?
Yeah, so the first priority, and I've said this, and I know you're like, I'm tired of Director Porter saying this, but we prioritize existing grantees. We say that, and that's our priority because the reality is, Madam Chair, that's where we will likely be this year.
But the existing grantees are receiving more than is budgeted for next year. So we can't prioritize all existing grantees.
Well, but that's the thing. That $5 million is not a real cut. And I think this budget is essentially flat. The $5 million decrease in victim services was the estimate of what we were projected to receive from the federal awards. That number is inclusive of both our federal awards estimate and our local awards.
Well, I hear you saying the federal piece, but I thought, like, for access to justice, that's $21 million less.
Mm-hmm. So when you say grantees, You're including,
So you're
sorry.
thinking access justice just its own separate category because that goes to the DC bar and that's just a different thing in your mind.
The modality of how we fund them is different. Our grantees compete, and so we look at their projects. We determine we have a whole data infrastructure. We work with the CJCC. We work with MPD. We look at the crime priorities and what's happening in the community at how we fund. For access to justice, the way it's legislated, the money is just received. So
okay.
So I look at them. They are. The Bar Association is a grantee, but it's in terms of how we decide. Yeah.
Okay, so let's put that aside for a second. So access to justice is let's say at 10.4 million for next year if nothing is done with the budget. My understanding is that the and putting aside the federal grant issue, that the Victim Services Fund is at 50 million, but last year they were at 59 million.
So, and that's the thing. It was our final budget last year was 58. So we didn't have those federal awards because we applied for them after the budget is approved. So
it was really 63 once you got the federal grant?
Right. Mm-hmm.
All right. So you're speaking specifically about victim services?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So the approved budget for victim services for 25 is somewhere around $56 million, all funds,
Including local and federal.
and SPR.
And what was it last year?
No, I'm talking about for 25. And then for this year, it is 50 million. So if you factor in the reduction of the federal grants, we're basically flatlined. In other words, the 55 million approved last year included that overestimation of the $5 million in grants.
Okay, so it was 50 of local and 5 of federal estimated, but that was an inaccurate estimation. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, so how much was it actually in FY25
For the
victim services?
the full victim service.
For local and federal.
Okay. Then it would have been about 50 million.
Okay, so that's what you're saying. It's actually flat because
Yeah.
it just, we thought it was gonna be 55 million last year,
Yeah.
but it wasn't.
Right.
It's
But we
50.
didn't think it was 55. We caught it. We knew it was not going to be that 5, which is why we had the conversation
Why we
about the
did
errata.
letter.
Right. But because the budget was published, the budget this year is reflecting to the published budget from last year. So the delta of 5 million you see is reflecting to last year's erroneous budget.
But what I'm trying to get to the bottom of is less about what is reflected on paper and more what is actually available to be funded in community. And earlier in this conversation, unless I misunderstood, I thought you were saying we fixed the issue in the errata letter because the federal grants were overestimated. We didn't get all that we were expecting or hoping for. And therefore we increased in errata the local fund contribution that we were able to provide for victim services to make up for it. Right?
I'm not aware of it. Did we do an errata? I don't think there was an errata letter. What we were trying to do is reduce the federal portion to make it more in line with what it should have been. That didn't get done. And so that's why it shows that additional $5 million in federal grants. The local money, the local portion is what, what the mayor proposed and the council and the mayor finally approved. I'm not aware of any errata.
So it was not actually fixed. This is
Well,
what
there was
said
no.
this 20 minutes ago.
No, we tried to do that in 25 with the grants. We didn't do anything with the local funds. Because from a local funds perspective, it was reflected correctly.
Right. And the commitment that was made to me last year when we were doing the budget was that it was a mistake on a over projection for the federal. And
Yeah.
so we would make up that delta on the local side, but then it wasn't included in the errata letter, which is why my first question was what happened to those funds? But the director said we made up for them.
No, because it's a separate line. So the federal line was overestimated by $5 million.
Right, I got that.
So this year we're reducing that on the federal line. So you see overall the budget, there's a $5 million reduction, but that is a number that is an estimate.
Okay, so in practice, only 50 million was available in FY25, and in practice, 50 will be available in FY26 under the current proposal?
Currently, yes.
Okay. Inclusive of the 3.8 federal grant.
Correct.
3.9. Mm-hmm.
Yes, with the, yeah, for 26?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, but wouldn't that mean then that our local contribution is 46.2?
Actually, no, because, well, you look here. We have to take into account.
I'm not trying to like ask you a trick question.
Oh,
I
no,
just-
no, it's
So
not a
just-
trick question. Here's the wild card about this whole deal. We only submitted a budget of 500,000 for SPR in victim services. That number went up dramatically to 3.2 million. So you got a $2.7 million increase in SPR.
Okay,
Now, you take that, you take the 3.8, we do the math, that's about 6.5. And then the remaining portion of that, which is local, is 4.3, which gets you about to the $50 million.
inclusive of the federal and the SPR.
Federal and SPR, $50 million. Yes.
But even with the overestimation, that's different than last year, because last year we just said that it was 50 million local and then 5 estimated for federal. Right?
What we said is the number that we had was over by $5 million. $5 million. Let me look here, just make sure. Yeah, because we had 8.8, and in reality, it should have been closer to the 3.8 we have in 26. That's the 5 million. And what we had talked about last year was not increasing the local side in errata. We were going to do an errata to reduce the federal side, and that just never took place.
Okay, that you just said the linchpin that I think I now understand. It wasn't 5 million. We thought it was going to be 8 million. But it really
Yes.
was 3.
Yes, and I think we can honestly say that none of that money went out the door because we knew that was an overestimation.
We knew it then.
Yeah, so it wasn't that we just started issuing, more grants were going out and using
Right.
the entire $8 million. We just knew that was
Not
excess
accurate.
that was going to have to be pulled back and then used in future years or when future needs take place.
Okay, thank you so much. I understand now.
Yeah.
I think that was the missing link.
It's a lot to crosswalk through. We do it every day.
We're
so.
going to try to do it better for 27.
I like the sound of that. Okay, let's talk about some of the enhancements.
Mhm.
There's a software acquisition for almost $500,000. What is that anticipated to be used for?
Our new grants management system. So our previous grants management system, any given day, it wouldn't work. We decided not to get anything off the shelf. We decided to build the new grants management system with our grantees in mind. The great thing, Madam Chair, is that even with the increased demands on our team, it automates a lot. So a lot of what was back and forth through email is communicated right in our system. A lot of the assurances and forms are in the system. The system is able to lock where we are currently with award programs and project plans. And so this year was the building year. And so next year we have the bones of it now. And so now we're actually going to be able to integrate our grantees, kind of making it ours.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's great news. Is that anticipated to be one-time
Yes.
fund? It's not recurring.
Not recurring.
Okay. All right. How about there's some other increases for professional services, out of city travel, office support, self-explanatory.
So most of that is self-explanatory. I think I shared last year, we really came down and we really leaned on our vets to really train our new grant managers. I can't get in the weeds of the numbers, but I do know what we've over-articulated with our new staff, being able to have them actually trained by the trainers and being able to go to conferences to really be able to learn is something that we've been, tabling. But more than ever, particularly for our federal awards, that compliance is critical. And so where we have the opportunity to be able to train, particularly our new team, and we know we have a significant amount of vacancies, I can see that going far. But it's also something, Madam Chair, if we have to table it another year, to move some things, it's there for you.
For the professional services.
Yes.
And how about the out of city travel? Is that more on the substantive side of the work grantees are doing, or is this more around best practices to issue grants?
Right. So the National Grant Managers Association has conferences and every now and then, actually not in my tenure, but every now and then we have the opportunity. Well, we've hosted dozens of delegations from other states, but being able to look at new systems and look at other states, but that's much more of a rarity. It's mostly professional conferences where our grant managers can actually sit for their certifications and things like that.
Interesting. Good to know. Okay. So some good news in the budget. There's a $3 million recurring fund to support SAVRA, the Sexual Assault Victims' Rights Amendment Act. What are your plans to support the implementation here?
Yeah, I think so SAVRA has been in pilot mode, and being able to sustain what we've been doing has been really the what we've been advocating for, and I'm grateful for the commitment of the mayor. This is the law of the land, and so we also want to make sure that we're creating the opportunity where, unfortunately, where the need continues to grow, and unfortunately we're seeing that, we want to make sure that the continuum is trained and has those resources, so we continue to ask for that, and we're really proud that those will be recurring.
Great. I'm thrilled to see that as well. I'm also glad to see the justice grants have an enhancement of 1.4 million and 2 FTEs. We talked about the performance oversight hearing earlier this year around the matching levels. Have there been any changes since we talked about that yet, or other programs that you're anticipating to be impacted by this grant?
Yes. So this is a similar situation where this is a federal grant. And so because the budget is coupled, we applied for and have received a new federal award. And so that 1.4 is that additional federal award, the Burn Skip Award. And so we are grateful for the additional FTE. With additional awards comes additional compliance and compliance monitors and requirements for reporting. And so I know the Justice Grants team is excited to get the additional support after the hiring freeze.
Yes, great. Okay, thank you. Private security camera, how's that program going? I see there's a small reduction of 115,000. Last time we spoke about this, I remember there was a little funding left over. So
Yes.
PSA to DC residents, if you want to apply for the private security grant program, please do so. But is there going to be sufficient funding or even leftover funding next year? What's going on there?
Yeah, the reality here is just, this is again another just cut where we had to cut. I think you and I had talked about some of our strategy, and we have the hiring freeze this year, and so that's going to give us time to also we've been working with our sister agencies in public safety and justice and those who do outreach, because we found that kind of plateaued across neighborhoods. And so this summer we'll be doing some outreach to our businesses because we know the expansion is coming in. So being able to promote it more. But this cut is just what we anticipate. Unfortunately, with programs like this, to your point, promote it, but when the funds are gone, the funds are gone. But this cut, we're confident that it won't have a major impact on the expansion of the program.
Okay. And are there currently funds available in FY25 for this program?
Yes. Okay. So we did make some, because of, we had expanded to bring on the additional FTE and do the full expansion of the program this year with the unprecedented, we did in the mid-year make a significant cut to this year's budget. But that is also one of the cuts that we're working with the budget team to just giving them the estimate of what we're anticipating to be able to make sure that we have that for the rest of the fiscal year.
Okay. Thank you. So don't worry, I'm not going to ask about the errata letter again. But the victims services providers and members of the VAN have estimated that the kind of baseline need is $59 million. And so let's just assume that, again, if the budget was untouched and it was at 50, how are you thinking about ensuring that those important kind of, as you referred to it earlier, life and death needs are prioritized?
So again, we prioritize existing grantees. I think we also, as I mentioned, a part of our process, we are really proud to have peer reviewers from the community and subject matter experts. We work with NPD, we work with the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council and their data SAC to really understand the trends in the community and what is occurring to make sure that our funding looks like what survivors and returning citizens in our community really need. And so one of the things that they do need is stability and maintaining those core services when they need them, particularly on the victim services side. A lot of these services, many of our community, they don't know about them until they need them. And so again, reflected in what you see is a pretty neutral budget, but the ask of the VAN is a real ask. And I say that being the only individual on the agency who reviews every single application on both sides, that's a real need and that's a real ask. But unfortunately, we don't have capacity. And so we work really tediously with our grantees. Even now we're in the third quarter. So for grantees who are not using their full awards, we're working with them in partnership, but also making sure that with what we're given, we can continue to meet the needs that are there. So our peer reviewers play a big role in helping us, one, to in an objective way, really advise us as SMEs, working with our data hubs, but also listening to the community. And so you've heard the community here, and the need is great. The VAN is absolutely correct in their ask. But it's unfortunately we can't meet the full ask, and so we're working to continue to do the great work with what we have.
Okay, so in terms of the justice grants,
yes,
I hear you on the prioritizing existing grantees. But as you receive applications, how are you thinking about the need and funding that need for our justice specific grants?
For justice grants, well, I will say this in terms of how we meet the need. What's powerful about our justice grants portfolio is that this is a community that almost, I won't share a percentage, but many of these grantees have been doing this work because they love our community and they're called to this work before they even got funded. And so a proud investment that we have made is in our capacity building program, because we know there are grantees who, are doing powerful transformative work. And then they're like, wait, I need a certificate of what hands and what. And so the capacity building project is powerful because it is allowing us to expand that portfolio, but in ways that honor the dignity and the challenge of some of our smaller grantees, right? And so I think that's one of the ways that we're prioritizing. But honestly, we have to continue to invest. We have to continue to the technical assistance from our grant manager of working and growing. I was talking to the team recently, and you know, the reality that we have returning citizens who say, "Hey, my needs are not met." We take that on. And so a part of the grant management, it's a partnership. It's how can we not just asking for your certificate of clean hands, but what does that mean as a business? And how can we continue to support our returning citizens who need the best of us? And I will tell you, I've been spending time personally going to some of the site visits with our grant managers, and I'm so proud of the work that's being done in the space. And there's so much more work that we need to do. So I'm really proud of our capacity building project and the work that we're doing.
In terms of truancy support, I was very concerned last year in the budget that there was the proposal to remove the truancy reduction grants that OVSJG was handling.
Yes.
For Stand Up and Show Out.
Yes.
Which is almost $3 million. And there was a lot of conversation at the time of, okay, we need to streamline our truancy reduction work. We need to make sure we're speaking with DHS and OVSJG and OAG and schools. And so from your perspective, how has that effort gone over the last year to do that streamlining work and make sure that the targeted, hopefully more proactive efforts to get kids in school and support their needs to drive down absenteeism are working?
Yeah. So through lots of community advocacy and, you know, even just as you mentioned, the program continues at the Office of the State Superintendent for Education. And it's my understanding that some of our existing grantees were able to continue that work. In transparency, I'm not in the weeds of as much of what's happening with the project, but I'm proud that the legacy of the work that we were given and built continues. I also will just share, I'm really proud. We recently hired a new juvenile justice grants manager, and our juvenile justice advisory group just elected a new chair. And while juvenile justice delinquency prevention is truancy reduction is a part of juvenile justice advocacy and delinquency prevention. And so we have a dynamic team, a dynamic leader, a veteran in the space who's now OVSJG that is supporting the administration of that work. Her role, which we transition now as a grant manager, she leads the grantees that the government funds to do that delinquency prevention work, family support. And so I think that kind of the duality of that role is going to really be powerful. So we play a role. It's a different role now, but it's still healing. And we look forward to. We have every now and then I'll get a call from IC. We're looking for this file, or you have any, you have this contact. And so we just shout out to that team that's continuing our work.
Well, thank you very much, Director. Is there anything else you wanted to share for the record?
Just thank you. I can't overstate how, I think it was called deep, drastic, devastating. I can't overstate how much we agree that, the cuts are really challenging. And I think we're all looking for strategies to make sure that these grantees, it broke my heart, are not here 19 years, year after year. And when we have unfortunate circumstances like the circumstances we're in now with what's happening in Congress, we do have to look to make sure that there's more resilience and sustainability in this continuum, because it is life or death. Like, I'm not just painting that picture. That is the reality. And so we are looking forward to that. But you asked me if I had one more thing to say. I do. And this is thanking our community for showing up, but also charging the rest of our community to show up, because government can't do it. If you are buying a box of cookies, if you are attending a gala, we need you. We can't do it all. We're going to do our best with whatever we have, but we do need all of our community to show up. And so if you're moved by the testimony, if you're moved by what we're sharing, if you're moved by our public service and our aim to show up every day to heal our community, chairwoman's work and making sure that there's accountability, we need you. We need our entire community, and just thank everybody who's going to meet us with that.
Well, thank you, Director. I think that's a great note to end on. And want to again thank you and your team for doing this important and heavy work all year long, and trying to really break down a lot of the silos that been, because we know human needs are very intersectional. And thank you again to the many, many grantees and survivors and beneficiaries of this program who spoke up today. And we hear you loud and clear that we need more. We need more support. So we're going to make use of every hour we've got of this budget process and do all we can, but really appreciate everybody and appreciate my team. The time is now 3:26 p.m. and we are adjourned.